Chrysalis. The contents include a series listing and chapters such as Anthony Reborn, Coming to Grips, Monstrous Associates, The First Prey, To the Victor Goes the Spoils, Exploration is Perilous, Cohabitation, Titus, To Live is to Learn, The Study of the Beast, Forced from Home, The Trail, Arachnid Less Than Insect, The Express Lane, How to Last Hit, Currents and Undertows, The Deep Roads, The World Below, The Harvest, Offense is Defense, Eye for an Eye, Once More Into the Breach, The Invasion, Core of the Problem, New Frontiers, Conqueror, Long Roads, True Lords of the Domain, Croc Landing, Juniors Are for Light Duties, Unwelcome Guests, Seeking but Not Finding, A Mutation Sensation, Camping Out, On the Hunt for XP, Battle for Darwin, I Hunt, Therefore I Ant, Rudely Interrupted. Finally, Evolution. Check out my new ride. Follow the yellow brick pheromones. My family needs more education. Blood is thicker than ichor. Something never seen before. My mother is a giant monster, the colony. On the hunt with my brethren. Anthony and the giant centipede, Nest Assault, Storm of Blades, Royal Intervention, R&R. Skill Up, Back to Work, Timber, Anthony's Colony Growth Strategy. Practice makes perfect. Hungry like the wolf dragon, the first war of the hill. War never changes. War is mother to us all. Winner takes it all. Core concern, right to the core. Mutation trepidation, the human factor. These guys are a serious pain, drawing a line. The evolving situation, using the power of the mind. Too effective, finer things in life. Establishing the network, dead. Reconnect with my people. I can't bear it. Crossroads. The actual evolving situation, Chatterbox, Birth of the Mage Ant, Flex the Mental Muscle, Mechanic in Training, the Ant's New Move, The Gravity of the Situation, Voluntary Beating, Still More to Learn, Tunnel Solution, Once More to Battle, Splendid Chap, Conversation with a Mind, Breaking, Prelude to the Second War of the Hill, The Colony Flexes, and Anthony's Fight. The light enveloped me completely, a soft and gentle glow that seemed to seep into every part of my being. I floated there, untethered and weightless, cut off from anything solid or real. My thoughts moved slowly, like molasses in winter. What had just happened? Where was I? My parents hadn't been home. That much I remembered. But the details of everything else were fuzzy. Had I eaten dinner? I had been hungry, hadn't I? Then there was just white. Was it 10 days or 10 minutes that I drifted in this warm, all-encompassing glow? It wrapped around me like a favorite blanket, tempting me to settle in and get comfortable. Though that was tricky without a body to move. Then, a sound swelled in the distance, rushing toward me like a wave. Just as it broke over me, a voice spoke, deep, gruff, and oddly familiar. A personalized greeting. How thoughtful. Though I couldn't quite place why it felt so recognizable. Wait, did he just say I died? What did that even mean? And how was I hearing this voice at all? I didn't even have ears, did I? This was all so confusing. If this was heaven, it was cozy enough. But where were the amenities? A pool? Maybe a buffet? I was hungry. Well, I had been hungry. And the voice... it had a certain warmth, a kind of wisdom that reminded me of that iconic bearded figure everyone worships. Gandalf? Is that you? Hold on, was this actually happening? Reborn into a new world, full of adventure and danger. Would there be magic, elves, maybe even hua? Slow down, focus. Listen to the wizard. A translucent screen appeared before me. Stats, might 15, toughness 12, cunning 25, will 18, HP 30, MP 0. Not bad, I thought, though the 0 magic points stung a little. Was my spirit lacking? Why the judgment, Gandalf? Then came the skills. Bite? Acid? These didn't exactly scream epic hero. Where was destruction magic or spirit summoning? And then the big reveal. I was an ant. Not just any ant, but a hatchling worker ant. This was not the glorious rebirth I'd imagined. Had I been that awful in my past life? I didn't even have friends to mistreat. An ant's path? Come on, Gandalf. You've got to be kidding me. The light began to shift, condensing and pressing against me, shaping itself into the form of my new body. 6 legs, 2 antennae, strong mandibles, and 3 distinct segments: head, thorax, abdomen. There was no mistaking it. I was fully an ant now, still pale and translucent, but solid enough to feel real. So this was my new life. I'd kept ants as pets before, but that didn't mean I had any idea how to actually be one. Was that all it took? A childhood fascination with insects, and suddenly I'm reborn as one? What a flimsy basis for reincarnation. Still, complaining wasn't going to change anything. Time to figure out what came next. Never once did sitting around and overthinking do me any good. I was no longer human, just an ant now, and honestly, fine. Rock that exoskeleton, baby. I can handle this. Time to get my bearings, though my eyesight was absolutely useless. Wherever I'd landed was pitch black, save for a soft blue glows spilling off a wall ahead, but every detail blurred the moment I tried to focus. Each head turn made the world swim, colors smearing like wet paint before settling wrong. A heavy dread settled in my abdomen. Most ants have terrible vision, some none at all. At least I wasn't that cursed. I'd have to lean on my other senses to make up for these garbage eyes. And by senses, I obviously meant my antennae. If memory served, they could pick up scents and read air currents. I started waving them diligently. Whoa, this was something else. A few unfamiliar smells hit me, and the air had that stale underground vibe. Made sense, I guess. But then it hit me. If I'm an ant, shouldn't I be surrounded by my colony? My ant family? Ants communicate through pheromones, right? Where were all the welcome scents, the buzz of a bustling nest, ready to embrace a new worker? Nope, nothing. A warm welcome would have been nice. Never really had one before. Then a flicker of hope, a faint scent nearby. I whipped my antennae that way, frantic. It smelled like me. Piecing together what my eyes and nose told me, I figured I was in a long, curving tunnel, with that pale blue light pulsing gently along the walls every few seconds. That explained how I could see it all down here. Slowly, I started moving toward that familiar scent, my 6 legs stumbling at first, then finding a rhythm. As a human, I was never the most coordinated. But this ant body had some built-in instincts. And honestly, 6-legged walking had a serious swagger once you got the flow. As I neared a bend in the tunnel, a new sound crept in. Hard to make out with ears no better than my eyes. Something like a crunch. What were my fellow ants up to? No worries, buddy. Whatever you're doing, I'm coming to help. For the glory of the colony. I figured I might as well dive into this whole ant thing. Swarm life. My antennae whipping like crazy, I rounded the corner and peered ahead. Movement. An ant lay flat on its back, legs twitching wildly, mandibles snapping at nothing. And that wasn't the worst part. Above my comrade loomed a long snout, jaws stretched wide, jagged teeth glinting in the dim light. 2 powerful hands gripped the struggling ant and lifted it toward that gaping mouth, which snapped shut with a sickening crunch. The victim writhed in silent agony as the predator chomped a few more times before tilting its head back and swallowing the carcass whole. Nope, 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 nope. What the heck was this? A walking crocodile beast stood before me. Its massive tail swept across the ground, and those strong hands pinned down another twitching ant, clearly at the end of its strength. Lucky for me, the monster's back was turned. Don't give me that look, buddy. What was I supposed to do? Take on that giant croaker monster? It was easily 4 or 5 times my size. This wasn't the colony. No other ants around. No team, no backup, no soldiers to guard us workers. So what could I possibly do? Obviously, the smartest move was to run, before that nightmare finished its snack and came hunting for seconds. Go, tiny ant legs, go! I tripped and stumbled over my own feet, scrambling back down the tunnel the way I came. Run, run, wait! I dug my legs into the dirt and skidded to a wobbly stop, only to tangle all 6 limbs and crash into a heap. What if another one of those nightmares slithers down this tunnel? That's it, curtains, man, absolute game over. Snap out of it, Anthony. Think smaller, think like an ant. There's got to be a way out of this mess. Some kind of play to keep me alive. What's an ant's first instinct? Burrow. I sweep my feelers and front legs across the surrounding walls in a frantic panic. Wait, right there! That patch is loose soil, not solid rock. Perfect. Now dig like your very existence hinges on it, because it absolutely does. I raise my forelegs and claw at the dirt like a maniac, but it's useless. My limbs are still pale, almost see-through, way too delicate to make any real headway. But hold on, ants don't use their legs for this job, do they? I crack open the mandibles jutting from my face for the first time, watching those thick, serrated jaws gape and snap shut right in front of my eyes. I've got to carve through this with my head. I slam my face into the wall, jaws spread as wide as they'll go, and chomp down with every ounce of strength I've got. The soil gives way under the assault, crumbling and spilling down in soft clumps, leaving 2 deep grooves etched into what was once a flawless surface. These mandibles haven't fully hardened yet, but they're more than enough to tear into this earthen barrier. I keep digging, no breaks, no second guessing, until I've hollowed out a cramped burrow just big enough to squeeze into. Then I kick the entrance shut behind me, sealing myself off in pitch-black solitude. If they find me now, I'm toast. Trembling in my little hidey hole, I start piecing this nightmare together. None of this adds up. A newborn ant should hatch surrounded by its colony, with nurses and soldiers looking out for it. So why? On Pungara, of all places, did I wake up alone in some random tunnel with that towering horror lurking nearby? Looking at that poor sap of a nestmate lying out there, I wasn't the only one dumped into this hopeless scenario. One explanation jumps out: a raid. Something smashed into the home nest and bolted with a few unhatched eggs in tow. A nice, helpless snack to munch on back in their own lair. That kind of thing happens all the time back on Earth, from what I remember. Ant larvae are a gold mine of protein, and plenty of species survive by plundering rival colonies and making off with their young. It might not even be that giant croc lizard that did the dirty work. Maybe it intercepted the actual culprits and stole their prize right out from under them. Either way, I got dropped, overlooked, and somehow managed to hatch. Which lands me right here, shivering in the dirt, and praying I don't get sniffed out. Lucky me, right? And let's be real. I can scratch the idea that I'm some ordinary ant, just a few millimeters of nothing. That 2-legged, crocodile-headed beast? That thing never roamed the earth, and it sure as heck didn't evolve naturally. Add that to the whole game-like interface buzzing in my head, and it's pretty clear that thing was a monster. Which, by that logic, probably makes me a monster too, stuck in some sprawling underground network. Fantastic. Is there some glowing core inside me that adventurers are gonna come farm for loot? Do I drop coins when I kick the bucket? This is some brutally unfair hard mode nonsense. Gandalf, a little backup would be nice. Hold up, though. Did that thing mention something about a skill point and biomass? Two coming to grips. The era before the system descent is a blank slate to us now. Whatever records existed from those days either vanished during the rending or rotted away over the centuries that followed. How did those people size each other up back then, without the luxury of precise numerical readouts we take for granted today? Was their society fairer for it? When a person's worth can be measured down to the decimal, it's easy to slot everyone into rigid roles and hierarchies. But maybe, when individual talents were murkier and harder to quantify, people had more room to breathe, more freedom to chart their own course. Plenty of folks believe the system lifted us up and armed us to face the great cataclysm. Yet among the thinkers, a few whisper doubts about that story. We remember what the descent gave us, but we've long forgotten what it took away. Excerpt from page Patnaxt of Ruminations on the Pre-Descent Society by Ilarion the Heretic. So I've got a skill point and a biomass just sitting there, waiting to be used. If this really is some game-like setup, then I should be able to pull up a menu or something to cash them in and level myself up. How exactly do I pull up this menu while I'm stuck underground? Let's see. Level up. Nope, that got me nowhere. Escape key. Escape. Still nothing. Hey, it was worth a shot, right? Status. Name, Anthony level 1 might, 15 toughness, 12 cunning, 25 will, 18 HP, 30 MP, 0 skills, digging level 1 I, acid shot level 1 I, grip level 3 I, bite level 2 I species, hatchling ant worker, formica, skill points, 1 biomass. 1 okay, now we're talking. The first time I laid eyes on these stats, I figured they were pretty solid, but maybe they're actually on the low end? I mean, a newborn ant worker probably isn't setting any records in the strength department. And what's the deal with these abilities? Grip. Does that just mean I'm really good at hanging on? Oh, and there's that voice again. The triumphant return of Lord Gandalf. My savior, my beacon. Truly, his beard is the fluffiest, his brows the most commanding. Since I can't come up with a better title for this mysterious narrator, Gandalf it is for now. It's oddly reassuring to latch onto something familiar in this bizarre world. The built-in help system that pops up when I focus on a skill is a lifesaver. Grip boosts my ability to cling to surfaces with all 6 legs, which includes scaling walls or even hanging from the ceiling. I completely forgot ants could do that. I'm definitely testing that out the second I escape this hole. Why stick to the floor when you could be strolling along the ceiling? What about my other tricks? Apparently, there are ant species back on Earth that could blast formic acid from their rear ends. So I must be part of some nightmare breed of acid-spraying ants, having a way to strike back without getting up close and personal. Which right now would probably mean instant death. Sounds pretty appealing. Even so, biting, crawling on ceilings, burrowing and spitting acid feels like a pretty thin toolkit for surviving this place. What I really crave is intel. Like, where the heck am I? And what else is lurking down here besides fellow ants and those crocobeasts? I have zero clue where the surface is. Or if there even is one in this world. Communication's a no-go, since I'm pretty sure I don't have vocal cords. So even if I stumbled on someone willing to chat with a giant ant, we couldn't exactly swap stories. That means if I want answers, I'll have to go hunt them down myself, out in the tunnels. Ugh! Yeah, no, that's terrifying. Absolutely petrifying. You're telling me to venture out there, facing who knows what horrors as a lone little ant monster. Pure insanity. All right, breathe, Anthony, stay cool. Freaking out won't solve anything. Keep it rational, keep it calm, keep it alive. So the big question is, where do I put my points and how? You know what? I'm all in, O wise and glorious Gandalf, bringer of hope and light. May your beard stay forever fluffy. Just like with my status, a mental window flickered open. Skill points. Jedna biomass, jedna so many choices, and picking one is a real headache. I've got to think this through logically. Boosting my speed could help me outrun threats. Tunnel sense would keep me from getting turned around in the dark, and chomp or acid would make me more dangerous in a scrap. I've got to focus on staying alive first. That's the only way to level up and thrive here. Going all in on combat would be a quick ticket to death if I pick a fight with something I can't handle. And then it's game over, just like that. Speed's also a gamble if I run into something quicker. Without solid info, how can I possibly know which monsters I can take on or how fast they are? As a fresh hatchling, I'm probably near the bottom of the food chain. Alright, decision time. I'll go with eyes Plagedna and stealth. Sign me up. A furious, maddening itch erupted across my eyes, like 1,000 mosquito bites all hitting at once. Gah! Gandalf, why are you doing this to me? I can't even scratch it without risking poking my own eyes out. Luckily, it faded fast. After about a minute, the burning sensation died down. It's tough to say whether my vision has actually sharpened in this dark, little hideout, but I swear my eyes feel larger than before. So this is what body modification is all about, huh? 1 second you're average, and the next, bam, you're upgraded. Feels like cheating. Back on Earth, how many years of grinding would a human need to improve even a fraction of this? And even then, you can't just boost your eyesight overnight. I need more of these points. With enough mutations, maybe I can outgrow my reputation as a helpless little critter and carve out some real security down here in the tunnels. Why stealth and vision, you ask? Fair question. If fighting is a death sentence, and running is a gamble, then the only reliable survival strategy is to never be seen in the first place. Get spotted, and it's over. So I'm betting everything on staying invisible long enough to figure out how this world works. As for the eyes, let's just say having terrible sight is miserable. After being used to human-level vision, these pathetic ant eyes are a brutal downgrade. If something holds still, I basically can't see it. Ants thrive as a colony, thousands of weak individuals pooling their senses to become something formidable. But I'm solo. How am I supposed to survive when I could literally stumble over a sleeping dragon? Absurd. I'm making vision a top priority, and I won't stop until I can spot a cockroach twitch through 5 meters of solid rock. Okay, I've been crouched here for about half an hour now. Point spent, no more excuses. Time to grow a spine, Anthony. Move out and explore. Carefully, I dig at the dirt I piled up to seal myself in. Finally, I slip a narrow gap open into the tunnel where I first woke up, and I poke my antennae through cautiously. Feels clear, no sense, no tremors. Here we go. Quick and deliberate, I widen the hole and squeeze through. Spinning in place, I scan both directions. Nothing. The tunnel fades into blackness, curving just beyond my sight. To the right is where that monster devoured my kin. No thanks. Not going that way. That leaves one option left. Time for phase 2 of my plan. Carefully, since coordinating 6 legs is still clumsy, I shuffle toward the wall, climb up, and creep onto the ceiling. Soon I'm hanging upside down, claws digging into the stone for dear life. Victory. Sticking to the roof and moving inverted, combined with my fresh stealth skill, might just keep me off the radar. Maybe it's the blood rushing to my head, but I'm feeling bolder than I have all day. Onward, Anthony. Even with my new fire, I stay cautious as I edge down the tunnel. My antennae and front legs scout for solid footholds before I commit each step, gripping hard with my feet. It takes serious focus, so I'm moving slow, but that's fine. Every second without a monster lunging at me feels like a win. With slightly better sight, I can finally make sense of the details around me. The tunnel walls are lined with glowing blue veins, twisting and branching like living vines. Some are thick, some are thin, and a few are so faint they nearly vanish, splitting and merging in endless, chaotic patterns. Every few minutes, a pulse ripples through them, lighting up the whole space like a heartbeat. It's almost like the tunnel itself is alive, and strangely, that glow feels soothing, almost energizing. Just one more mystery to unravel if I want to survive this bizarre place. Bathed in the tunnel's soft glow, I notice my shell has started to darken and stiffen. Drawing on what I remember from my ant-keeping days, newborn ants emerge with a pale, delicate exterior that slowly hardens and takes on color. Guess I was tucked away in that wall longer than I realized. After creeping along for an hour, and following the passage around a bend, the walls suddenly open up into an enormous chamber. This place is massive, big enough to hold a couple of football fields, no doubt. On top of that, a rush of fluttering vibrations and countless scents slam into my antennae all at once. Monsters! 3 monstrous companions. Growls, hisses, and the sharp clatter of claws bounced off the cavern walls. Waves of vibrations pound my antennae, leaving me disoriented. This cavern is crawling with beasts, battling and shuffling through what looks like a main road in this underground network. I dart in as fast as I can, heading for the dark cover of a stalactite hanging like a spear from the ceiling. Pressing myself flat against the rock, I freeze and scan the area. Those strange blue veins pulsing in the walls are here too, twisting and spreading across every surface, even winding around the stoned pillars, rising from floor and ceiling, casting the whole space in that same gentle blue light. Nearby, at the center of the open area, a pool of water maybe 60 feet across has carved into the ground, fed by a steady trickle from cracks above, likely from a river or aquifer overhead. The water glows with that blue tint, lit from beneath by glowing lines in the basin floor. But what really makes my tiny ant heart race is the crowd of creatures gathered around the water. What kind of nightmare gathering is this? My vision is still blurry, so details are tough, but with the beasts lit so nicely from below as they drink, I can make out enough. First, the 2 nearest me. They look like some breed of dog or wolf, each with a scaly tail dragging behind. Their heads feature long, pointed snouts packed with what I assume are razor-sharp teeth. They take turns sipping, keeping watch over each other, and rumbling, warning growls at anything that gets close, tails flicking constantly. Beside them is another croc-like beast, leaning on its front legs to scoop up water with its extended jaws. The other monsters are clearly giving it plenty of room, and I would too. Seems like the rule here is to let sleeping dragons lie. Come to think of it, there's no real fighting around the pool at all. Maybe the residents have worked out a silent truce at their watering hole? That's unexpected. I wouldn't have figured these terrifying creatures could share space, especially if they can power up by consuming biomass like I can. Well, if that's the case, I'll edge a bit closer and get a better look. Inching toward the pool, one leg at a time, staying as flat against the ceiling as possible, it's painfully slow going. If I could sweat, I'd be dripping enough to fill a second pool in this cave. I test every foothold and wave my antennae through the air with utmost care. Oh yes! Skill level up. That's satisfying. This confirms my theory that skills improve with practice. In this case, my stealth has leveled up from moving undetected past the monsters below. That's a huge opening. By staying put and watching these creatures, shifting just a tiny bit now and then, I can gather valuable intel while sharpening my stealth. Okay, steady now. The last thing I need is to lose my nerve. After a few slow, deep breaths to center myself, I press on. One slip here means certain death, so every move has to be deliberate. Getting into a fight would be total annihilation. Never forget, not even for a heartbeat, that being spotted means being eliminated. Steady the ship, Anthony. As I edge closer to the pool, the shapes on the far side sharpen into focus. That shifting mound I saw earlier isn't one beast. It's a tangled knot of centipede-like creatures, piling over one another as they dip down to drink, and rear up to hiss, snapping their pointed mandibles. Each one appears to have a pair of tiny arms tipped with pincers, like a crab or scorpion, and their long, leg-covered bodies taper into a sharp, deadly point. Gross! These things are absolutely revolting, Gandalf. There must be a dozen of them heaped together over there. The way they writhe and twist is making my stomach turn. I have to look away. The last creature is a small, squat thing with 4 legs, resembling a lizard, but with long stone-like spikes jutting from its back. Of all the horrors in this cavern, it seems the least menacing, yet the others grant it a wide berth. There's clearly something about those spines that keeps them at a distance. As I watch, one thought electrifies me. Every single one of these nightmares is a potential harvest of biomass, a red envelope of XP just waiting for me to claim. But first, preparations are in order. Over the next few hours, hanging patiently above the pool and shifting my position carefully to remain hidden, I study their movements, paying close attention to where they head after they leave. The centipedes slither off to the far end of the cavern, and oddly enough, the croaker beast follows the same path. The dogs duck into a small tunnel opening on the south side, not far from where I emerged. The spiky lizard wanders over to a wall and begins climbing up before vanishing into the gloom. Another wall dweller, huh? I'd call you kin if I didn't have to devour you. As each creature departs, fresh ones slink out from the shadows and from behind rocks to take their place. And finally, my patience pays off. At last, my poor ant claws need a break. It might look effortless to hang upside down, but I'm burning energy and getting zero nourishment. Exhaustion and hunger have been steadily wearing me down. But food will have to wait. I'm still not prepared. Crawling back to my tunnel, I retreat into my little hidey hole. Phew! Only when I'm sealed inside this space do I feel truly secure. Maybe that's the ant instinct kicking in? Whatever. Time to get back to work. After widening the space, I use the excavated dirt to start plugging the tunnel on the side leading away from the cavern. With my mandibles, moving the earth is a breeze, and pressing my body against it helps compact it into a solid barrier. There's something oddly calming about the task. Normally, when a colony digs out a nest, they'd pile loose soil around the top to form a mound, keeping water from flooding their tunnels. I don't want that for two reasons. I'm not worried about rain down here, and I definitely don't want to announce my presence in such a typical ant-like fashion. My plan is to narrow the tunnel on both ends, leaving only a small gap at the roof that I can squeeze through. That way, the bigger creatures will think twice about chasing me into my sanctuary. They could break through if they tried, of course. It's only dirt. But I'm betting they'd rather find another route than bother with the effort. After a while, now I can dig faster. After a few hours of hauling dirt, one side of the tunnel is completely sealed off, leaving just a tiny opening near the top. I'm wiped out, time to crash. Covering the entrance to my now much more spacious hiding hole, I loosen all 6 legs and sink into the soft ground. Only my stomach is cramping. I'm so hungry. This feeling is familiar, like when my family forgot to send money or left the fridge empty. I know what it's like to go without. I just have to hold on a little longer. When I wake up, I'll set out to hunt my first prey. I've already got a target in mind. For the first hunt, I'm absolutely starving. Hanging here on the cavern ceiling, claws locked into the chilly stone, my mind is consumed by a single craving: food. All those amazing meals I enjoyed in my past life keep flashing before me. Chocolate, cake, steak, bread. Yes, even bread. The hunger is messing with my head big time. The other day, I spotted a croaker beast, and could've sworn it looked like a plump cow. I nearly lunged right off the ceiling at it. Those centipedes are starting to resemble a tangled bowl of noodles. I need to fix this situation before I end up dead from chomping on something I shouldn't. 2 days. 2 whole days. I've studied every nook and cranny of this side of the cavern in painstaking detail. I spent so much time dangling upside down over the water basin that I almost dozed off and tumbled straight in. That would have been one swim I wouldn't survive. A silver lining to all this lurking is that my stealth skill has climbed to level 4. Plus, all that time spent carving out my hideaway has pushed my digging up to level 3. Ha! I prepare, I grow, I hunger. Ugh, I know. These abilities aren't exactly game changers. But I'll take whatever I can get at this point. Hopefully, I'll take down my first target soon. My antennae twitch. The prey is near. I can smell it. I focus, straining my eyes to see through the gloom. I'm tucked away in a pitch-dark corner, far from the pool. The glowing veins along the walls are spaced wide here, leaving deep pockets of shadow. My chosen mark has been using this wall as its hangout, crawling down once a day for a drink. A loner with a predictable routine, something I think I can handle. This creature is incredibly rare, and wait, there it is! The armored lizard creeps down cautiously. Since it nests high up among the rocks, I've never gotten a clear look at its exact spot, so I couldn't pinpoint when it started moving. But I've got eyes on it now. Time to put my plan into action. Moving as fast as I can while staying quiet, I scramble toward the darkness above the beast. My stomach growls, urging me to hurry. Don't worry, Belly. I won't let you down. Just need to get into the perfect striking position. Good news is, the armored lizard is pretty sluggish, especially on vertical surfaces. It's almost directly below me now, its back turned. Those big spines jutting from its hide look rock solid, like they're carved from stone. Man, getting poked by one of those would probably sting like crazy. Can't let negative thoughts creep in now. My stomach's counting on me. Slowly, ever so slowly, I inch above my target. I've got the eyes of a hunter, sharp and deadly. The timing of my leap will decide everything. Now. In a heartbeat, I flip my body, line up my aim, and blast my acid spray straight at the target. The liquid rockets through the air, splashing against the rock and drenching the lizard's feet. A perfect hit. All that secret target practice over the past few days is finally paying off. The creature shrieks in agony as the acid eats into its legs. It twists around, searching for its attacker, but I'm already on the move, racing down the wall behind it, tossing stealth aside. Now comes phase 2. The lizard spots me closing in and tries to bare its fangs, tilting those nasty spines forward to shield as much of its body as possible. Wrong move, lizard. You want to fight me up here on the wall? With my grip skill at level 3, this surface is a breeze. Plus, I'm quick and light, while you're bulky and sluggish. With your feet burning from that acid, how well can you even hold on? Yet you still choose to face me and tempt fate. Even as I say that, I'm scared out of my mind. My first hunt. My first real fight. I can't screw this up, or my life could end right here. Stay sharp. The lizard braces for a close-range strike, but right as I move in, I pivot and hit it with another blast of acid. Ha! Didn't see that coming, did you? I scramble my 6 legs against the wall, frantic to reorient. The creature hisses and growls as the corrosive liquid eats into its feet and now its face. But this won't end it. My acid is still too weak to take down something this tough on its own. So we start an awkward dance on the stone, the lizard thrusting with fangs and spines before pulling back, while I snap with my mandibles, hunting for a leg or that scaly head. The clash echoes off the rock formations, vibrations rippling through my antennae. Over the past few days, I've seen fights like this get interrupted by fresh challengers, jumping in when the original fighters start flagging. I can't let this drag out. As we trade blows, the lizard's breathing turns heavy. The strain of holding its body on the wall while fighting is wearing it down. Almost time. Desperate, it lunges, spikes aimed straight at my still poor eyes. I have to dodge. A spark of inspiration hits, and I spread my feet wide, flattening my body against the wall. Every ounce of strength in my tiny claws strains to hold this angle, but it works. The spikes sail just over my head. A window! Before it can retreat, I dart in, mandibles wide, and clamp down hard on its skull. A pained growl escapes as I squeeze, but I steel myself. Sorry, lizard, but you're my meal now. Time for the final move. I gather my strength, steady my nerves, and leap. With its head locked in my jaws, I sail over its body. Its clawed feet scrape and scrabble at the rock, but burned from acid and exhausted from the fight, they just can't hold on with my weight added. So we fall. Crash! The impact rattles me, and I lose my grip. Right on plan. Flat on my back, I'm exposed. I need to get up. My 6 legs flail wildly, and I rock side to side until I finally get my feet under me. Blinking to focus, I see my prey is in way worse shape than I am. Its long spines and hard shell have plunged straight into the pitfall trap I dug after its last visit to the water pool. Mwahahahaha. You see that, you idiot lizard? This is human ingenuity, paired with my level 3 digging skill. I packed the soil loose and soft at the bottom, so those spines would sink in and pin you, feet kicking uselessly in the air, unable to flip over. And sure enough, there it is, trapped, legs waving, failing to roll. This was the strategy I obsessed over for 2 days, combining everything: acid blasts, wall fighting, mandibles, my human brain, even digging, to take down this enemy. Still, to get it to land on its back, I had to pull off a seriously risky move. Good thing it's so predictable, sticking to the same path every time, or all that effort would have been wasted. With the prey helpless, I finally let the tension drain from my body. I fire off 2 last acid shots straight into its soft belly. That fast? Maybe my skills level up quicker in real combat than in casual use. Though my stealth skill took forever to grow, even when I hid from multiple creatures for hours. Something to think about later. Once I've filled my empty stomach, I'd hoped the acid would finish the lizard off and save me from having to gnaw the creature to death. But nature isn't that merciful. After 10 minutes of listening to its pitiful squeals, I steeled myself and used my mandibles to, get the job done. Taking a life is a bit of a downer, but the rush of a skill level up is seriously addictive. 5 to the winner go the prize I've hunted, fought, and claimed victory. What I'm feeling now is a strange mix. The agony and struggle it took to get here are nothing I remember from my past life, and neither is this burst of pride and accomplishment. Back then, I mostly just felt numb. And now Gandalf's voice is suddenly chatty. Level 2, huh? Nice. This lizard is called a Spinetta lacertos? What does that even mean? Sounds vaguely Latin, I guess. Speaking of which, my own species was listed as Formica. From my ant-keeping days, I recall that Formica is the Latin word for wood ants. Is everything here named in Latin? That's weird. Setting that aside, I've got a few takeaways. First, I can gain experience and level up by defeating other creatures. Second, each level up grants me a skill point. Third, the same rules apply to the other critters around here. Since this Spinetta thing was level 2, there are 2 possibilities. It was born that way, or it leveled up once. I'll need to think that over later. Right now, I have 2 urgent problems. I can't leave this carcass out in the open where the scent might attract trouble, and I'm starving. Time to eat! Without hesitating, I scurry into my pitfall and approach the lizard. Acid burns and melted flesh cover its body, along with crushed limbs and bite wounds. It looks so pathetic. I'm sorry, buddy, I really am. You didn't deserve this. But the deed's done, so I'm diving into my first meal. Did you know ants have a mouth on the underside of their head? Most folks assume the mandibles are the mouth, or that it's tucked behind them. But that's wrong. The mandibles are more like hands attached to the face, and the actual mouth sits below them. So I take a bite. Whoa, this taste. How do I even describe it? It's unique and intense, that's for sure. I'm searching for the right word here. What fits best? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Even though I'm ravenous, my carapace is tightening in protest. This is not a pleasant meal. Oh, Gandalf! Your wise, raspy voice graces me once more. Oh, great one. So many changes, so fast, it's making my head spin. I guess I'll chew and think. Apparently, I get one biomass for every new species I hunt down. Plus, I unlocked some kind of profile? How do I even pull that up? I'll have to tinker with it later. I scarf down the lizard as fast as I can, and now I'm feeling stuffed. My gaster, the rear segment, is noticeably swollen compared to before. And hey, what's this? Another surprise. Man, this hunt paid off big time. With all these rewards in hand, there's only one thing left to do. Head back to my nest and figure out my next move. Keeping my antennae waving to sense the air, I climb the wall again, creep across the ceiling over the water pool, and make my way toward the tunnel that leads to my hideout. A bunch of monsters are still hanging around the water, but they're too busy watching each other to glance up and spot me. Just like that, I'm back in my safe spot. Tucked away in a secure little nook, I can finally take a breather and plan my next steps. Alright, first things first. Check my status, name any class, level 2 strength, 15 endurance, 12 intellect, 25 spirit, 18 health, 30 mana, 0 abilities. Burrowing rank C. I corrosive spit rank 2. I clutch rank C. I mandible strike rank C. I shadow step rank 4. I alterations. Vision boost plus 1 type. Juvenile ant worker. Formica talent points. 1 organic mass. 2 well. Would you look at that? My progress is nothing short of spectacular. From a rough beginning, I've clawed my way to survival, snagged that first meal, hit a new level, and sharpened my talents. Honestly, I'm pretty darn chuffed about it. Against every odd stacked against me, I'm still kicking, and that's the fire driving me forward. But now comes the tricky part. I've got 2 units of organic mass to allocate, and I need to weigh my choices with care when eyes. Boost my vision to +2, for crying out loud. Just do it. In a flash, this wild, unbearable tingling floods my peepers, and the only way I can cope is by flipping onto my back, squirming like a maniac, and scraping my limbs against the tunnel walls. I absolutely loathe this sensation. At long last, the itch dies down, and my sight is undeniably sharper than before. Man, ant eyesight is a real pain in the neck. Coming from human vision, it's nerve-wracking to deal with such hazy sight that I can't even spot a motionless critter clearly. My perception is still nowhere near human level, but it's a solid step up from where I began. Things remain fuzzy, yet a quick wave of my leg shows my motion detection has gotten noticeably better. At this pace, I reckon I'll need at least +3 in vision to match my old human clarity, maybe even +8. Given that the next boost likely costs 3 mass after this 2-point upgrade, reaching tier 4, let alone 5, is a distant dream. I might have to stick with my current sight for a long stretch. Still, I'm happy with this pick. My scouting and combat edge have grown, and I'm inching closer to being a lone wolf ant, free from the crutch of a colony's support. Next up, I've got a talent point to burn. I've had my eye on a specific ability since I spotted it earlier. My focus remains on gathering intel, scouting, and staying alive, rather than raw combat punch, so this one's a no-brainer. Tunnel sense. Sure, there's a gamble here. By skipping a boost to my fighting and hunting prowess, I'll face more awkward scraps while sticking to my recon-first approach. But let's be real, my offensive game is laughable. Absolute junk. The dregs of the barrel. Dumping 1 talent point into a battle skill won't flip that script overnight. Survival is the name of the game, plain and simple. To survive, I need knowledge, because without it, I can't find prey I can take down or steer clear of threats I can't handle. I'm still clueless about this whole place. I'm stuck in this maze of tunnels, with glowing veins running through the rock and crawling with freaky creatures. And for some wild reason, there's this video game-style setup, with skills, levels, and a mass-based evolution chart. Isn't this world a bit off? I haven't run into a single human, or any trace of one, Could monsters own this entire realm? Is there even a surface up there? Or is this planet just one giant underground lair? So many riddles. All this uncertainty has me on edge. I need a clearer picture of my surroundings. Tunnel sense will stretch my reach, letting me wander further, while still finding my way back to the one spot that feels safe. My little nest. And there it is. A gentle, warm buzz, like water trickling through my hair in a shower, but deeper inside my skull. Maybe I missed it before, since I was juggling the eye upgrade and skill at once. It's way more bearable than the vision change. Just recalling that itch makes me shudder. The initial rush of adrenaline fades as quickly as it arrived, leaving behind the quiet certainty that tunnel sense has settled into my mind. There's no immediate shift I can pinpoint, no sudden clarity or heightened awareness, just a subtle promise that this new skill will prove its worth when I least expect it. For the first time since arriving in this strange world, I allow myself to rest with a genuinely full stomach, letting the warmth of satiation spread through my limbs before I dare to dream of what lies ahead. When I finally stir, I'm ready to venture forth, though I'll keep to the shadows as always, moving like a ghost through this unfamiliar territory. The cavern stretches before me, an endless maze of rock and shadow that holds more questions than answers. I've barely scratched the surface of this place, and every corner seems to hide another secret. Before I dive deeper into exploration, though, there's something nagging at the back of my mind. Something Gandalf mentioned after my last meal. He said I'd unlocked a basic profile of the creature I'd hunted, and I haven't yet tested what that means. So I close my eyes and mentally command the system to reveal its secrets. Unlock. Access profile. Show me what you've got. The response comes almost immediately. Spinetta lacertos, translated simply as thorn lizard. The details are painfully obvious. Sharp spines, venomous tips. Nothing I couldn't have figured out by looking at the wretched thing. Hardly groundbreaking intel, but I suppose it's a starting point. Maybe if I hunt more of these creatures, the system will reward me with something actually useful. With that experiment complete, I turn my attention back to the task at hand. I crawl out from my nest and make my way across the ceiling toward the rock pool below. The scene that greets me is familiar by now. A motley collection of monsters gathered at the water's edge, each one eyeing the others with barely concealed suspicion as they drink from the glowing surface. Something catches my attention, though. With my newly enhanced vision, the pool seems to radiate a brighter luminescence than before, as if the water itself is alive with energy. What really puzzles me is the behavior of these creatures. They all come here to drink, yet in all my days as this ant-like monster, I've never once felt the urge to quench a thirst. What drives them to this water when I feel no such pull? Is there something fundamentally different between us? Or am I missing some crucial piece of this puzzle? Today, I've decided to find out. It's a reckless plan, maybe even a suicidal one, but I can't shake the feeling that this water holds the key to understanding this world. I creep down the wall with practiced patience, each movement deliberate and slow, until I'm standing on the cavern floor. Step by step, I approach the pool, my confidence growing with every stride. The first to notice me is one of those lizard hounds, a wolf-like creature with a long reptilian tail that always seemed out of place. It lets out a low growl that startles me, but then something unexpected happens. As I continue forward, the hound actually backs away, giving me space as if it's afraid of me. That's new. I press on, stepping fully into the light, radiating from the water. And that's when the centipedes take notice. Their reaction couldn't be more different. The writhing mass of chitinous bodies begins to hiss with fury, their many legs clacking against each other as they scramble into a defensive frenzy, ready to strike at anything that dares approach, One of those creatures untangled itself from the pile and crept forward on its thin, awkward legs, stopping just a few feet away. It started showing off, hissing and snapping its sharp mandibles and claws in my direction. But it didn't come any closer or try to strike. Man, my heart was pounding when that whole group started moving. There were at least 6 or 7 of those nightmares stacked together over there, and if they'd rushed me, I would have had to bolt for my life. Fortunately, the calm around this watering hole held up. There's only one reason a survival-focused mind like mine would risk stepping into the wide open like this. Only one reason I'd expose myself to a bunch of creatures that could tear me apart in seconds. I never once saw anything approach, drink, or leave this pool and get attacked. Not a single time. I saw plenty of fights during those 2 days I spent studying the armored lizard, but here, nothing. Zero conflict. Something about this water source is different, and I doubt it's about staying hydrated. After all, I still don't feel any urge to drink. The monster biology in this world is clearly more complicated than it seems. I kept moving forward until I reached the pool's edge. The glow is so intense up close that it's hard to see into the water, even with my eyes' skill boosted to +2. The pulsing lines etched into the cavern floor all seem to lead toward the center of the pool, converging at its deepest point. That's where the brightest light comes from. The water itself moved in strange circular patterns, swirling without any current or force pushing it. It's almost like a lava lamp, with the liquid churning and twisting all on its own. Ignoring the stupid centipedes, still hissing and posturing behind me, I lowered my mouth to the surface and took a taste. Whoa, that burns. Seriously, that's intense. A scorching sensation shot into my mouth and traveled straight through all 3 of my body segments down to my gut, spreading into my bloodstream until even my shell felt like it was on fire. What is this acid? Yikes! This is what you guys crawl here for? This painful, searing liquid of doom? What's wrong with all of you? Is this a cave full of masochists or what? The burning slowly faded, and I couldn't help but stare at the other creatures in disbelief. What are you all even doing here? A bunch of eyes stared right back at me, and suddenly I felt pretty self-conscious. I looked at the slowly swirling water again, the dense glow hanging inside it like jellyfish tentacles, see-through, yet somehow solid. I checked myself over, feeling no worse for wear, so I quickly pulled up my status screen. Health, unchanged, weird. This is seriously bizarre. What could these monsters possibly see in this crazy pool? It's got to be important, otherwise, why would there be this unspoken truce around it? No answers were coming to me, though. It's not like my fellow pool visitors were feeling chatty, even more confused than before I'd taken that sip. I got ready to leave. But just before I turned away, I couldn't resist one more taste. Ugh, it burns again. Pfft, narc, pfft. Man, that's awful. Curiosity killed the cat, right? I started backing off from the pool, keeping an eye on the others to see how they'd react. Most of them seemed almost relieved to see me go, sliding into the spot I'd vacated, and getting back to their drinking. That ridiculous centipede was still snapping and posturing at me, scraping the cave floor like it was about to charge. Yeah, right back at you, buddy. The moment I hit the shadows, I spun around and sprinted for the wall, not stopping until I'd reached my safest hiding spot, tucked way up in the dark corners of the cavern ceiling. Ah, home sweet home. I hope I don't have to leave again anytime soon. Now that I'd poked around the mystery of the pool a bit, it was time to explore this cavern and start mapping out the cave network with my new tunnel sense ability. Skirting the cavern's edge, I dodged the brightest clusters of glowing veins, weaving through towering pillars of dark rock that rise like ancient spears, thrust from below or plunged from above. This path carries me farther from the pool and my nest than I've ever dared before. Along the walls, tunnels branch off into the blackness, some yawning wide, others barely cracks, and a few exhale strange, unfamiliar air. What might be lurking in those mysterious passageways? I push on for another 10 minutes, steady and deliberate, as the cavern stretches so wide that both walls vanish from sight. I start cutting cautious diagonals across the open space to scout each side, when suddenly, hooah! A colossal tunnel mouth looms before me. Roughly 30 minutes from the pool, this entrance is enormous, nearly spanning the full height and width of the cavern, and it angles unmistakably downward, burrowing deeper into the earth. But there's something odd about the rock here. Are those stairs? 7 steps, carved right into the stone. My tiny eyes bulge as I creep closer. These are definitely stairs, no doubt about it. Now, who on earth would chisel solid rock like this, Anthony? Humans, of course! This is the very first concrete proof I've found that any humanoid life exists in this strange new world. Amazing! I'm buzzing with excitement and a touch of nerves. What kind of fantasy folk call this place home? Dwarves with their stout frames? Or elegant elves? The thought of those legendary, graceful elf maidens is almost enough to make me giddy. Why would someone bother carving stairs into this tunnel and not the others? The logic is simple. This must be a well-traveled route, made easier for regular use. That means more stairs are likely nearby. Maybe even a path leading up to the surface. I scuttle down the wall and land on the top step. Wow, this is my first real chance to measure myself against something familiar from my old life. If the folks here are roughly human-sized, I can use these steps to get a rough idea of my own dimensions. I hop onto one. Turns out I'm smaller than I initially figured. Based on the step height and depth, I'd probably reach just about a grown adult's knee, and my body length might match a full stride, maybe a meter or so. But hold on. That means all those monsters that seemed so huge and terrifying would actually be pretty small from a human standpoint. That wolf creature would barely reach waist height. The thorny lizard is even tinier than me, about the size of a badger, and that massive, fearsome croaker beast wouldn't even come up to shoulder height. Are all the beasts in this area just pushovers? If so, that's a relief, because I doubt I'd have lasted this long against anything truly dangerous. Still, it hints that far stronger, bigger, and more lethal creatures might lurk deeper in this dungeon. I'll make it my mission to steer clear of those. May our paths never cross. Since the deadliest foes typically dwell in the depths, as any game would dictate, and this world feels suspiciously game-like, I'll bet the safest zones are nearer the surface. With that, I firmly turn my back on the descending tunnel and head deeper into the cavern. Yes! There, more signs of handiwork scattered around, and my curiosity is only growing. Occasionally, the floor features a carved step designed to make walking easier, and at roughly head height, the walls show regular hollowed-out spots. Could those be meant for torches, lighting up this underground space? The deeper I go, the more evidence of civilization I notice. The ground is also starting to climb steadily, hinting that the surface might be just ahead. At this point, few side tunnels branch off from the main passage, not even narrow ones. The glowing veins along the walls are now spaced farther apart and appear fainter, casting the area into deeper shadow, ideal for someone like me who thrives in secrecy. My exploration continues, and my heart races with anticipation. The possibility of encountering a being from another world fills me with excitement. What might they look like? What species could they be? Do they possess magical abilities? Is there an adventurers' guild dedicated to exploring dungeons? Maybe I can find a way to communicate, through gestures, or perhaps even an interpretive dance. This could mark a historic moment in human and monster relations. How often would they come across a human consciousness, trapped inside a monster's form? It's likely I'm the first of my kind. The passage narrows, the steps become more frequent, and the incline grows steeper. Wait, is that? I think it is. Sunlight. My antennae quiver with excitement as they catch the faint, reflected glow. The surface must be incredibly near now. I scuttle forward, eager to feel the open air of this new world, and gradually spot a light source ahead. It bounces off the stone, spreading softly into the cavern. Oh! More human craftsmanship. It resembles some kind of barrier. I move to get a better look, though my eyes struggle even more under the influence of natural light. I'll have to edge closer. Yes, it appears to be a wall constructed along the side of the passage. Small slits are carved into the stone, likely allowing someone behind it to see and strike outward. A guard post, perhaps? It makes sense when you think about it. They'd station guards here to watch the dungeon entrance and repel any monsters trying to reach the surface. There's probably someone on duty right now. As that thought crosses my mind, a vivid red light shines through the slits. Sudden movement erupts from within, as if someone is leaping from a seat. Moments later, two figures emerge from behind the wall, standing on a raised stone platform about a yard above the tunnel floor. Humans! Actual humans. I'm a bit disappointed they're not elves, but hey, people! They're clad in metallic armor over dark leather, with swords hanging at their hips and black boots laced up to their shins. Based on their builds, one appears male and the other female. The female guard clutches a crystal glowing with a bright red light. Is that how they spot approaching monsters? They seem to be scanning the tunnel, hunting for the source of the disturbance. It must be tough to locate their target. The male raises both hands, and astonishingly, they ignite with a brilliant blazing glow. His eyes close in concentration as the light morphs into strange symbols that orbit his palms. I'm utterly frozen. This is magic. Real magic. Holy moly, Gandalf, magic actually exists in this world. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I wonder if they'd be willing to teach me. After a heartbeat, the guard thrusts both hands forward, and the cavern explodes with radiance. Huge flames roar from the odd sconces, lining the walls, flooding the tunnel with heat, and driving out every shadow. The second guard holds the red crystal aloft, its light focusing to reveal the threat, which is me. What on earth am I doing? The female guard swiftly tucks the crystal into a pouch on her belt and yanks a bow from her back, while the male locks eyes with me and lifts his hands again. He does not look friendly. Run, 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 run. Anthony, you absolute fool. What were you thinking, strolling up to human guards when you're a literal monster? My 6 legs kick into overdrive, scrambling wildly as I dart between rocks, pushing deeper into the tunnel. The blazing torchlight sears my eyes, making it tough to see, but slowing down isn't an option, so I stumble and nearly lose my footing. Shouts and heavy footsteps echo off the stone behind me, but I refuse to look back. A burst of heat explodes to my right, then another slams into a rock just ahead of me in quick succession. Fireballs, right? Fire magic. Have mercy, I'm just a tiny ant. All I can do is sprint at full speed, ducking behind boulders and pillars for cover. Keep moving, Anthony, you idiot. If I make it out of this, I'll soak myself in my own acid as punishment for this stupidity. I'll even take a swig from that cursed pool. A crossbow bolt smashes into the stone right between 2 of my legs, sending shards of rock into my shell. Man, that lady can shoot. I need a break, a distraction, anything. Maybe? At this pace, I've already made it back to the main cavern, and smaller tunnel openings are popping up all around. I dart past each one, frantically waving my antennae to catch any scent. Nothing from the first. Nothing from the second. Come on, you stupid, yes! From the third, I catch that foul smell I've been hunting for. Skidding to a stop, I spin my rear toward the tunnel and blast out 3 quick bursts of acid, stealing a glance at my pursuers. Duck! I flatten myself against the stone as another bolt whizzes overhead, shattering the rock behind me. This is not looking good. Titus slumped into his chair behind the desk. The piece of furniture mirrored the man himself, plain, rough around the edges, and unshakable. Thick slabs of stonewood he'd cut himself in the second strata formed the surface he worked on. The desk had to be assembled piece by piece because no nail could penetrate the stuff. The wood was tough and unyielding, and that's exactly why he respected it. Clutched in his thick, clumsy fingers was a folded letter, covered in angry, insulting handwriting. Another complaint from the mercenary union. Titus reached into his coat, pulling out a smooth metal case attached to his belt by a chain. He set the letter down and carefully positioned his fingers, frowning as it took 4 tries to get them, right before the box clicked open. A blue glow spilled out, briefly lighting up Titus's face as he stared hard at the contents. He snapped it shut and tucked it back into his pocket. Then he opened a drawer, grabbed a fresh sheet of paper, picked up his pen, and started writing a reply. Corin, as stated in the announcement 5 days ago, ambient mana levels in the dungeon have been climbing and keep rising. The Legion believes a wave is likely within the week, but these predictions can be off, and a wave can hit with little warning. To keep your members alive, we've exercised our right to control dungeon access in Lyria, and will take aggressive action to protect the citizens. If that means some of your parties can't run their operations in the dungeon right now, I regret to inform you that I couldn't care less. Once the wave passes or mana levels stabilize, your members will get access again. Not a moment sooner. Get stuffed, Titus. Commander, Legionum Abyssi, Lyria. Perhaps not his most diplomatic message, Titus thought, but he'd never had much patience for fools. A big reason he hadn't wanted this posting in the first place. Almost against his will, his gaze drifted to the far corner of his office, where behind a dusty cabinet, a massive battle axe leaned against the wall. Nearly 6 feet from tip to handle, its thick metal gleamed as if it had been cared for religiously. With a heavy sigh, Titus turned back to his letter, folded it neatly, dripped wax to seal it, and dropped it into his outbox for a courier to pick up later. As he reached for the next complaint, this one from the Minister of the Path, the sound of boots pounding on stone, caught his attention, growing louder as several figures rushed toward his office. He felt a familiar thrill run through him. Maybe he'd dodged the paperwork after all. 10 minutes later, he stood at the forward garrison. He shoved the massive doors open with one hand and stepped inside like a gathering storm. The legionaries on duty snapped to attention, fists crashing against armored chests as heads bowed in his presence. Without a word, the centurions fell in behind him as he crossed the stone courtyard toward the yawning breach in the earth. The dungeon. The entrance stretched 4 meters wide and just as tall, built to accommodate supply carts and large expedition parties. The surrounding area was a flat, open stone plaza extending 30 meters in every direction, ringed by a 3-meter-high wall, bristling with archers and mages at all times. A killing field designed to catch anything that crawled out of the tunnel. Titus stared into the dark opening for a long moment before stepping down into the shadows. He fought the urge to breathe deeply, refusing to let the dungeon's rich mana fill his lungs. Instead, he dragged his fingers along the rough stone wall, his thick skin scraping against the rock as he descended. The first guard posts, usually manned by 2 legionaries each, were now fully staffed with teams of 5. They saluted him in silence, fist meeting open palm over their hearts, a discipline reserved for the dungeon's depths. He acknowledged them with a nod and passed through 3 more checkpoints until he reached the first. 10 legionaries held the wall here, with 2 mages rotating shifts to keep the tunnel lit. As he approached, his 2 centurions still marching in lockstep behind him, He spotted the woman he needed inside the guard post, bent over maps spread across a table, with her soldiers. She saw him enter, dismissed her team, and saluted. Commander Titus. Tribune Aurelia. He returned the gesture and joined her at the table, scanning the pages scattered across the surface. Detailed maps of the first stratum, passages, and mana concentration points marked with clean, precise handwriting. Those idiots at the Merc Union would probably triple their prices if they ever saw this level of detail in their so-called guides. What's the situation, Tribune? Commander, 15 minutes ago, a monster approached this guard station before retreating. The watch team signaled the Centurion on duty and pursued it into the staging cavern. Fled? Titus frowned. It was unusual for creatures in the upper strata to show enough cunning to run from a fight. The last thing he needed right before a wave. How are the wave defenses coming along? Preparations are on schedule, Commander, though I've taken the initiative to accelerate the timeline in light of this incident. Titus grunted, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Good. I'll be joining the suppression team this time. Aurelia's face went pale. Commander, with all due respect, maybe it's best if you stay back. We both know exactly where I need to be, Aurelia. Something's not right here, and I'm heading down with the team. Aurelia let out a heavy sigh. This stubborn old man never made things easy on himself. He had an entire legion of soldiers ready to charge into that pit for him, yet he insisted on leading the charge himself. She shook her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. That's why the troops adored him. He never ordered anyone to do something he wouldn't do first. Down in the tunnel, shadows shifted as 5 figures emerged from the darkness, stumbling into the bright glow of the campfire. 2 of them were limping, leaning heavily on their comrades for support. Every single soldier was caked in grime, their armor splattered with blood and bone fragments that clearly weren't their own. Titus stepped out of the guard post and walked over to greet his legionaries. As he approached, they snapped to attention, saluting sharply until he motioned for them to relax. Enough of that. What are your injuries? The Fiv exchanged grim looks. Nothing too severe, Commander. We got caught off guard, minor cuts, and a poison status effect. Get to the Medicus right away. We need everyone battle ready. Now tell me, did you manage to kill the monster? The soldiers hesitated, then shook their heads. Titus clenched his jaw, frustration simmering beneath the surface. Damn it! Which 2 of you spotted the creature first? A male and female soldier raised their hands. Come with me. 9 to leave is to learn. Okay, Anthony, let's be real. Are you a complete moron? Why, yes, Anthony, I absolutely am. I'm the kind of moron who waltzes right up to a human guard station, waving hello, when I'm literally a terrifying giant ant over a meter long. Wow, Anthony! You're practically royalty among fools, aren't you? If every idiot on the planet heard about your legendary blunders, they'd probably start a whole religion in your honor, worshipping you as their glorious deity of dumb decisions. Yeah, sounds about right. Holy crap, I can't believe I survived that nightmare. Those soldiers chased me through the tunnels, arrows whizzing past and fireballs exploding all around, until I finally found a passage that reeked of those nasty centipedes. Lucky for me, they were home. When I spat acid into their den, they came pouring out, absolutely furious. Over 10 of those monstrous bugs burst into the cavern, and I nearly got shredded on the spot. Until a few of them caught fireballs meant for me, and turned on the guards instead. That gave me just enough time to bolt. Then 3 more soldiers showed up and obliterated those creepy insect threshing machines before resuming the hunt. I had to lure out 3 whole packs of centipedes. 3. Just to buy myself a chance to slip into the shadows and disappear. I'll be seeing those terrifying attack skills in my nightmares, for sure. Blades of light shooting from swords, carving up monsters 5 meters away. Flames like a flamethrower blasting from a soldier's hand, roasting the centipedes alive. And what do I have? A bite. No glowing mandibles flying out of my face to shred enemies from a distance. Come on, Gandalf, give me a break. Well, they say experience is the best teacher, and I'm not about to argue. I've learned a ton from this disaster. Magic is real, human society is real, and I'm pathetically weak compared to those professional killers. I also figured out how I take damage. After getting pelted by stone shards and scorched by fire, my HP dropped to batnacht. Half! My legs still work, thankfully, but I can feel the cracks in my carapace where those shards punched through. I need to figure out how to regenerate my HP. Does it recover over time? Or do I have to manually heal my wounds somehow? That's a big problem I'll need to solve fast. At least now, I might be able to turn this disaster into something useful. So many centipedes had been struck down, their carcasses left strewn across the cavern floor, completely ignored by the retreating guards. This was an opportunity too good to pass up. Those grim remains were practically a mountain of gold, pure biomass. I had to claim it. Speed was key, since every critter in this dungeon would soon be swarming over the corpses. And sure enough, when I poked my head out, I spotted a few creatures already creeping toward the piles. To avoid any unnecessary fights, I bolted for the bodies nearest the dungeon entrance, staying on high alert in case the soldiers doubled back. No sign of them yet. Time to hustle. I grabbed a hefty chunk of centipede, the feel of it, and scurried to a crack in the wall. Dropping my prize, I started digging a small hole, stuffing the meat inside, then dashing back for more. After 3 runs, more and more monsters were emerging to fight over the spoils, and bloody skirmishes broke out all around. Even centipedes crawled out of side tunnels to devour their fallen kin. Disgusting. It wouldn't be long before the chaos reached my spot, so I made 2 more quick trips, then yanked out the largest piece and buried the rest of my haul in the wall, hoping it stayed hidden. I slipped back to my nest with the big chunk, my pulse racing. Where were all these creatures coming from? They seemed endless, piling into the cavern, drawn by the noise and stench. I just hoped the racket would settle soon, so I could dig up the rest of my stash. For now, time to eat. All that sprinting had worn me out, and I needed to recover my energy and health. Chomp! Ugh, that's awful. Ah, right, Gandalf's hunting diversity bonus. As I chewed, I pulled up my basic profile. Yep, still as useless as ever. Claw centipede, huh? Makes sense, they've got claws. Though honestly, isn't that a bit lazy? Silent, eh, Gandalf? Can't blame you, naming things is tough. Finally finished my meal, so I decided to check my status. Name, Anthony. Level, 2, might, 15, toughness, 12, cunning, 25, wilf, 18, HP 17, MP 0. Skills. Digging level 3. Ice, grip level 3. Ice, grip level 3. Ice, tunnel sense level 1. Mutations, Ice +2. Species, hatchling antworker formica. Skill points, 0, biomass 2. My health was slowly ticking back up, 2 whole points. That was a relief. Keep eating, and my wounds would close up, leaving me in peak ant condition. I'd need to spend that biomass too. More mutations waiting. That still sounds so weird. As a human, should I really be embracing all this change? I think I know what I want, though. Mutate acid glands 1 and antennae plops 1. Yes, that's the plan. But please, no itching. I don't want. Herk. Goddammit, vzazithrap. Stupid itch. I scraped my forelegs across my antennae over and over, but nothing helped. It was a habit I'd noticed myself doing more and more. Ants are meticulous about keeping their antennae spotless, even using special hairs in their foreleg joints to brush off dust and debris. But that cleaning did nothing against the maddening burn that flared up with every mutation. and I couldn't touch the searing sensation deep inside, where I guessed my acid gland was. I hate this. Finally. Phew. Now I'd pushed my senses further with the antennae upgrade, sharpening my smell and vibration detection. And I'd taken the first step toward real combat capability by boosting my acid, my only solid attack so far. Time to head out, weave through the madness, and reclaim the rest of my treasure. Moving through the cavern ceiling, I watched the chaos below slowly settle as monsters carved out their territories and began to feed. That shift in energy worked in my favor. After 4 more runs, every piece of my stash was safely back at the nest. I called that a win. Sure, compared to all the biomass down there, my haul was modest, but I secured it with almost no risk, and that felt like a solid trade. Time to eat. After finishing my meal, I gained 2 biomass and 5 HP. Though I held onto those points, hoping to snag 1 more and boost my vision again. Maybe, with the fighting winding down, there'd be scraps left for a humble ant like me to scavenge. Only time would tell. Tenlist of the beast. Alberton! Alberton! Open this door, you deaf old fool. 2 young legionaries stood off to the side, faces pale with dread, while the Legion commander pounded his massive fist against a heavy iron-framed door, with such force that dust shook loose from the cold stone ceiling and sprinkled into their hair. These soldiers had been the first to spot the creature, catching the clearest glimpse of it before anyone else. Titus had rushed them straight to the medicus for treatment, then marched them to the Legion keep of Lyria. Now they stood several floors underground, where the air hung thick with grime and the most forgotten supplies were tucked away. Truth be told, Titus hadn't been knocking long, but it didn't take much for a man his size to run out of patience. Open this door, Alberton, or I swear I'll burn those precious books of yours to keep my back warm, Titus bellowed. The door swung open to reveal a rumpled man in a brown robe, his beard jutting out like a thicket of thorns. You wouldn't dare, Titus, you illiterate brute. 1,000 years of Legion history lives in this room. The beard barked back at him. Titus just grunted. Good, you're up, he said, shoving past the much thinner Alberton and stepping deeper into the chamber. I'm always up, the scholar muttered, absently scratching at his robes. What time is it anyway? Titus shook his head and waved the 2 trainees inside, which they did with visible hesitation. The room was a disaster, every surface coated in dust, piled high with parchment, books, and scrolls of every kind. A few tables and a corner desk sat in the middle of the space, while towering bookcases lined every wall, crammed with massive leather-bound volumes bearing ornate script on their spines. Titus glanced around, then stuck his head back into the hallway just long enough to shout, "Someone clean this up!" As Alberton protested that cleaning was unnecessary and always threw off his focus anyway, Titus ignored him and pressed on. Trainee Mirren, Trainee Donalan, this is Alberton, the Legionum Abyssi Lore Master for the Lyria Legion. We're here because we need you to dig through your records and figure out what kind of beast these 2 spotted in the dungeon today. Alberton squinted at them skeptically. Haven't expeditions been suspended for days now? What could they possibly have seen on guard duty that they couldn't name? Have we stopped teaching recruits what a thorn lizard looks like? If that's the case, that falls on you as Lore Master, Titus said with a weary sigh. We need you to identify an ant. The Lore Master went still. You mean Formicidae? Yes. Alberton's gaze drifted aimlessly around the room as the information sank in. Then, without a word, he crossed to a wooden ladder propped against the far wall, wrestled it over to one of the shelves, and began climbing with noticeable reluctance. On the 7th shelf, he pulled out one of the heavy tomes and carefully made his way back down, the strain evident in his movements. With a heavy thud, the massive book landed on the table, kicking up a cloud of dust that hung in the air. The trainees couldn't help but notice the title stitched in gleaming gold thread across the cover. Formicidae. Mirren hesitated before turning to her commander, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Commander, we rarely encounter ant monsters beneath Lyria, so why is spotting one here such a big deal?" Donnellan leaned in, equally curious, as Titus cleared his throat to respond. "A single ant is weak, almost laughably so, but you'll never face just one. They operate in numbers, hundreds, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands. They cooperate better than almost any other creature in the dungeon, feel no fear, no pain, and are driven by an insatiable hunger. A colony can strip entire sections of the dungeon bare, growing stronger as it spreads. And if it spawns in the second stratum or higher, it might tunnel all the way to the surface in search of more prey. That scenario has occurred only twice in recorded history. And both times, entire kingdoms were reduced to ashes before the ants were finally stopped." The Lore Master let out a raspy breath, turning his gaze to the two young soldiers. "In those cases, the people didn't stand a chance. Ants are master tunnelers. They don't march through the front gate. They burst through floors, basements, even prison walls. They could be carving their way through the dirt beneath us, this very moment." A dry chuckle escaped Alberton as the trainees nervously glanced at the floor and walls. "Now, tell me about this creature, and we'll see what we're up against." As the soldiers recounted their encounter, Alberton flipped through the enormous volume, murmuring to himself. Each page was covered in precise handwriting and intricate sketches of various monstrous ant species, the accumulated knowledge of generations of Legion fighters. "Large eyes, you say? That's unusual. At least we can rule out the Doralus line. Thank the Legion for that," he muttered. Donnellan raised an eyebrow at Titus, who explained, "Doralus ants are nearly blind, but a Doralus queen can lay over 1 million eggs in a single month, and their colonies can swell to 50 million strong. They're nomads, endlessly on the move, consuming everything in their path. Picture millions of monsters crawling across the ceiling, tearing through walls, piling over each other just to get to you. Does it really matter that they can't see?" Alberton frowned, still flipping pages. "Spraying acid to lure claw centipedes? Now that's highly irregular." Titus pressed. "Do you have anything, Lore Master?" Alberton paused, stroking his chin. "The coloration and the acid-spraying behavior are telling. We're likely dealing with a species of formica, and given its size, definitely a hatchling. But there are quirks. Its eyes appear to have mutated, which is almost unheard of in ants, and the cunning it displayed to draw other monsters into the fray for its escape is anything but typical." Titus nodded thoughtfully. "I agree. A standard ant hatchling has a cunning stat of 3 or 4. This one is clearly well above that. What else have you gathered?" Alberton's expression grew serious. "We may have gotten incredibly lucky, Commander." "How so?" Titus asked. "You said it yourself. Ants rarely operate alone, and they almost never spawn in the first stratum, let alone this close to the surface. So how do we explain a lone hatchling found so high up? My theory is that a nest raid occurred deeper in the dungeon, and a young, vulnerable colony couldn't defend itself. Some of the brood was carried toward the surface, where this one worker managed to hatch on its own." Titus mused. "So we've been alerted to a potential threat far sooner than we had any right to be." Alberton nodded. "Exactly. It's possible the Queen only spawned this hatchling a couple of months back, give or take. What really bugs me is how this lone worker ant, arguably the feeblest monster in the entire dungeon, managed to stay alive at all. From what we've gathered, this ant has upgraded its eyes at least once, maybe twice. Where did it get the biomass for that? And why is it showing a level of cunning that's way off the charts for its kind? These are head-scratchers, Commander." "I hear you," Titus replied. But the bigger headache is the colony itself, not one stray worker. We need to mount a deeper push to root out this threat. Bad timing, though, since we're bracing for a wave any day now. Alberton winced. That's a tall order for us to handle solo, Commander. Agreed. The Legion will head into the dungeon right away, while you and I pay your aunt a visit. Alberton let out a bitter sigh at that. When a crew of cleaners shuffled in to sweep around his scattered papers, he sighed again, looking utterly defeated. 11 4-seed from home? The path isn't something any mortal race crafted. Even the Chal, at their peak, couldn't have reshaped our world like this. No, the path came down from above, and it's been lighting the way for everyone ever since. It doesn't care about race, color, or creed. It takes in all, and in return, all must take it in. The path is our ticket to ascension, to something greater. The system will lift us up, but only if mortals stand together can we walk it to the very end. From the Holy Book of the Path. Yesterday was way too chaotic for my liking, I've got to admit. I'm hoping today will be a lot quieter. All I want is one more biomass to bump my eyes to Pluttree, and maybe move my nest somewhere farther from the surface. But it's looking like my day won't be as chill as I'd hoped. Why are there so many soldiers out here? When I crawl out of my nest and head toward the cavern, human troops are already swarming everywhere. They're working in tight teams, pulling monsters out of side tunnels and taking them down with overwhelming force. From my spot clinging to the ceiling in the shadows, I can see they've set up some kind of operation around the water pool. Wooden tripods stretch out over the water, and dangling from each is a crystal or gadget that seems to be soaking up light from below. What in the world is this high-tech stuff? What are they pulling out of there? And these weird crystals, what's their deal? More importantly, how am I going to get out of this alive? The whole cavern is theirs now. Even if I lean on my stealth, I've spotted their monster-detecting gear. Trying to sneak past would be a fool's gamble. And even if I pulled it off, the only way out is the big tunnel halfway up, which is obviously their route deeper into the dungeon. Could I just hole up in my nest? No chance. Once they see the dirt I've dug out, they'll know a monster's been at work and start clearing it. They might already know what this tunnel should look like, and notice something's wrong with that pile of earth. So what the heck am I supposed to do? Dumb humans! There's one move left, but it's practically a death sentence. I've got to slip past my nest and push deeper into the tunnel, toward the spot where I first ran into that croaker beast. Isn't this just the perfect case of jumping out of the frying pan and straight into the jaws of doom? Tucked into the shadows near the entrance of my tunnel, the disciplined soldiers are already sweeping toward my side of the pool, their torches cutting through the dark to expose every hidden corner and crevice. Time is running out before they reach my hiding spot. Why do these guys have to be so thorough? Take a breather, fellas. Kick back! No? Ugh, figures. I've got no other option. Time to face the music and, quite literally, my own demise. I scurry back through the tunnel and plunge into the nest. A pang of regret hits me as I slip through the tiny gaps I'd carved into the ceiling, leaving my temporary refuge behind. This spot had been my little slice of safety in this wild world. My only sanctuary. It was only a few days, nest, but we had some good times. If I'd had a few of my ant bros bunking with me, it might felt like a real home. You know what? If I could track down my birth nest, that might be the safest bet. I've already gotten a taste of how surface society treats me here. Spoiler, it wasn't exactly welcoming. So maybe it's time to try and vibe with my own kind. Ant kind. After all, how far could I have been dragged before I even hatched? The nest might be closer than I think. Stay positive, Anthony. March forward and find the queen. Come on! But I'll do it smart, staying out of sight, hopefully. I slip out of the nest and into the uncharted stretch of this tunnel. I haven't been out here since that first day I woke up in this place and watched one of my kin get devoured by some monstrous two-legged crocodile. But things have shifted since then. I'm level 2 now, with a few biomass points to my name. I'm not the weakling I used to be. I grip the ceiling with all 6 claws and start moving carefully. My antennae twitch in every direction while my eyes lock onto every shadow ahead. Is it just me, or is this tunnel brighter than before? Those veins along the walls seem to be glowing stronger, pulsing faster than I remember. What's that about? Slowly, I edge toward the corner where I first spotted that nightmare. I've got serious baggage about this spot, man. Please no monster, please no monster. I peek around and thankfully, nothing's there. Whew! No trace of the ant that got eaten or the beast that did the eating. For now, the tunnel bends into a wide curve to the left, my right, since I'm hanging upside down. Thanks to my tunnel sense kicking in, I can tell the path is sloping downward, away from the surface and deeper underground. That's a win. Get me away from that cursed surface and its obnoxious human armies. I push forward, bold yet sneaky, the whole way. Wait! My antennae are picking up something. About 100 meters deeper, the air shifts, and it becomes obvious why. The tunnel forks into 2 paths. I strain every sense. I've got to figure out if one route is less deadly than the other. Nothing visible nearby, and even with my antennae wiggling like crazy, I'm getting 0 intel. This setup bugs me, literally. One tunnel could be a one-way ticket to death. Both could be. I can't hold it in anymore. Do it! I can't even scratch the itch right now since I'm trying to stay invisible. Why do you do this to me, Gandalf? Eventually, it passes, and my antennae are noticeably longer than before I upgraded them. With my boosted senses, I try again to sniff out which path smells less like doom. Hold on. What the heck is that? My whole body tingles as I catch the faintest hint of a scent from the left tunnel. Something about it calls to me. What could it possibly be? Pulled by that feeling, I head left. It doesn't seem hostile, so checking it out feels right. I don't have much else to work with, so I push the right tunnel out of my mind and slip into the left one, hugging the ceiling and advancing with the same careful steps I always use. That faint scent I picked up earlier is growing stronger now. What started as a distant wisp of mist has thickened into the heavy fingers of smoke curling through the air. The tunnel walls are solid stone, laced with those familiar glowing blue veins that seem to run through every corner of this place. My claws scratch softly against the rock, a gentle scritch-scratch rhythm, as I keep my body balanced on 4 legs while reaching ahead with 2. I'm still not the most coordinated ant you'll ever meet, but honestly, I've come a long way in this shell, and I'll give myself credit where it's due. Going from 4 limbs to 6 is no picnic, but shifting from 2 arms and 2 legs to 6 legs and 0 arms? That's a whole different beast entirely. After a few minutes, I finally pinpoint where the smell is coming from. But there's nothing here. No bodies, no creatures, no food, nothing. I glance around, puzzled, but the tunnel just keeps curving left and sloping downward. I drop from the ceiling and press my antennae against the stone floor, following the scent as it leads me lower. Then it hits me like a bolt of lightning. Pheromones. How do ants communicate without words? How do they lay those long trails from the nest to a food source? Pheromones. A single gland can leave a scent path for others to pick up and follow. Something deep in my gut tells me this is a trail left by a scout ant, either hunting for food or maybe tracking down the stolen brood. My colony is calling me back. 12 the trail. Now this is getting interesting. The nest is reaching out to me, lighting the way to bring lost Anthony home. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Remember what happened last time you got cocky, Anthony? You're still not back to full health. After checking out the source of the scent on the ground, I climb back up to my favorite hiding spot on the ceiling and keep moving forward. I'll follow this path until I catch the trail again. The tunnel starts twisting and turning, zigging and zagging through the earth, all while continuing its steady descent. The farther I go, the more I pick up vibrations in the air coming from up ahead. Something's going on down there, and I need to be extra careful. 30 meters later, the tunnel splits again. These caves are turning into a tangled mess of passages, and keeping track of it all is going to be a headache. But that's exactly what I'm relying on. According to its description, this skill keeps me oriented underground, and honestly, it's been doing the heavy lifting so far. I've been able to sense the slope and curves of the tunnel without even thinking about it. I'll need that edge to navigate and remember where I've been. Since I can't pick up a pheromone trail from either branch, and neither looks safer than the other, I scratch a mark into the ceiling at the fork to remember which way I went. A simple arrow carved with my mandibles should do the trick, and I head down the right-hand tunnel. 10 minutes later, I'm back at the junction. Well, that was a dead end, literally, almost. It didn't take long to realize something was off in there. The tunnel opened up into a small hollow, and I found a group of wolf lizards lounging around, gnawing on bones from some poor creature they'd just taken down. 5 of them, just hanging out on the rocks. I wasn't about to try sneaking past that crew, so I turned around and hauled it back. Now, what symbol should I carve for instant death? In the end, I marked a rough X for danger and added a simple curved swoosh beside it to represent the wolf lizard tail. After drawing an arrow pointing into the left tunnel, I stepped forward, hoping this route would be a bit easier to handle. A few hundred meters in, things seemed safe, almost pleasant for a tunnel. Maybe this could actually... Wait! I stopped dead, one foreleg hanging in the air, ready to move forward as I squinted hard at what lay ahead. Is that what I think it is? Stretched across the tunnel was a barely visible, thin, silvery line of delicate thread, pulled tight. Slowly, I pulled my leg back toward my body and retreated a few steps to get a better look at what was in front of me. Without my sharp eyesight, there was absolutely no way I would have caught it in time. Not a chance. Reflecting the soft blue glow of the rock walls was a web of hair-thin strands spanning the entire tunnel. I had been inches away from walking head-first into a welcome I wouldn't have survived. A monster spider. I shuddered, feeling a wave of irritation. Stupid spiders. You think you're the king of the insect world, huh? You let your webs do all the heavy lifting for you. Not like an honest, hard-working ant. If I had 200 of my kind here, you'd be in serious trouble. After scanning the area, I couldn't see any spider on the web, but that didn't mean it wasn't lurking nearby. Hesitation kept me rooted in place. I either had to push through this tunnel or turn back to the wolf lizard family and try to slip past them. Since sneaking past that many monsters didn't seem like a smart bet, I figured I'd gather some intel on this spider creature to make a better decision about which way to go. After a moment of thought, I moved to the tunnel floor and collected a few loose rocks. I practiced a bit, using my mandibles to toss them short distances, listening to the sharp clatter of rock-on-rock echo through the passage. Once I got the hang of it, I lined up several stones near the web. With a quick swing of my head, I launched my first projectile. The rock hit the strands, sending the whole web trembling, but it didn't stick. It just bounced off and hit the ground. Without hesitating, I threw a second one and scurried into the shadows to watch. At first, nothing happened. The shaking made the web easier to see, a neat pattern covering the full width of the tunnel. Eventually, the movement stopped, but I stayed patient. Here it comes! I almost missed it, because it was creeping along the ceiling. The show-off, one leg, then another, emerged from the darkness as the monster came to check on whatever had disturbed its web. Ugh, this thing was hideous. 8 furry legs, way too many, supported its fat, round body as it began to delicately touch and inspect the strands. As I recalled, spiders are arachnids, not insects like me. I have 3 body parts: head, thorax, and abdomen, and 6 legs. A spider, on the other hand, has 8 legs, gross, and just 2 body segments: head and abdomen. This spider wasn't part of the mighty insect family. It was lower on the food chain. It looked to be about my size, too, so maybe it wasn't a high-level monster. The spider moved off the rock and onto the web itself, examining the strands more closely. An idea started forming in my mind. Let's just wait a moment for our many-legged friend to hold still. As the spider kept investigating the disturbance, I carefully aimed my rear at the target, trying to judge the distance. Hold! Who hold? Fire! I blasted out a powerful shot of acid, pushing the attack to my maximum range. Right after letting it fly, I darted to a new spot to check the damage. At that distance, my aim was a bit off. Instead of hitting the spider's abdomen as I'd hoped, the acid sprayed across the legs on its right side. The spider reacted instantly, thrashing around at incredible speed. The beast's hideous fangs glisten, dripping a dark, viscous fluid as it swivels its massive form. A multitude of eyes scanning the tunnel's gloom in a frantic search for its hidden tormentor. This is where the spider holds a distinct advantage over me. Even with my enhanced vision, I doubt I could rival the natural optics of an arachnid, many of which possess up to 8 eyes. As solitary predators, they rely on superior senses, a necessity I understand all too well. My stealth skill is proving its worth, keeping my location a mystery to the creature. It seems I caught it off guard while its focus was fixed on its silken trap rather than the entrance behind it. I track its every movement with intense concentration. After a moment of chaotic scrambling, the spider settles, retreating defensively to the edge of its web near the tunnel wall. Its eyes catch the faint light, gleaming with a deceptive sense of security. It believes it has hidden well. Foolish creature, I've had my eyes on you the entire time, and now you're a perfect stationary target. Inching forward with agonizing slowness, I adjust my position and prepare for a second strike. I calculate the elevation, the angle, and the distance. There's no wind to contend with here, making the trajectory simple. I trace the arc in my mind and fire. I spin around just in time to see my acid bolt sail over the spider's head, splattering against its bulbous abdomen, the corrosive liquid clinging to its hairy hide. A piercing hiss of agony escapes it as it thrashes wildly, charging about behind its web in a futile attempt to find me. But I'm already gone. The moment I confirm the hit, I'm off, sprinting away from the scene as fast as my legs can carry me. Chase me all you want, you oversized pest. If you have the nerve to leave your precious web, that is. Arachnid insect, despite my bold words, I was trembling inside my own shell, dreading the inevitable rampage that would follow. I fell back all the way to the junction, plotting that if things went south, I could take cover near the wolf lizards, or even lure the spider into their territory and slip away in the chaos. Luckily, this spider seems to be just as cautious as I am. And why wouldn't it be? All it has to do is lounge in its web, waiting for prey to stumble in and get stuck, completely defenseless. It's practically a free meal ticket. Honestly, being a spider in this dungeon is like playing on easy mode. My resentment toward this web-slinging parasite grows with every passing moment. I think about all the hardships I've endured, the constant struggle for survival, while this lazy creature sits there, farming experience points without lifting a finger. The fury inside me is building, reaching toward the heavens themselves. To quell this rage, the spider must die. Of course, I'm only considering this course of action because I've weighed the odds and believe victory is within reach. There are a couple of reasons for my confidence. First, the tunnel is unusually well lit, making it far easier to spot the spider and its web than when I first arrived. Second, the spider seems small, possibly as weak stat-wise as I am. If I can neutralize the advantage its web provides, I can win this fight. The trick is ensuring I never have to face it on its own turf. Phase 1 is already done. With the 2 acid attacks I landed yesterday, the spider has likely lost at least 5 HP. As long as it can't replenish its strength, my strategy of luring it out and attacking from range should eventually wear it down. Simple enough. The flaw in my plan is that I need to ambush it multiple times to secure a win. However, if it gets a single chance to sink its venomous fangs into me, it's lights out, antennae up, eyes peeled, mind sharpened to a razor's edge. I can't afford a single mistake. With this mindset, I advance on the web once more, scrutinizing every stone and crevice for any sign of the hidden arachnid. There's no trace of it. The repulsive thing is likely nursing its wounds behind the safety of its silken fortress, assuming it even has a tongue to lick them with. Unable to spot it, I decide to stick with the same tactic as before. I gather a few choice stones and line them up, then fling them one by one into the web. This time I use 4 stones, hoping the larger disturbance will convince the creature that a juicy morsel has stumbled into its trap. Before the final stone even lands, I duck into a shady nook and settle in for the long haul. So I wait, and wait. 30 minutes crawl by, and still not a single hairy leg pokes out of that tunnel. Not coming out, huh? Feeling yellow, are we? Too scared to face me head-on like a real fighter? Or, a bug? That's fine by me. But I've got to be certain. So I line up my stones again, this time stacking 7 of them, and flick each one into the web with my mandibles. The whole structure sways and shudders under the barrage, and I pull back to watch. Come on, spider, bring it! Nothing. The tunnel stays dead quiet, not even a faint rustle bouncing off the rock. My first hunt taught me that patience is the true weapon of any monster. Danger hides in every shadow, and you can't afford to slip up. If this 8-legged coward wants to play the waiting game, I'm all in. I give it a full hour before making my next move. Either that acid bath did more damage than I thought, or the spider's too spooked to come near this side of its den. Time for step 2 of my brilliant web-wrecking scheme. I use my antennae to scout out a patch of softer, crumbly stone, then shift it closer with my trusty face hands. My mandibles, of course. Once I've gathered enough fine grit, I start flicking it onto the web, making it quiver and tremble all over again. The heavier rocks just made it shake, but this stuff, it sticks. Flick, flick, flick. Over and over, I send the fine dust into those silky threads. Some of it bounces off, but plenty lands and clings, hanging there in the air. I don't need to coat the whole thing, just enough to slip through without getting snagged. Then I can sneak right into the heart of my enemy's territory. Halfway through, I back off and hide again, just in case the spider finally got curious about all the commotion. 30 minutes later, I'm back at it. Since the spider won't come out, I take my sweet time layering as much of the web as I can reach from the ground, building up a thick, sticky-proof coating. If I get a single leg caught in this mess, I might never free myself. Finally, I'm confident enough to try squeezing through. I sweep my antennae across every strand I plan to cross, checking for any leftover tackiness. Finding none, I step into the beast's lair. This is the most nerve-wracking part of the whole fight. I've got an escape route secured, but who knows how many hidden threads are lurking in here. I creep forward, one careful foothold at a time, scanning every inch of wall and ceiling. One slip and it's over. I'm trying to stay sneaky, but the shadows are getting thinner and thinner. That weird blue glow pulsing through the tunnel walls has been getting brighter the last few days. At least the problem cuts both ways. If I can't hide, neither can the spider. Inside the nest, threads crisscross the walls and floor, some so fine they barely catch the light. I hesitate at almost every step, terrified of planting a foot wrong. Wait, what's that? There's a shape over by the wall. Is it just a fold in the rock, or is that a leg? Take this, you skittering jerk! I blast a glob of acid like lightning. Ha! That had to connect. Only one move left now. You guessed it, run! Wahahaha! You'll never catch me, spider. I'm like the wind whipping across the fjords, the gazelle bounding over the savannah, the falcon soaring through the open sky. Oh no, a thread! I'm stuck! It's got me! It's coming! Is this where I die? Before I even meet my colony? I've got so many regrets. I'm way too young for this. Heck, I'm not even a month old. Please, spider, don't end me. I've got so much to live for. I still haven't figured out if I can evolve like some kind of pocket monster. How amazing would that be? You wouldn't want me to kick the bucket before I uncover the truth, right? And, hold on. What? I spin around, only to realize it's my own leg that grazed a strand of spider silk on the floor. With a sharp yank, I snap free. Once I'm loose, I creep back to the spot where the spider was lurking. And there it is, a tiny creature, scorched and melted by acid, flipped onto its back, with its legs curled up toward the ceiling. I'm sorry, little guy. I totally misjudged you. 14 the Express lane, a wave of deep shame washes over me. All that fury I aimed at this spider, the disgust I felt for it getting plump on biomass behind its snug web, was completely off base. This was a level 1 baby spider monster. It probably never got a single bite of biomass in its whole short life. How tragic. Your existence is just so tragic. And let's not even talk about how it ended. My apologies, young spider. After my first 2 bursts of acid, it was already wrecked. With no way to heal, its pitifully tiny health pool had drained to nearly 0. By the time I crawled into its nest to wrap things up, it was hovering on the brink of death. That final shot did the trick. Since it was only level 1, I doubt I scored much experience, but after consuming it, and yeah, the taste was exactly what you'd expect, I picked up 2 more biomass. Now Ice Plus Tree is back within my grasp. With my vision finally upgraded from dangerously awful to just plain mediocre, I can shift my focus to other parts of my body. Maybe then I'll actually stand a chance in a fight. Yeah, keep dreaming. I've got to figure out how to evolve into at least a full-grown ant. Maybe that means gaining more levels. But before that happens, I need a secure spot to hunt. After chowing down on that poor arachnid and carving out a path forward, I have no choice but to push ahead. I grab broken rocks and dust to tear through the web on the far side of the nest, squeezing between the strands once more. Time to engage stealth mode. Scrambling up to the ceiling, I slink cautiously down the tunnel. It doesn't take long before I stumble onto something new. A shaft plunging straight down into the darkness. Right in the middle of the tunnel, the floor just drops away, revealing a hole about 13 feet across. The bottom is totally invisible, even with the faint glowing threads twisting along the rock walls. How deep does this thing go? The tunnel I'm in keeps stretching forward, so I'm faced with another choice. If I assume deeper means deadlier, I should postpone exploring this shaft for now. Still, I pause to wave my antennae over the edge, hoping to catch a whiff of the trail. Nothing. I'm a bit let down, but honestly, also kind of relieved. I'd hate to chase that trail deeper into these tunnels, but since heading upward isn't safe either, thanks to the constant threat of a painful death from humans, maybe going down is the wiser play. Ugh, my head is pounding. I'll probably end up checking every option eventually. No point dwelling on it now. Onward. I step over the shaft opening and stick to my original route, keeping my eyes peeled. After about 20 minutes, I hit another surprise. Turns out my little tunnel spills into a much bigger one. Kind of like the cavern I was in before. This main passage is at least 100 feet wide and 65 feet tall. From my spot at the tunnel's mouth, I can see other openings branching off from this central corridor. And I know exactly what that means. More monsters. A few are prowling between the rock piles, and there's even more hissing, chittering, and clicking echoing from the shadows. I have to wonder, does this passage loop back to the first cavern I escaped from? Did I just make a wide circle and end up right where I started, in the very tunnel I was desperate to flee? I've got to play this smart. First things first, I back off and hunt for a patch of soft dirt to dig into. I have to retreat about 100 meters before I find a section of wall that's workable. After that, I get back to work on building myself a proper hideout. I carve out a fresh opening in the wall, scooping away chunks of dirt and rock to seal off the passageway behind me. There's just something about having even a thin barrier between me and the outside world that puts my mind at ease. It takes a few solid hours, but eventually I manage to hollow out a snug, dark little chamber and block the route leading toward the new cavern, leaving only that small ceiling gap for me to slip through. And you know what? Even if this skill isn't exactly thrilling, there's a real sense of pride in seeing myself improve. Thinking back, I've come a long way from the helpless critter I was at the start. My senses are keener, my acid packs a harder punch, and my skills have all climbed a notch or two. Sure, I'm still a total pushover in a fight, but hey, let me have this moment. Nest secured. Time to crash. To tackle new ground and maybe score a meal, I need to be at my best, so rest comes first. I drop my tough shell onto the ground, legs sprawled out awkwardly. One weird thing, I can't actually close my eyes since I don't have eyelids, which is honestly a bit unsettling. Back when I used to keep insects, I remember ants don't really sleep. They just freeze up and chill for a bit, something called torpor. So I lie there, perfectly still, and slowly slip into a hazy state where everything fades into background static. My mind drifts away from my senses, and I catch some shut-eye without technically shutting anything. A while later, I snap back to alertness, tuck my legs underneath me, and get ready to move. My head's clear. I'm running at full capacity, and it's time to see what this place has to offer. There are two big things on my mind right now. First, I want to grab one more biomass to boost my eyesight. After that, I'll stop chasing those extra 4 points and instead focus on upgrading the rest of my body. Stronger legs, tougher carapace, sharper mandibles, and a more potent acid gland would make me way less nervous about hunting out in the open. Second, I need to rack up more XP. Hitting higher levels could let me boost my stats, maybe even push me toward becoming an adult ant, which would seriously up my odds of staying alive. And I've already got a plan brewing for that. Hopefully this cavern has enough monsters to make it work. I slip out into the big tunnel and duck behind the rocky formations on the ceiling without a sound. My stealth is already at level 3, and I'm hoping to push it further by tailing some of the creatures lurking around here. Glancing left and right, I notice the passage slopes upward on one side and winds off into the distance. A nagging thought hits me. What if this tunnel loops back to that cavern I escaped from earlier? Did I seriously circle all the way around, just to end up face to face with those soldier types again? It's starting to look like this part of the dungeon is mostly these wide main corridors, with smaller offshoots twisting every which way, giving the little guys their own spaces to cluster. So the big tunnels are like highways, and the tiny ones are the back alleys. Something like that. I sweep my antennae and head toward the downward slope. Weirdly enough, just trying to map the tunnels in my head is leveling up my tunnel sense. A little odd that the system seems to track my thoughts, but hey, any skill boost is a win in my book. Hopefully something good's waiting in this direction. So far, I've spotted 2 new monster types around here. The first looks like an oversized rat, but has 3 tails, each one ending in a nasty spike. Definitely not looking to tangle with that thing. The second is some kind of slug-like creature, its long, slimy body covered in colorful, jagged spines that look almost like coral sprouting right out of its back. What's really concerning is that it's easily twice my size and can crawl along the walls without breaking a sweat. I've already seen 2 of them glide straight up a vertical surface. I've always hated slug things, and this one's no exception. Gross. Those sluggish, flashy creatures don't seem built for speed, and I'd bet my last coin they're dripping with some kind of toxin. Better steer clear of their tracks too, just to be safe. But wait, there it is. That glorious racket I've been dying to hear. Growls and the scrape of claws echo from up ahead. Time to charge in like Shadowfax on a sugar rush. 15 How to Land the final hit. This world runs on some weirdly video game-like rules, and I need to crack exactly how they work. Like, when a monster bites the dust, how does the system hand out XP? Does everyone who dealt damage split it evenly? Or does the last hitter scoop up the whole prize? I've never seen a system notification pop up mid-fight, only after the target's gone limp. So XP must only kick in once something actually dies. Time to run a little experiment. As I creep closer, the clash gets louder. Hugging the shadows, I peek around the rocks to size up the brawl. 4 of those nasty claw centipedes are locked in a brutal scrap with a croaker beast. By Gandalf's gleaming beard, I can't stand those centipedes. They strut around like they own the place. The 4 slithering freaks have boxed in the bigger, lumbering croc, darting in and out to keep it off balance and open up strikes. The croaker beast whirls to track every attacker, but they're just too slippery, always weaving and faking. It's already bleeding green goo from a few gashes, yet it's not backing down. A 5th centipede lies split in 2, twitching at the croc's feet. Slash! Chomp! The fighters spin in a deadly dance of claws and fangs. Honestly, it's a thrill to watch. Still, I keep scanning my surroundings. The last thing I need is one of those dumb slugs sneaking up for a snack while I'm distracted. Most monsters are giving this showdown a wide berth. Smart enough not to jump into that meat grinder, but I'm more than happy to stir the pot. The croc snaps at one centipede, while batting the others away with its claws, its tail whipping to guard its back as it pivots. Then it coils low, bracing itself. Here we go. I spin, take aim, and just as the croc lunges at one tormentor, I blast a centipede with a glob of acid, soaking the foul thing. Quickly, I re-aim and tag the croc too, splashing burning goo down its left flank. The big reptile's already clamped down on its victim, thrashing its head side to side and crunching through the centipede's shell, as the victim squirms in a death rattle. But that bold move leaves the croc wide open. The remaining 3 centipedes, including the one I hit, surge in, not about to waste the opening. They pile on with gleeful wriggling, sinking fangs and claws into the bigger foe, ripping chunks loose. One centipede arches its tail, revealing a spike it flips forward to stab into the croc's back, almost certainly pumping in venom. The big monster bellows in fury, whips its head around, and snaps that centipede in half, flinging the pieces into the dark before turning on the rest. But with my acid eating away and the poison setting in, it's slowing down, losing steam. The 3 centipedes pull back, circling at a distance, content to let the damage do the work. The one I hit hangs further off, playing it extra cautious, hissing and clacking as it tries to spot the hidden threat. Gwehehehe, over here. I squeeze off a burst at that centipede, nailing it clean across the tail. The thing shrieks and thrashes, its mandibles clacking furiously as it scans the darkness for my hiding spot. No dice, pinchy. Normally, I wouldn't be this bold, but with their hunt nearly wrapped up and the risk of other monsters piling in, I doubt these centipedes would ditch their meal to chase me down. So I tuck myself back into the shadows and settle in to watch the show from the safety of the ceiling. The croaker beast is a wreck, its massive jaws rasping with every labored breath. Its eyes still blaze with defiance, and the centipedes treat the brute with cautious respect, backing off a step each time it lurches forward, biding their time. My target is dragging now, clearly hurt. It won't stray far from the croaker beast, but it also keeps just close enough to hold its claim, refusing to give up its slice of the prize. The croaker is on its last legs, barely able to fight back. Each inhale is a struggle. Its foggy gaze locks onto its final mark, the wounded centipede I hit earlier. Dash! With everything it's got left, the beast throws itself forward, desperate to take one more enemy down with it. The injured centipede darts aside as the others close in from behind. But the acid has been eating away for too long. The centipede's patient strategy had already drained the croaker's strength, and that worked out perfectly for me, letting my acid stack up damage over time. It's just enough of a drag that the beast can land a nasty claw swipe. Slash! The centipede staggers back, but stays upright. Between that hit and the earlier acid burns, the poor thing no longer has any punch left in its strikes. That was the croaker's final surge. After the desperate flurry, it crashes to the ground, completely spent. My heart hammers in my tiny ant thorax. This is golden. As the unharmed centipedes move in to finish off their prey, I line up my shot. This is my last acid reserve for now. It has to land. Bow! My acid flies true, splashing right onto the battered centipede. It writhes and twists as the burning fluid chews through it. Oddly enough, I feel zero sympathy for these clawed monsters. I'd like to think it's not just because they're so ugly. I'm not that shallow, right? The two healthy centipedes pause to check on their wounded comrade, then turn back to the collapsed croaker beast and deliver the killing blow. As the giant monster takes its final breath, I tense up. No system ping. No XP, even though I contributed damage. So being part of a fight isn't enough. Only the finishing hit counts. And speaking of which, the injured centipede just keeled over from its wounds. Sure, the croaker's devastating swipe probably did most of the damage, but I'm the one cashing in because my acid got the last hit. Mwahahaha. The remaining two centipedes don't seem to care about losing another ally. One scuttles off toward a side tunnel, while the other circles the carcass, clacking and hissing at the air, guarding the biomass. Before long, 5 more centipedes burst into the main tunnel and swarm around the prize. One even crawls over, grabs the remains of the one I killed, and starts hauling it back toward their nest. Hey! You thieving worm, I curse your whole bloodline! I glare down at them from my perch on the roof. Oh ho! The great Gandalf has graced my mind with his wisdom. Such silky facial hair, such fierce eyebrows. I'll have to look into this upgrade later. For now, I need to keep my eyes on the scene below. The centipedes hustle to haul their hard-won biomass back to safety, dragging off both the croaker beast and the remains of their fallen comrade. Waste is simply not an option for them. They'll even devour their own kind without a second thought. Honestly, that's not so shocking when you think about how insects operate. Plenty of species recycle their dead rather than let valuable nutrients slip away. In this dungeon, it's every creature for itself, so I can't exactly hold it against them. Still, these ugly brutes run a surprisingly tight operation. I'll give them that. Before long, they've hauled their precious loot into their side tunnel, tucked away from prying eyes and hungry rivals. But here's the thing. If I had a mouth, I'd be flashing the kind of sly grin that would put a Cheshire cat to shame. You think you're clever, don't you? Not quite. I chuckle to myself as I slither down a stone pillar, making a beeline for the centipede carcass. The croaker tossed aside mid-battle. That prize is all mine. 16 cranks and undertows. The waves remain a puzzle to us. Ever since the first one, during that catastrophe known as the Rending, when a massive surge of monsters erupted from the dungeon below and flooded the surface in droves. We've never cracked why these sudden floods happen. Some of my predecessors guessed the dungeon triggers waves to restock itself when monster numbers dip too low, and regular spawns can't keep the population healthy. Whatever that means, there's some hint that lower monster counts make a wave more likely, though it's hardly solid proof. Still, records show waves hitting even when the dungeon is bursting at the seams with vicious fiends, though that's far rarer, to be sure. From the private notes of Alberton, loremaster of the Legionem Abyssi, Lyria. "You look fine," Titus said. "I don't feel fine," Alberton grumbled. "Do you ever feel fine? Shove off. It's just a meeting. You can't be serious. A formal call to arms before the entire court is a meeting." Titus shrugged. "This is how your dear aunt wanted it done." Alberton grimaced, tugging at his lace collar yet again. "You know I hate facing my aunt. We really made a brave legionary out of you, didn't we? Alberton?" Again, with respect, "Shove off." "That's shove off, Commander." They locked eyes for a beat before sharing an awkward chuckle. Neither of them loved these formal appearances. Titus felt suffocated in his court attire. The lace, the buttons, all of it pulling and pinching across his broad shoulders. A large insignia sat stitched above his heart, the Legion's symbol in blue thread against a deep black field. Under one thick arm he carried his dress helm, polished so brightly it gleamed in the light. Alberton, for his part, was draped in his finest robes, his beard washed, rewashed, combed, and then oiled. The Legion's court auxiliaries, whose job it was to manage interactions with the nobility, practically had to tie the loremaster down, while he howled in protest at the grooming. If pressed, Titus would admit that watching Alberton get presentable was the only fun part of coming to court. At the moment, they were stewing in an antechamber outside the throne room, waiting for their names to be called. After a while, an overdressed, wheezing courtier shuffled in to fetch them. They were led to the carved, gilded doors, where after a pause the chamberlain boomed. "Commander Titus of the Deep Legion, Loremaster Alberton of the Deep Legion." The herald's staff, a colossal stone rod crowned with a meticulously carved lion's head, crashed down 3 times, the sharp reports ricocheting off the vaulted ceiling. 2 legionary officials strode into the cavernous hall, their entrance parting the sea of courtiers, bureaucrats, and local power players who hastily cleared the central aisle. Sunlight poured through towering arched windows, dancing across ornately sculpted pillars that seemed to hold up the heavens themselves. For a frontier kingdom, Lyria had enjoyed a long stretch of prosperity, and the throne room stood as a gleaming testament to that enduring wealth and influence. Seated upon the dais was a matronly queen, her years etched gently into her face, yet her eyes still sparkled with sharp intelligence. Queen Verita, adored by her subjects, had steered the realm with grace and shrewdness for over 3 decades, and the Legion had reaped the rewards of her steadfast trust. As the 2 men closed in on the throne, Titus felt a flicker of irritation at the familiar faces clustered near the dais. People he'd rather avoid. Corin, the mercenary union president in Lyria, caught his sour expression and shot him a cheeky wink from beneath her sleek, dark hair. Titus bit back a groan, glancing at Alberton, who stood stiff as a board, his gaze locked onto the queen as if she were a predator. He knew his friend all too well. The man was drowning in the absurd, paralyzing dread of one day finding his own backside planted on that very seat, a scenario so far-fetched it bordered on delusional. Useless as ever, the poor fool. They reached the edge of the dais, snapped off crisp salutes, and stood motionless. At ease, legionaries, Verita said, her voice warm and inviting. Our thanks, Your Majesty? Titus replied with practiced formality. The Queen's attention shifted to Alberton, who was practically vibrating with anxiety under the court's collective gaze. Nephew, how delightful to see you at last. You've been hiding away in your dusty books for far too long. I'm so glad you could grace this formal gathering with your presence. Titus suppressed an internal eye roll. Of course, this entire spectacle was just the Queen's elaborate scheme to drag her reclusive nephew out of his study. The fool of a lore master was supposed to scrub up and pay his doting aunt a visit now and then. If he'd been dodging her, forcing him into full ceremonial regalia was likely her subtle, regal punishment. My honor, your aunt, Alberton stammered, barely audible. Seemingly pleased with his discomfort, Verita gestured to the assembled dignitaries, flanking the dais. We've called together representatives from our great cities' most prominent factions to deliberate on the dungeon's troubling activity and the path forward, she declared. Let us begin with Commander Titus of the Legion. The room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes snapping to Titus as he cleared his throat. Mana levels in the dungeon are surging at an alarming rate. Our projections indicate a wave could breach the first strata within 3 to 4 days, possibly sooner. Additionally, our sentries have spotted a monster ant lurking dangerously close to the surface. Given the unusual nature of this creature, the Legion intends to push deeper into the dungeon and eradicate the colony at its source. To support such an operation, we formally request military aid from the Crown to secure the city during the wave, freeing our forces to hunt down the nest. The words came out rapid fire, clipped with military efficiency. A beat of silence followed, then a wave of chuckles from some officials, while others furrowed their brows in disapproval. Corin, resplendent in her official Union leather armor with a sapphire cape, flowing elegantly from her shoulders, stepped forward with a confident stride. Your Majesty, if I might have a word. She dipped into a graceful bow toward the throne. You may speak, Corin, Verita said. The mercenary leader rose, adjusted her cape, and turned to face the assembly. For over a century, the city of Lyria has flourished under the wise guidance of Queen Verita and her predecessors. The people here enjoy a peace and abundance rarely witnessed, even in the ages following the Great Cataclysm. Titus narrowed his eyes as Corin continued, sensing exactly where this speech was headed. Throughout that time, she went on, the duty of overseeing and regulating activity within the dungeon has rested with the Deep Legion. Despite their constant, heavy-handed, and disruptive methods, dungeon delving has remained a cornerstone of Lyria's economy, and through the guidance of the Mercenary Union and the courage of its members, this resource has been successfully harnessed. Corin gestured toward Titus. Yet, now we witness the Legion coming before our gracious Queen, seeking help to defend the city, proof of their failure to uphold their duties, while they chase after shadows and insects. Queen Verita raised an eyebrow. Your point, Corin? The Mercenary Union president bowed once more, her sleek brown hair framing her face. The Mercenary Union respectfully requests the throne to grant us direct control over dungeon access, allowing us to properly manage this asset and regulate our own ranks. The Associated Merchants Guild stands with us in this petition, she said, motioning to one side. One of the few non-humans in the room stepped forward, a Brathian, whose silver skin shimmered with a watery, near-translucent glow, a nod to their aquatic heritage. Our estimates suggest that easing restrictions on dungeons exploitation could double profits within 2 years, Your Majesty, the tall figure stated, their voice carrying a melodic, lingering resonance. The Queen nodded thoughtfully before responding. Denied once again, Corin. If you would dismiss the threat of an ant, I suggest you revisit your history books. The ground our beloved city stands upon once belonged to another realm, and I will not repeat the errors of those rulers by underestimating the dungeon. It is not a resource nor a mine, despite the wealth it provides. It is a danger, and it must always be treated as such. The Queen turned her gaze to Titus. If you study that history, you'll find it was the Deep Legion who freed this land. For that reason, among others, the rulers of Lyria have continued to place their faith in them. Corin bowed gracefully toward the throne. This loyal subject worries more about the future prosperity of the citizens than the past. The dungeon deserves respect, certainly, but not fear. The Queen acknowledged her with a dismissive wave and rose, commanding the room's attention. The Crown will assign the Royal Guard to support the Legion throughout the wave. Let it be known that Lyria places its trust in the Legion to manage the dungeon. Commander, how sure are you that you can wipe out this nest of creatures? Titus saluted, hand pressed to his chest. We are the Legionum Abyssi, the Deep Legion, Your Majesty, he said, turning to face Corin. For over 3,000 years, across all the lands of Pangera, one truth has held steady. Beneath the ground, no one can rival our might. 17 The deep roads that Centipede was a gruesome sight. Torn clean in half, its insides strewn about. Ugh! Still, I couldn't pass up the golden chance those ugly remains offered. Precious, precious biomass. Using every bit of my cunning, I hauled the carcass back, piece by piece, to the safety of my nest for the feast. Man, this is absolutely revolting. So disgusting, I'd almost rather go hungry. Almost. This is a very key word, almost. Would you rather starve to death, Anthony, or chow down on this pile of smashed centipede? I'd take the meal, but only just. Huh. It looks like just about every creature holds exactly one biomass. Something that really caught my eye this time around, though, was the leftovers. I can't exactly chew through every bit of these monsters. The fangs, the carapace, the teeth, anything too tough to break down. So what's the deal with those pieces? After I wait for over an hour, this faint blue glow starts to wrap around the scraps, and right before my eyes, they sink right into the ground. What the? That's creepy! So these leftovers are just getting absorbed straight back into the dirt? Does that mean this whole cave network is pulling in monster bits from everywhere? For what purpose? The more I figure out, the more questions pile up. Anyway, time for the real deal. I've got 3 biomass and 1 skill point to burn right now. First up, the biomass. Even with all the improvements I've made so far, my vision is still officially terrible. My whole approach has always been to check things out before I fight, so boosting my senses is a must. Here we go. Yep. Goo! The itch. It's way worse than last time. How? How in the world is it worse? It felt like a whole swarm of bees decided my eyeballs were the ultimate insult to their kind, and my eyes lit up with this insane, intense itching. After a whole lot of flailing, rolling around, and smacking my head against the wall, the feeling finally fades. Phew. Now on to the next thing, spending my skill point. Oh yeah! The usual menu pops up, and another riddle gets solved in a hurry. Now that my stealth has hit level 5, an upgrade is up for grabs. Scanning through my list of purchasable skills, along with dash and the ones I've seen before, there's a fresh option. Advanced Stealth, cost 1 SP. The upgraded Stealth skill boosts the holder's passive knack for dodging notice even more, while seriously ramping up that ability when you stay perfectly still. Oh ho! So once my skills hit level 5, I can bump them up to a better version for another skill point? That's interesting. I'd be a straight-up fool not to grab this one. Not being seen is basically the same thing as staying alive. And that new passive sounds pretty handy too. So my status now looks like this. Name Anthony, level 3, might 15, toughness 12, cunning 25, will 18, HP 30, MP 0, skills, digging level 4, E. Acid shot level 3, I. Grip level 3, advanced stealth level 1, C. Tunnel sense level 3, I. Mutations, eyes plus 3, antennae plus 2, acid gland plus 1, species, hatchling, ant worker, formica, skill points, 0, biomass, 0. Finally, level 3. I've come such a long way, I could almost tear up. This is my pride, my drive. I'm going to take these caves and make them bow to my raw power at some point down the road. For now, I've got to keep a low profile and keep scouting. In a straight-up one-on-one scrap with just about anything, I'm going to get flattened. But with advanced stealth, I'm feeling a lot more confident about exploring the shaft and pushing deeper into this place. I couldn't pick up a pheromone trail in the cavern, and even though I haven't had a chance to properly scout it out, I can't ignore how curious I am about what's waiting down below. If I didn't have those fresh upgrades to my eyes and stealth, I probably wouldn't risk it. Time to see what's hiding in the depths. Giving my antennae a quick wipe. Got to keep them looking sharp. I head out of the nest and back toward the vertical shaft. Okay, this is a little nerve-wracking. Moving straight down still makes me uneasy. It's not like a human gets a chance to do this, after all. Walking down a wall is one thing, but heading down a black hole where I can't see the bottom is a whole other story. Easy now, easy. As I make my way down the shaft, I notice it's actually pretty bright in here. Those pulsing veins of soft blue light run all along the walls, casting a glow over the rock. It's not as bright as regular daylight or a lamp from my own world. But compared to everything I've dealt with so far down here, it's a well-lit spot. The walls throb with a rhythmic pulse, the light swelling and fading like a slow, deep breath, making the entire shaft feel almost alive. It's subtle, but I swear the glow intensifies just a fraction with every meter I descend. After carefully lowering myself about 50 meters, I hit something that stops me dead. What in the world is this? Jutting right out of the wall, perched directly on one of those glowing veins, is a tiny clump of something that looks like azure grass. But at the center of that little mound sits a single stalk, topped with a miniature flower made of what appears to be solid blue crystal. Plant life. Down here in this sunless pit. How is that even possible? Maybe those veins are pumping some kind of energy into the soil, some bizarre substitute for sunlight. The bloom is impossibly small, but when I shove my ant face right up against it, the intricate details snap into perfect focus. It's genuinely beautiful. I tear myself away from the discovery and press on, only to notice these patches of glowing grass and their crystal blossoms appearing more and more frequently the deeper I go. Then another shock hits me, and this one is a welcome relief. Pheromones! My antennae whip around frantically, drinking in the unmistakable chemical signature of my own colony. My kin, my tribe, my people. I picked the right path. That scout who went missing must have come down here, chasing the thieves who raided our nest into these depths. What a hero. Bold, relentless, giving everything for the greater good. Just like I will when I finally make it home. That's the ant way, after all. Fueled by that discovery, I push forward, descending another 40 meters until the shaft just stops. A narrow, jagged tunnel branches off to the left, all sharp corners and awkward bends, and it grinds my progress down to a cautious crawl. I'm not about to charge blindly around those bends. Who knows what kind of nightmare is lurking in the dark, and I have a sinking feeling. The monsters down here are a whole league nastier than anything I've faced so far. To the right, though, there's a wider opening that looks a little less like a death trap, so I poke my head around the edge to check it out. And then I stop. Completely. What the hell is this? The tunnel opens up into something that shouldn't exist. An underground world of staggering proportions sprawling out before me, teeming with alien, glowing vegetation. Bizarre trees and colossal mushrooms cast deep, shifting shadows over a forest floor, thick with grasses and plants that echo those crystal flowers from the shaft. The whole cavern is bathed in that same eerie blue light, and every single plant has those luminous veins crawling through its structure. The entire scene pulses in perfect sync, just like the tunnel walls. This is insane. I didn't sign up for a thriving ecosystem. How can a space this massive even exist down here? I can't even see the far side. The ceiling alone has to be 60 meters up. And if this place is this lush, it has to be absolutely crawling with monsters. That thought grips my tiny ant heart with a cold dread. Somewhere in this vast cavern, my colony could be hiding. Or maybe they're even further beyond. And the scout just passed through here on his way up. Either way, I have to cross this place, and I can't help but feel a wave of depression wash over me. This vista is exotic, sure, but I can't appreciate a single bit of it when I'm completely clueless about what's waiting in the shadows. If this place is this fertile, how massive could the predators have grown? How much biomass are they packing? I have no frame of reference, and it's driving me crazy. But hey, no time for a pity party. Come on, Anthony, pull yourself together. You're going to make it through this. I'll conquer this space and reunite with my colony. Just not today. Today, I'm retreating back to the surface to grind out some levels. Don't give me that look. It's the smart play. I need more mutations, more strength, before I even think about tackling this place. I'll master the known before I charge into the unknown. So it's back up the shaft I go, regrouping in my nest, and the clock is ticking louder than ever now. If my hunch is right, the main passage up here links straight into that cavern I was in earlier. The one now crawling with soldiers. They could pour down this way at any moment, so I've got to keep my guard up. The second they do, my easy access to XP and biomass vanishes, and I'll be forced into the open expanse below with zero preparation. Weighing all of that out, I've got to hustle. Playing it overly safe is no longer an option. It's time to take some real chances. Without those resources, pushing further into this place is a death sentence, and I can't afford to grind at my own leisurely pace anymore. This ant is heading into battle. With my decision locked in, I dart back to the main tunnel, slip into stealth, and climb to the ceiling, antennae twitching as I scan for any sign of prey. To squeeze every bit of value from my biomass haul, I should aim for creatures I haven't devoured yet. That way, Gandalf's bonus kicks in. That means tracking down one of those mollusk things. Or maybe the tail rat. And if I'm feeling reckless, a croaker beast. Honestly, I have zero clue how I'd even take down one of those monstrous crocodiles. They're 10 times more terrifying than anything else lurking around here. Off to my left, a slug creature is oozing its way along the wall. I don't have days to starve myself while studying it, like some obsessed scientist. Time to strike fast. Switching into shark mode, I creep up behind the grotesque, snail-like thing, dodging its slime trail and staying hyper-aware of my surroundings so nothing ambushes me mid-hunt. Up close, it's even less charming, easily twice my body length, just a slick, elongated blob topped with these garish spines that look like they sprouted straight out of its back. No way am I touching those. 2 stalks jut from the front of its head. Maybe eyes or antennae. I can't tell. But they might be a weak spot to exploit later. As I edge closer, that thick mucus coating, probably meant to grease its path, makes me suspicious there's a second purpose I'm not loving. Backing off, I duck behind a rock and blast it with a surprise acid shot. And absolutely nothing. The slug just keeps gliding along, completely unfazed by my sneak attack. Yeah, I figured as much. That slime barrier is blocking my acid, and it'd do the same if I tried to chomp down with my jaws. I'd probably get stuck. Damn slug. Of all the defenses you could have picked, you went with a mucus shield. Could this get any more revolting? Fine. If that's how you want to play, I'll show you what a human brain can do. Honestly, even earth ants pull this trick off. As the slug keeps sliding, I scout around for some dirt, grab a mandibleful, and sneak up to plop it on the creature's side, before backing off to gauge a reaction. Nothing, it doesn't even seem to notice. Gwehehehe. I repeat that move 4 more times, piling dirt onto the same spot near the rear of its body. The soil soaks up the oozing slime fast, turning into a sticky, gross ball. I peel it away with my mandibles, swap in fresh dirt, and keep at it for a solid 10 minutes until I've stripped the defensive slime right off that one patch. The slug still shows 0 reaction. Let's see how it handles this. I retreat to a safe spot, spin around to present the B-zone, and fire off another acid blast. The moment it hits the slug's soft, spongy flesh, the creature jolts with surprise. Felt that one, didn't you? How about another? Pow! Direct hit again. Now the slug's writhing, its body recoiling from the burn, and I can't help but grin. The monster's sticky flesh hisses and steams as the acid chews through it. Nasty stuff. The slug yanks its front half off the wall with a wet, sucking sound, twisting toward the source of the burn. Its foot, that rippling muscle all slugs rely on, dangles and squirms in the open air. The eye stalks, way longer than any normal slug's, thrash around like blind antennae hunting for the culprit. That's when my instincts kick in, and a wild thought zips through my head. How does a slow, gooey beast like this even feed up here? No plants to munch on, so does it hunt other monsters? Before I can finish the idea, I bolt from cover, scrambling across the rock as fast as my tiny legs allow. Glancing back, I see the slug pulling itself into a tight coil, its front half bunching up, and then a mouth splits open through the slime. A nightmare of jagged fangs. It lunges like a released spring, hurling a thick glob of mucus that splatters against the wall behind me, bubbling and fizzing as it eats into the stone. Whoa, sticky acid, and judging by the way it's melting rock, way stronger than mine. I keep moving, scurrying up to the ceiling, and weaving through the crevices before I dare look back. The slug is furious, its eye stalks sweeping the area as it reorients and starts crawling my way, that terrifying maw snapping at the air. That is one seriously pissed off slug. I really should have thought this through before poking a monster that turns out to be an acid-spitting nightmare. But hey, no point crying over it. Ants don't have tear ducts anyway. The only way out is to take this thing down. Problem is, my acid reserves are limited, maybe 3 or 4 shots at best. I haven't figured out the exact recharge time between blasts, so after one more hit, I'll be guessing. My mandibles are useless against that slimy hide, so acid's my only weapon. I've got one plan in mind, but it's risky, and I hate it. Why did you push me into this, Gandalf? If I had more time, I'd never even try this stunt. Clenching my jaws, I drop from the ceiling to the wall, creeping toward the slug while staying low in the rocky folds. How long do I have to crawl around on walls before that skill levels up anyway? Maybe it only counts when I'm fighting up here. No time for that now. Battle's on. The slug slithers through its own acid without a scratch, that protective slime shielding it from harm. It probably hunts by burning its prey with this goo before moving in for the kill. Here goes nothing. I've closed the distance to about 10 meters, and while it's likely spotted movement, it can't pin me down. I take a breath and commit to the plan. Rising up tall, I turn around and present my backside to the slug, wiggling it right in front of those bewildered eye stalks. Take a good look, slug. Like what you see. Apparently, even a 2-meter-long monster doesn't know what to make of an ant shaking its butt. The creature freezes, stunned for a second, then rears back with its toothy trap wide open. Now, fire! A perfect shot. Even Gandalf would give a nod of approval. The liquid blasts out of my gaster at full speed, a solid stream of death arcing through the air. The slug bunches up to lunge and spit again, but my acid lands right on its face. And better yet, straight down its throat. The reaction is instant. The slug twists violently, peeling off the wall and smacking against the stone floor with a sick, wet thud. It keeps thrashing as the acid eats through its insides, the rocky ridges along its back scraping and grinding against the ground with harsh, rasping noises. I just hope nothing heard that and comes snooping around. A flawless plan, right? The idea was to bait the beast into opening its mouth so I could land one perfect, fatal shot. Since the slime barrier protects the rest of its body, the inside is the only weak spot. I keep watching my prey squirm under the effects of my attack, hoping I actually nailed it. Finally, victory. The slug goes limp, a 2-meter-long sludgy mess of a mollusk sprawled out before me. Now comes the real challenge: eating it. Wait, do I actually have to do this? If an ant could throw up, I'd be on the verge right about now. Stop being dramatic, Anthony. People back on Earth ate snails and slugs all the time. You can't afford to waste any source of biomass, so shut up and dig in. Ugh. As I approach, I see the slime layer still coating most of its body. It's not producing new slime anymore, but the old stuff is still there, and I'll have to scrub it off before I can eat. I grab handfuls of dirt to soak up the mess, cleaning one half before taking my first bite. It's even worse than I imagined. The texture alone is enough to make me gag. I manage to get halfway through before I'm completely stuffed. This thing is massive. I can't finish it all right now, so I quickly carve a hole in the wall and stash the leftovers, then head back to my nest. I can't afford to relax just because I survived one nasty fight. Time is ticking, and I need to keep moving. Risks are part of the game now. I use the fresh biomass to upgrade my acid gland, my main weapon, to +2. After riding out the painful mutation, I crawl back into the cavern to hunt for more prey. I can feel the acid slowly building up again inside the gland, probably enough for just one shot right now, maybe 2 if I'm lucky. That's not enough to take on a serious threat, so I'll keep scouting for now. My grip skill is barely improved, though it's a little easier to hold onto the ceiling as I crawl around. Every little edge counts, I guess. I wonder what grip will turn into once it hits level 5. You're not going to cop out and call it advanced grip, are you, Gandalf? I move quietly, sweeping up and down the tunnel, searching for a target. There are monsters scattered around. A pair of lizard hounds sniffing the air, a group of claw centipedes crawling over rocks and scaling the walls. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch a flicker of movement and turn just in time to see a familiar shape slip between 2 stone outcroppings. Well, if it isn't my old friend, the thorn lizard. I almost feel a pang of nostalgia for my very first hunt. I haven't seen one of these since that day at the water pool. Looks like the next prey is decided. I can reuse some tactics from the first encounter. I'll stick to the walls and rely on my acid to fight. No traps this time. I'll face it head-on with mandibles and acid to see how I hold up. I position myself above, where I last spotted the lizard, and track it down. With my upgraded antennae and eyesight, I finally find it tucked against a rock, resting. Those biomass investments are really paying off. Now that I've located it, I carefully scramble across the ceiling, searching for the perfect footholds to line up my shot. I only have 1, maybe 2 rounds in the tank, so I have to make it count. I crawl to the other side of the lizard, opening up the angle to its face, then creep forward 1 leg at a time, getting as close as I possibly can. With the lizard completely still, I manage to creep within 15 feet of my target, exercising such painstaking patience that nearly a quarter of an hour slips away before I'm finally in striking range. Holding my body motionless for that stretch demands enormous focus, and by the time I'm set, I feel completely drained. My previous fight had been reckless. This time, I'm stacking every advantage in my favor. Slowly rotating to angle my acid gland toward the creature, I steady my head, take careful aim, and fire. Boom! Dead on! At this close range against an immobile target, the corrosive stream lands square across the thorn lizard's face. The beast snarls, squeezing its eyes shut and raking at its skin with frantic claws to wipe away the burning fluid. Seizing the opening, I rush in from above while it's still distracted. Its long spines thrash wildly through the air as it whips its pained head side to side, desperate to shake off the sting. I edge forward cautiously, dodging the poisoned barbs, then lunge in with a fierce bite. Let's be honest, my mandibles aren't exactly built for combat. As a worker ant, they're designed for excavating soil, hauling debris, and gripping objects, not slicing through flesh. The inner edges of my jaws are frustratingly blunt, completely useless for tearing or ripping. Some ants, like bull ants, sport long, razor-sharp mandibles that look like they mean business. Others, such as trap-jaw ants, have explosive locking mechanisms that snap shut with devastating force. I have none of that. My bites are more like a persistent, annoying squeeze than any real damage. But hey, if I can't make each attack count, I'll just overwhelm with volume. Take that, and that. I dart forward again and again, relentlessly crushing the blinded creature's head between my jaws. Another level 4 skill. Fantastic. The thorn lizard flails blindly in response, jabbing wildly with its deadly spines, but its movements are sluggish and painfully predictable. Without a clear sense of where I am, it's forced into broad, sweeping strikes that I can read from a mile away. Before long, the creature collapses, defeated. 20 offense, is deafened silence, had become a rare luxury for Commander Titus over the past several days. This expedition had been thrown together on short notice, completely outside the standard rotation, leaving an avalanche of logistics to sort out before departure. The Queen dispatching her personal guards had been an unexpected bonus, though. The Legion had braced for regular frontline soldiers to fill the gaps. Capable fighters, no doubt, but nowhere near the caliber and discipline of the Guard unit. The moment they arrived in their gleaming ornamental armor, polished to a mirror shine, they started barking orders to speed up in the Queen's name. And suddenly, everything moved twice as fast. Titus ran his fingers across the smooth stone surface of his desk. Remarkable material, this stone wood. It sprouted from the dungeon floor just like a tree, yet it was solid rock through and through. The speckled, dark grain had always appealed to him, so much so that he'd carried this slab up to the surface himself, just to craft this very desk. His hand drifted to the desk's underside, near the wooden drawers mounted beneath. He pressed down and waited. A soft click followed, and a small, rectangular panel of stone lifted from the surface, its seams utterly invisible moments before. With one hand, Titus raised the panel to expose a small, cloth-lined hollow inside. Within lay 6 tiny glass vials, capped with twisted silver etched in precise, intricate runes. 2 sat empty, but the other 4 held a brilliantly luminous liquid, its blue glow flooding the dim office instantly. With a heavy sigh, Titus began rolling up his sleeve. As the sleeve slid past his elbow, strange markings surfaced on his skin, intricate, circular patterns that seemed less like ink and more like something alive, faintly pulsing beneath the surface. Titus grabbed one of the vials and pressed its silver cap against the center of the design. At first, the symbols barely moved, but soon they began to spin, faster and faster, glowing with an eerie light. The liquid inside the vial drained steadily, feeding the spiraling marks until the glass was empty. He unclenched his jaw, returned the vial, smoothed his sleeve back into place, and pressed the stone cover down until the seams vanished completely. The effect was immediate. A weight lifted, a tension he hadn't even noticed slowly loosening from his shoulders. He grimaced, hoping he wouldn't need another dose anytime soon. Enough distractions. A legionary belonged in action, not standing around brooding. He rose abruptly, crossed to the corner of the room, and grabbed his oversized battle axe with one hand, hoisting it over his shoulder with practiced ease. He'd need to get it sharpened before the next fight. Elsewhere, Donalan was staring at a group of prisoners being marched past. "Any idea why they're dragging those condemned souls down with us, Mirin?" he asked. Mirin shook her head, equally confused. A dozen ragged figures, all under death sentences, were being escorted into the dungeon by a squad of senior legionaries. It made no sense. The two trainees had just hit level 30 in their respective roles, she as a ranger, he as a fire mage. That milestone meant they were eligible for full legionary status. But the ceremony itself was shrouded in mystery, set deep within the dungeon for reasons no one explained. Mirin felt the excitement buzzing in her chest, but it was tangled with nerves. What exactly were they walking into? The full legionaries stayed tight-lipped, and that silence only fueled her curiosity. She couldn't help but notice how little ordinary people truly understood about the Deep Legion, a private army that had stood for 3,000 years, ever since the dungeon's opening nearly wiped out civilization. The Legion was a name everyone knew, but its inner workings were locked away. She clenched her fists, resolve hardening. Soon, those secrets would be hers, and she'd guard them fiercely. The two were stationed in what the trainees affectionately called Newbie Cave, a cavern filled with the weakest monsters the dungeon had to offer. Perfect for learning the ropes, but even here, Wanabe mercs got themselves hurt all the time. No matter how many times veterans warned them that dungeon monster levels were nothing like surface ones, the rookies never listened. A level 1 down here could flatten a level 10 up top. And those cocky thrill-seekers? They were a constant headache for the Legion's rescue teams, who had to swoop in when things went sideways. Everyone wanted monster cores and loot, but few thought about the cost. Preparations for the expedition had been dragging on all day and night, supplies funneled into the cavern and dropped through a hidden shaft in the wall. Donalan had explained how the Earth mages had peeled back their illusions, shifting the rock to reveal a supply elevator. A rope and pulley system that could lower gear deeper into the dungeon, to be picked up at another concealed spot later. Mirin was just starting to wrap her head around the logistics, when a confident voice cut through the noise. "Are you prepared for the expedition, trainees?" She recognized the voice instantly. Tribune Aurelia. Both of them snapped to attention without a second thought. "Our gear's been inspected and polished. Tribune!" Donalan blurted out, barely containing his excitement. The seasoned officer let out a low chuckle, clearly amused by his eagerness. "I wasn't referring to your kit, rookie. Every soldier under my command keeps their equipment flawless at all times." Her icy blue gaze swept over them, a silent warning that any lapse would be met with swift consequences. "I'm talking about what's in here," she said, tapping a finger against her temple. "The dungeon doesn't care how shiny your armor is. It's claimed plenty of veterans who thought they knew better, myself and the commander included. We've survived this long because we respect what's down there. You two get your promotions once we're below, and that's a milestone worth celebrating, but don't let it cloud your focus on the mission." "Understood, Tribune." They snapped crisp salutes in unison. Mirin then spoke up. "Tribune, when do we move into the dungeon?" The older woman shook her head with a knowing smirk. "Anxious to get going, huh? I remember that fire. It'll be a few hours yet, then we'll clear the upper levels and establish a forward post in the forest expanse. Chapter 21. Eye for an eye. What a whirlwind of a day. They always say high risk brings high reward, and sure, that's true, but I wasn't exactly itching to test that theory. Circumstances pushed me into a corner, forcing me to play aggressively, and thankfully, it's paying off big time. I pull up my status screen, and wow, what a sight it is! Name, Anthony level, 4 might, 15 toughness, 12 cunning, 25 will, 18 HP, 28 MP, 0 skills, digging level 4, acid shot level 5E, grip level 4E, bite level 4, I, advanced stealth level 1, I, tunnel sense level 3, I, mutations, Eyes plus 3, Antanes 2 acid species, hatchling ant worker, formica, skill points, 1 biomass. 4 after taking down the thorn lizard and scavenging what was left of my coral slug, I had 2 biomass banked. I decided to push my luck and hunted down another lone coral slug. I executed the same maneuver as before, landing a direct hit inside its open mouth for massive damage. But speed wasn't on my side this time, and I couldn't dodge the acidic goo it spat at me. Getting coated in that sticky mess was unpleasant enough, but the burning sensation that followed was something else entirely. A chunk of carapace on my thorax's back partially melted away, and I watched my HP drop by D-set before the searing finally stopped. That single splash of acid cost me 1/3 of my health. I'm seriously tempted to invest in upgrading my carapace for better defense, but there are just too many competing priorities. Luckily, after spending a good while consuming the slug, I regained 8 HP, mostly restoring myself to peak ant condition. All that acid usage in battle finally paid off, though. Acid shot hit level 5. It's ready for a rank up. There are a few basic skills I'd still like to grab, but I can't overlook boosting my strongest offensive tool. Improved acid shot. Cost. This upgraded version sharpens accuracy with ranged acid attacks, while also extending my effective range. Buy! Instantly, that warm, tingling sensation of skill absorption floods my mind. Pure bliss. With this extra range, I can land more reliable shots from farther away, which means better safety and consistent damage output. It's a total win-win. If only skill points grew on trees. I need to level up again fast. So many of my skills are hovering near level 4, and I want to upgrade them all. Letting them stagnate and missing out on XP would be practically criminal. Now for the tricky decision, the biomass. I'm leaning hard toward boosting my eyesight to +4. Having superior vision compared to other monsters has been a lifesaver so far, letting me spot isolated prey and keep an eye out for anything trying to sneak up on me. I can't afford to lose that edge in perception. If I'm serious about fighting and stockpiling more biomass, then boosting my combat power really comes down to sharpening my acid attack. That would leave me 1 spare point to throw into mobility, armor, or jaw strength, each with its own payoff. Let's break this down strategically. Upgrading my carapace seems like a waste. A single point won't save me when my defenses are already this flimsy, and I'd rather outrun danger than soak it up. So, Jedna legs looks mighty appealing. Extra speed helps with scouting, fleeing, and closing in on prey, all for a bargain price. Mandibles, though, not so much. Bigger, tougher jaws might help me dig or land a bite, but the only thing I've really chomped is a thorn lizard, and those are few and far between. That narrows it down to 2 solid roots, +4 eyes for superior awareness, or +3 acid gland with +1 legs for a balanced offense. My gut says play it safe. Heading into another dark, unknown cavern, I want every edge I can grab. Spotting threats before they spot me is the name of the game. Decision made. Here we go. Oh man. The itch was unbearable, my eyeballs stretching and bulging, while my carapace cracked to accommodate them. Please, Gandalf, make it stop. I hate this part. Mutations are a gift, but the process itself is pure agony. When the pain finally fades, my vision is undeniably sharper. My eyes now jut out farther, giving me a wider field of view. I can even catch a glimpse of my own Gaster wiggling behind me when I look straight ahead. Not too shabby. It's still not perfect, but compared to when I first woke up in this nightmare of a world, it's a massive leap forward. Sniff. Look at you, Anthony. You've clawed your way this far, and soon you'll be back with the colony. But no time for sentimental tears. I've got to grind XP and biomass before those humans come charging into this cavern, guns blazing and wrecking everything in sight. Back into the main tunnel, I scurry, hugging the roof and hunting once more. If luck's on my side, I can snag that bonus biomass for new targets. Fully rested, it might be the moment to tackle one of those blade-tailed rats. The catch? They rarely roam alone, sticking to pairs or trios, and they're lightning fast. Plus, that thick fur could blunt my acid. Only their faces, feet, and tails are exposed weak spots. I'll have to bide my time for the perfect shot. Hold on. What's that? Vibrations up ahead. Another monster brawl breaking out. Time to investigate. Honestly, with how often these creatures tear into each other, it's a miracle any of them are left. Where do they keep coming from? Do they just materialize from the walls? Are they born like I was? Nothing would surprise me in this place. It's full of riddles, like how the tunnel walls seem to glow brighter with each passing hour. The light's definitely intensifying, but there's no clue why. Guess I'll just push forward and find out. Creeping closer, I spot a squad of 4 claw centipedes squaring off against 3 of those wolf-like beasts with long draconic tails. It's a brutal scrap. The centipedes are outnumbering their foes, as always. They're the bullies of these tunnels. But the hounds are snapping their massive fangs and whipping their tails to hold the line. Looks like it's time for a young ant to crash the party. I positioned myself carefully, sliding into a spot farther back than I'd normally dare, eager to put my fresh abilities to the test, while keeping a safe distance. I steadied my aim, watching the chaos unfold with patience. The skirmish swayed back and forth, sharp bursts of motion followed by tense standoffs where both sides just postured and snarled. The second the groups peeled apart, I struck. Bam! A swift torrent of acid shot from my rear, drenching a claw centipede that had just reared up to clack its claws in defiance. It recoiled instantly, flipping its many-legged frame over in a frantic attempt to shake off the searing burn. The hounds seized the opening, lunging forward. 2 of them held the 3 healthy bugs at bay, while a third veered left, cutting off the injured centipede's neighbor from the pack. The fight shifted into a one-on-one showdown, and I couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. My bet was on the hound, and the centipede seemed to sense it too, backing up while arching its rear, ready to stab if the beast came closer. But this hound didn't give a damn about the threat. It pounced. Thunk! Driven by pure aggression, the centipede lashed out with scorpion-like speed, its venomous tail striking fast. The hound twisted mid-air with impressive grace, dodging just enough for the spike to scrape against the stone floor. Not wasting a second, it circled to the side, avoiding a risky bite, and instead swung its heavy, muscular tail with brutal force. Crack! The impact was devastating, crushing the centipede into the cavern's rocky ground as deep fractures spiderwebbed across its shell. I was floored. That hit was something else. If I'd taken that, I'd be nothing but a flattened mess. Talk about terrifying. The centipede barely twitched, lying there in a daze. The hound stepped forward, a murderous glint in its eyes, practically radiating smugness like, "How dare you challenge my glory?" Before it could deliver the killing blow, a sizzling arc of acid sliced through the air, splashing across the hound's left side and burning into its flesh. Oops! Sorry to crash your big moment, pup, but I'm not ready for this battle to wrap up just yet. Sure, one blast wouldn't take down a hound, but the same held true for the centipedes. The one I'd hit earlier had shaken off the worst of it and was creeping back into the fight, moving cautiously to back up its two healthy comrades against the pair of fresh hounds. This was the turning point. With one centipede nearly out, and the odds split between a wounded hound and a healthy one, the scales had balanced. Still, the bugs seemed hesitant to press their luck, posturing aggressively, but holding back from any real moves. The hound I'd singed was hurting but not out, and it shook off the mystery attack to rejoin its pack. Then, splash! Another fierce wave of acid flew out, nailing the wounded hound square in the flank. It let out a miserable howl, rolling and clawing at the rocks to escape the sticky burn. That was the opening. The three live centipedes surged forward, their countless legs skittering so fast they looked like they were gliding over the ground. The hounds, caught off guard for a split second, reacted a beat too slow, and one found itself snared in the claws of an advancing centipede. With a furious snarl, the hound whips its head side to side, desperate to shake off its attacker, then lashes out with its powerful tail to send the centipede flying. But it's already too late. Another centipede seizes the opening and drives its venomous stinger deep into the hound's flank. Meanwhile, I slip off the roof and down the wall, creeping closer to the edge of the chaos. The poisoned hound lets out a guttural howl of rage and hurls itself at its foe, claws and fangs tearing through the air. When a third centipede tries to flank, it's brutally swatted away by a sweeping tail strike. With one hound likely dying from venom, and another scorched and battered, the pack is clearly losing ground. Of the 4 centipedes, one is barely hanging on, while the others are all nursing wounds of their own. The carnage shows no sign of slowing, and the poisoned hound, as if sensing its end, charges deeper into the fray, spurring the others to press the attack. A few quick snaps of mandibles finish off the nearly dead centipede, and I quietly drag its carcass into a hidden crevice in the rocks. The battle on the other side is reaching its boiling point now. The last 3 centipedes are fighting with everything they've got, striking again and again with their toxic spikes to fend off the desperate hounds. The poisoned hound is slowing, its movements growing sluggish as the toxin works through its veins. The final hound, already torn by claws and bites, stumbles at a crucial moment, and a centipede catches it square in the shoulder with its spike. A fatal blow. Enraged, the stricken hound lunges into the mass of centipedes, enduring bite after bite, then pours every last ounce of strength into a massive tail swipe, sending 2 centipedes crashing into the rock wall. The impact shatters their legs and cracks their carapaces in a dozen places, leaving them dazed and immobile. Now only one wounded centipede and the burned hound remain. Both are battered, barely able to stand, circling each other in a tense standoff. The hound limps, its forelegs chewed and bleeding. The centipede isn't in much better shape. Several of its legs are crushed, slowing its every move. Then, as if a starting gun had fired, the 2 monsters lunge at once, locking onto each other. The centipede clamps its jaws around the hound's throat, while the hound crunches down just behind the centipede's head. Who will break first? It turns out neither. Both collapse together, completely spent, unable to carry on. I step out from the shadows and take in the ridiculous scene. 3 hounds lie sprawled, exhausted and near death. The centipedes are in the same sorry state, defenseless and done for. You were all dancing right in the palm of my mandibles the entire time. Even having watched it all unfold with my own eyes, I still can't quite wrap my head around how perfectly this has played out. Every one of these creatures is sitting on a sliver of health, effectively 1 hit point. This is an absolute jackpot of XP and biomass. Funny how quickly a person's perspective can shift, isn't it? Not so long ago, I was just an ordinary guy. I lived in a normal world, never once considering harming another living thing. I'd never even been in a real fight in my past life. Yet here I am, just a few days in, already treating battles like this as routine. Being forced to kill your own food changes your outlook on the sanctity of life in a hurry. Maybe I tell myself they're not people. They're monsters. But then again, isn't that exactly what I am now? I'll worry about that later. Right now, I need to land the finishing blow on these hounds before the poison steals away my XP. Moving swiftly, I leap from one hound to the next, my mandibles slicing through with rapid bite attacks until that familiar, calming hum of Gandalf echoes in my thoughts. Then I pivot to the remaining centipedes, but one has already slipped away, its wounds too severe, while the others cling to life. Wait, what? Gandalf, did I hear that right? I can actually evolve? No, Anthony, stay focused. As much as the thought of evolving excites you, you've got to lock down this biomass before anything else. With all these corpses scattered around, every creature in this tunnel is going to want a piece of the action. Just then, my antennae pick up a faint tremor vibrating through the air, and I freeze instantly. There it is again. A dull, rhythmic thud echoes down the tunnel, coming from deeper ahead toward the first cavern. Hold on. No, not now. This can't be happening. Not like this. Chapter 23. The invasion. I start devouring as fast as I can, shoveling down every bit of biomass in sight. Good to know these things are just the juveniles. That's insane. Keep eating, don't stop. The noises are getting louder, and I've got a sinking suspicion about what's barreling toward me. If only I had an extra hour. Hell, even 10 minutes would do. Don't overthink it, just consume. Must keep eating. Ugh, I'm so stuffed I can barely move. I've already downed an entire wolf dragon, and my gut feels like it's about to burst. Oh wait, a nasty thought just hit me. Something I picked up from my old hobby of keeping an ant farm back home. Ants have 2 stomachs, right? Scouts and workers don't always haul prey straight back to the nest. Sometimes they chow down and fill up their social stomach. Then when they get home, they barf it up for the others. And honeypot ants take that to a whole other level. Some workers turn into living storage tanks, their gasters ballooning to insane sizes, while they chill in the nest and feed the whole colony. So, if my personal stomach's maxed out, time to load up the social one. I dart over to the centipedes and start scarfing down food like there's no tomorrow. The booming sounds are like a crack of a whip at my back, pushing me to move faster. I can hear it clearer now, the clang of swords and the roar of flames growing nearer with every second. Just one more biomass and I'm out of here. Come on, finally. Yes. Move. I've got to sprint back to my nest and drop down that shaft before it's too late. I try to bolt at full speed, but my rear end is way too heavy, dragging along the ground under all that weight. No way! Don't do this to me. I scramble as fast as my tiny legs can manage, hauling myself toward the wall and starting to climb. I'm so ridiculously heavy. Climb, you fat ant. Slowly, I pull myself up and make a beeline for the side tunnel where my nest is. Monstrous roars are deafening as they crash into battle against the human soldiers who are tearing them apart. I spot my nest just 10 more meters away. And something else too. Soldiers are starting to flood into view. Advanced stealth. I need you now. Haul it, Anthony. Haul your sorry self up this wall. More and more troops are pouring up the tunnel, advancing in tight formations, blasting every monster in sight with coordinated fire, sweeping into side passages with magic and arrows before sending pairs of soldiers in to ensure nothing's left behind. This is a full-on extermination. Finally, I reach my tunnel and scramble toward my dirt wall. I slip through the gap I left near the ceiling, and I'm stuck. My back section is too fat to squeeze through. Damn it! I've got way too much junk in the trunk to fit. Pull, man. I mean pull, ant. Grip the wall with all 6 legs and drag my body through that narrow opening. With a loud pop, I break through, the sudden burst of momentum making me lose my grip and tumble off the ceiling, landing flat on my face. With this brief window of opportunity, I decide to burn through my biomass and drag my oversized ant rear down the tunnel. Here goes nothing. The sickening wave of mutation hits me immediately, especially in my acid gland. But I refuse to wait for it to settle. The sheer terror of being discovered keeps me scrambling forward. I waste no time diving into the shaft, though my extra bulk makes each step heavier than I'd like. I'm forced to carefully maneuver my clumsy backside, double-checking each foothold before committing so I don't plummet to my demise. Fingers crossed that the extra point in legs will hold me up and get me down safely. About halfway down, a dull thud rumbles from above, followed by a shower of dirt raining over me. It clicks a second later. They've blown through my dirt wall. That means they're past my nest and closing in on the shaft. I kick my efforts into overdrive, scrambling down at a reckless speed. My claws slip and scrape as I gamble on shaky footholds, just to keep my momentum going. I finally hit the bottom without any catastrophic mishaps, but I'm far from relaxed. The thought of them climbing down to explore this place keeps my nerves on edge, so I can't afford to linger. I slip out of the shaft and push into the narrow passage that leads to the vast underground tunnel. But before I escape this tight spot, there's one crucial move to make. I just pray I've got enough time. Wait, really? Oh ho! 2 choices on the table? Time's ticking, so hit me with the details, Gandalf. Alright. The first path is to evolve into a mature worker of this wood ant species, which would give me a solid stat boost. I'll shelve that for a moment. The second option, though, is way more intriguing. Monster cores are actually a real deal in this world, after all. Even better, it lets me store MP. That could be my ticket toward wielding magic someday. This is getting me pumped. Funny thing is, Gandalf says I've already hit 100% of the mana needed. When did that even happen? Maybe I've been soaking it up just by moving around. Or was it that weird water in the rock pool? Could that bizarre taste have been my body drinking in mana? Evolving into a mature worker would be the safest bet for survival, boosting my stats and maybe unlocking some handy skills. But condensing a core and unlocking the door to magic is a serious temptation. It won't save me right now, but down the road, it could pay off big time. Sometimes you've got to roll the dice for the long game. Let's do it! My vision goes dark instantly. 24 core of the problem. I have no clue how long I was out before I came to. Light seeps back into my eyes, and feeling slowly returns to my limbs. Deep in my thorax, the middle section, a hot, churning sensation is fading, settling into a dense knot of heat. That's probably my new core. Stumbling to my feet, I push forward through the tunnel again. No matter how drained I am, resting here isn't an option. Whoever's chasing me could drop down that shaft any moment. I've got to keep moving. My scattered thoughts start to sharpen, and my limbs begin to cooperate again. As I pick my way through the rocky passage, I pull up my status. Name, Anthony level 1 core, might 15 toughness. 12 cunning, 25 will, 18 HP, 30 MP, 10 skills, digging level 4, improved acid shot level 1, grip level 4, bite level 4, advanced stealth level 1, tunnel sense level 3, mutations, eyes plus 4, antennae plus 2, acid gland plus 3, slex plus 1 species. Hatchling ant worker, Formica. Skill points, 1 biomass. Nula, are you kidding me? Why am I back at level 1, Gandalf? All that effort. Every scrap of experience I fought for. the insane luck that kept me alive. Surviving this long wasn't exactly a walk in the park, you know. Where's my payoff? Frustration simmers inside me as I take stock of my new situation. But spotting my MP jump from 0 to 10 gives me a small spark of hope. My instinct was right. The monster core is the key to unlocking magic for me and the other creatures stuck down here. This probably explains why so many beasts gathered around that pool in the first cavern. The water, somehow laced with mana, let them soak it up and speed along their core formation. Yet, as I mull it over, I've traded away a hefty boost to my stats just to forge this core, leaving me with a paltry 10 MP I can't even tap into. Was this really the smart move? Ahead lies territory far more dangerous than anything I've faced. And those extra stat points would come in clutch. Doubt creeps in, telling me I've botched this, but the lure of mana was just too tempting to ignore. Still, dropping back to level 1 might not be a total loss. Doesn't it mean I can climb back up to 5 and evolve all over again? That also means another shot at racking up those precious skill points along the way. Maybe this is a win in disguise, a second chance to hoard skill points as an unevolved critter, potentially outpacing what a straight evolution would have given me. I've got one skill point burning a hole in my pocket right now, but I'm holding off. A few of my skills are sitting at level 4, and they'll need those points once they hit 5. I won't even peek at the skills menu, scared I'll spot mana shaping or spell chanting dangling there. I can't risk the temptation. Stay strong, Anthony. Don't let your hard-earned skills wither away. By the time I reach the tunnel's end, I've got full command of my body and a clear head again. Beyond this spot sprawls the massive underground expanse I caught a glimpse of earlier. I take a deep breath and step out into the open air once more. Honestly, this place is unreal. The ceiling might be a good 70 meters high, and there's no way I'm attempting to scale it. One wrong move and I'd be a splatter on the floor. The walls curve off to my left and right, vanishing into the gloom, and my eyesight, even at Plutchtizhi, can't pierce that distance. I've been pondering this more lately. As an insect, I don't have human-style eyes. I've got compound ones, which changes everything. For starters, they don't need moisture, so blinking's off the table. I literally have no eyelids. Plus, there's no single focal point. A human can zero in on one spot with crystal clarity, but my vision sweeps multiple directions at once, trading sharpness for coverage. That's why everything's been so annoyingly blurry, especially far off. It's also probably why nothing's ever snuck up on me. I'm essentially on watch in every direction simultaneously. I'm still convinced upgrading my eyes was the right call, and they'll likely be the first mutation I push to +bet. Since skills can evolve at level 5, I'm itching to see what happens when a mutation hits that milestone. Could I unlock some wild new form? Any hints, Gandalf? Crickets. Yeah, I shouldn't expect much. For all his vast knowledge, the Grey One stays tight-lipped. Or maybe he's just shy? A few extra pointers wouldn't hurt, though. Enough dawdling. There's no turning back now. I've got to push into this new frontier. I slip out of the tunnel's shelter and onto the slope, exposing myself to the cavern's open air. And cavern doesn't even cut it. This place feels like a sealed-off world, a full-blown biome or terrarium hiding underground. As I make my way down, carefully stepping over the uneven rocks, I squint hard, trying to pierce the gloom that stretches out before me. Twisted, gnarled trees rise up like ancient sentinels, while oversized mushrooms, easily twice the height of a grown adult, loom over a thick, sprawling carpet of undergrowth. Everywhere I turn, the landscape pulses with that same eerie, ambient blue glow I've grown accustomed to. This place feels utterly foreign, like something out of a fever dream. For the first time, the realization truly sinks in. I'm standing on an entirely different world. I nervously reach out with my front claw, snipping at the strange grasses to see if they'll react. Nothing. Emboldened, I shuffle toward one of the giant mushrooms, its stalk soft and fibrous beneath my touch. After a brief pause, I give it a tentative chomp with my mandibles. Big mistake. The instant my bite tears through, a searing pain flares across my face, and I jerk back, hissing in discomfort. A thick, purple sap begins to ooze from the wound I've created. Acid. Of course it's acid. I check my health bar. Minor damage, thankfully. It might seem foolish to lose HP over a mushroom, but honestly, every little bit of intel I gather about this place makes me feel a little less lost. Note to self, do not bite the flora. Encouraged in the strangest way by having my face burned, I decide to stick close to the rocky wall, skirting the edge of the forest. I need to put some distance between myself and the shaft, just in case the humans come poking around down here, but I want to stay near the stone so I can carve out a hiding spot further along. I won't feel truly safe until I have a bolt hole ready. After about 10 minutes of creeping along, I start to wonder if anything actually lives down here. I haven't seen a single creature. Maybe they're all asleep? Craw. Well, there's my answer. A piercing, ear-splitting cry cuts through the air and bounces off the cavern walls. I don't hesitate. I shove myself between a cluster of rocks, pressing my body low, trying to blend into the shadows. Seconds later, the source of that terrifying shriek reveals itself. One shape peels off the ceiling, then another, then another. Massive wings unfold as they drop like falling stars, plunging into the forest below. Each creature sports a wide, fanged maw and grasping claws at the ends of their feet. 7 of them in total hit the ground like comets, and within moments, the sounds of scuffling, roaring, and tearing fill the air. They're fighting something big. After a frantic few minutes, the flying predators rise above the tree line, but they're clearly struggling. Their prey comes into view as they haul it into the air. A colossal centipede, easily twice the size of the ones I'd seen in the tunnels above. Its body is torn open with savage claw wounds, and it barely has the strength to thrash, as the victorious hunters carry it off to their hidden nest in the ceiling. I stay frozen, heart pounding, long after the echoes fade. Okay, I'll admit it, I was getting a little cocky. With my skills sharpening and my core condensed, I'd started to feel like I could take on whatever this world threw at me. Maybe not devour everything in my path, but at least hold my own. Yeah, that thought aged well. Did you see that centipede? It was a monster. Clearly the evolved version of the creatures I'd dealt with before. How is that fair, Gandalf? If I'd evolved into a mature antworker, would I be 3 meters long and 2 feet thick? Just imagine the biomass that thing was worth. And the worst part? It didn't stand a chance. Death literally rained down from above the second it exposed itself. I shudder to think what would have happened if I'd been crawling around on the ceiling, or wandered deeper into that forest. But I refuse to let fear paralyze me. The creatures down here are bound to be tougher. I knew that when I chose to invest my evolution into my monster core instead of boosting my stats, there has to be something in this vast underground world I can hunt. Something I can overcome. I steel myself, clenching my mandibles. Advance, Anthony. There's no turning back now. Relying on my natural stealth and heightened senses, I'm confident I'll make it through. I refuse to let this place's sudden show of violence scare me off. So I push forward into the woods, moving quiet as a shadow, of course, weaving through the underbrush beneath these bizarre trees and strange fungi overhead. I could almost pretend I was back on the surface, since the rocky ceiling is completely hidden from view up here. The foliage itself is what really catches my attention. These trees clearly don't need sunlight to thrive. There's none down here. So why do they sprout these odd, fleshy leaves? Instead of the usual cluster of small leaves, each tree boasts massive, drooping fronds that hang low, some nearly brushing the ground. Most are a rich, deep purple, while others fade into red, painting a striking mosaic of color in every direction. My best guess is these plants feed off the glowing veins that snake across the cavern floor, branching into intricate, endless patterns, likely mana veins. Still, until I'm absolutely certain these trees aren't some kind of giant Venus flytrap, I'm steering clear of those leaves. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if even the vegetation down here had a deadly streak. Before long, a faint vibration tickles my antennae, and I drop low, using the ground cover to my advantage as I creep toward the source. There's no backing out now. The only way to learn anything in this place is to move forward and grab whatever chances come my way. I keep my body low like a stalking cat, circling wide around the disturbance, my eyes scanning every possible angle at once. My antennae poke out from the brush, just barely exposed, reading the air for any movement. Then it hits me. An advanced skill just leveled up. That took forever. But it makes sense that advanced skills need way more practice than the basic ones did. Perfect timing too, since this is the skill I lean on the most. With a fresh burst of energy, I keep trailing the vibrations until I spot the source, a hulking croaker beast. Seriously, why are these nightmares everywhere down here? Thank the pristine white robes of ascended Gandalf that it wasn't some evolved version. I'll admit, these things still terrify me. This was the very first monster I ever encountered, and it was chowing down on an ant while it was still alive. If ants could have nightmares, I'd still be haunted by that image. This particular croaker looks roughed up, though. A wide gash runs across one arm, dripping green blood, along with a few other nasty cuts. It's panting hard through that massive maw of curved fangs, clearly having been through some serious fighting. Don't stare at the teeth, Anthony. This is a golden opportunity, a gift handed to me on a silver platter. I'll never get a better shot than this to face one of these horrible crocodiles one-on-one and finally bury my fear of them for good. Plus, I can grab the bonus biomass I missed out on before. Time to do this. Before I can second-guess myself, I spin and blast the croaker beast with acid. Come and get me, you giant lizard. My plus tree acid flies out at lightning speed, splashing right onto the wounded monster's side. I aimed carefully to hit the existing injuries, hoping the acid would seep in and do extra damage. The furious beast roars in agony, jaws gaping wide as it whips around to face me. And then, pooh! Another acid shot lands smack in its face. About half of it sprays into its open mouth, while the rest sails past. But honestly, I'm pretty pleased with the result. How do you like that? If these monsters keep letting me fire acid straight down their throats, I might have to patent this technique. The infamous Anthony Mouth shot. That sounds wrong, somehow. The croc thrashes its head wildly as its throat burns, and with the terrible wounds it already had, this is clearly turning into a very bad day for this particular beast. Once the croc pinpointed the source of the ranged attack, it charged forward with all its massive weight, its green scales catching the light like polished armor. Whoa, that was close. I sprang sideways in a flash, all 6 of my legs scrambling desperately to avoid that brutal lunge. The croc extended both arms, its long claws gleaming with a cold, deadly shine. As I tried to sidestep, it swung a massive swipe in my direction. Whoosh! I threw myself flat, feeling the air rush past from the near miss. If that blow had landed, I'd have been done for, no question. Clearly this croc had more fight left in it than I'd given it credit for. Stay sharp, Anthony. There's no backing out now. As the beast corrected its stance and turned to face me, I angled my head to keep a clear view behind me and planted my legs firmly. Fire! But the creature surprised me, predicting my move and dodging left, just as the stream of hissing liquid shot through the air. Smarter than you look, aren't you? If it hadn't been wounded, it might have avoided the attack entirely. But, with its reactions slowed and its body fighting against it, the croc couldn't fully escape the spray. The bubbling acid chewed into its chest, adding to the damage from my earlier shots. I doubted it had much left in the tank. I kept moving, knowing that if I stayed still, this larger predator would have an easy time closing in for the kill. In a head-on brawl, the advantage was clearly theirs. The croc was struggling, but pure murderous intent radiated from every inch of its body as I circled it from a distance. What a terrifying monster! Though it stood shorter than an average human, it was undeniably heavier, its frame packed with dense muscle. And for someone like me, barely reaching a person's knee, it loomed like a giant. The intimidation factor was off the charts. Sensing its time was running out, the beast let out a fierce growl and charged, trying to cut off my escape. I had to dodge, but which way? My 6 legs kicked into overdrive, moving so fast they nearly blurred. I feinted left and right, trying to throw off the creature's relentless advances as it built up terrifying momentum. The croc reared back with its right arm, claws fully extended. If I took that hit directly, I was dead. Where could I go? My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst from my chest. Yet somehow I kept my cool. In a sudden flash of inspiration, I made a decisive move in a direction the croc never expected. Straight forward. Its claws swooshed over my head, catching one of my antennae and slicing part of it clean off. The searing pain made my stomach turn, but I pushed through and bit down hard on the croc's leg, using all my strength and weight to drag it off balance before it could recover. Not now. Gandalf. Wait, scratch that. Now, Gandalf, now! Quick! Before the croc could react, I pulled back and prepared to chomp down on its leg to deal damage and yank the creature off its feet. Then something unbelievable happened. My mandibles started to glow faintly, and a surge of new power built within them. Was this my new skill? Some kind of active attack? Finally. When I bit down with everything I had, the crunch of scales reverberated through my jaws. This bite was way stronger than before. The success of my strike stunned me for a split second, and the croc seized the opportunity. Sacrificing its own balance, it twisted and fell, swinging its tail in a wild arc that caught me square in the body. Bam! The impact sent me flying 3 meters, pain exploding in my side. I shoved the agony aside. I couldn't lose this fight. I wouldn't lose this fight. I'd taken a serious beating. My carapace was cracked in several places, and I suspected one of my legs was broken. As I staggered to my feet, I checked my status. Yep, my HP had been cut in half. The croc had to be hurting just as badly. This was the final showdown. And sure enough, my opponent was barely holding on. Still reeling from my earlier acid attacks and the internal burns in my mouth. I've also left the croc with a nasty gash on its leg, thanks to my crushing bite. The beast is scrambling to get back on its feet. But I'm not giving it a second to breathe. Dragging one useless leg behind me, I lunge and dart forward, keeping the pressure on so it can never steady itself. That croc has clearly developed a healthy respect for my mandibles. It's not letting me get close for another chomp, instead swiping with its claws and snapping its jaws in defense. Time is my ally here. As long as I keep my distance, I can outlast it, and the croc knows it too. Rolling and twisting, it whips its tail around, one last time the long appendage slicing through the air toward me. Jump! With just 5 functional legs, I launch myself as high as I can, tucking my limbs tight under my body. The tail grazes the air beneath me by a hair's breadth, the sheer force of the swing sending the croc sprawling onto its face. Opportunity! I dart forward, scrambling onto its back where its claws and teeth can't reach, and bite down with everything I've got. Don't think, just chomp, chomp, chomp! The croc thrashes violently, but I hold on with all my strength and keep biting. The damage piles up until its movements slow, then stop altogether. Yes! Anyone strolling by would catch the absurd sight of a monstrous ant perched on its defeated foe, lifting its front legs skyward in a silent, triumphant roar. I let out a few guttural grunts of dominance. Did I just absorb the dragon soul? I feel unstoppable. I've faced my fear head-on and won. That fight was insane, pushed me to my absolute limits, and put me through hell. Actually, I'm still in hell. Ooh. One of my antennae got sliced clean off. It stings, Gandalf. Stings real bad. I need to eat fast and regenerate my HP. No more time for posing infant? These things are just infants. What the heck is Garalosh? Are all these creatures the offspring of a single monster? I'll worry about that later. Right now, I need to eat. Stuffing every one of my stomachs full, I gain 3 more biomass from the infant, bringing me to 4 total, plus 2 skill points. What a haul! After feasting, my HP climbs back to 23, which brings some comfort. But staying out in the open feels way too risky, so I start hunting for a patch of soft ground to dig myself a nest and rest up. It only takes 5 minutes to find a good spot deeper in the forest. Working fast, I dig a small burrow straight down, then curve it sideways into an L-shaped hideout. Not taking any chances, I cover the entrance to lower the odds of being spotted. It's not perfect camouflage, but it's better than nothing. Phew! I'm still buzzing from that fight. I nearly died multiple times, yet I pulled through and scored some serious rewards. This rush is unlike anything I've ever felt. Now I get why some folks back on Earth chase that thrill. But this blows any of that out of the water. This was a genuine life-or-death struggle. As exciting as it was, I can't make a habit of taking on powerful monsters. I only jumped into that fight because the croc was already hurt. This was a lucky break, and I won't let the victory go to my head. Time to spend my hard-earned wealth. With my upgraded crushing bite, I decide to invest 3 biomass into boosting my mandibles twice, and use the last one to bump my carapace to +Jedna. That should widen my offensive options, while giving me a slight edge in defense. After enduring the mutation process, which I absolutely hate, it's finally time to allocate my skill points, 2 points to spend. This kind of wealth was unheard of before. My power is surging forward faster than ever. Scanning through my skill list, everything I'd earned so far was there, plus 1 shiny new addition. There it is. Mana manipulation is about to unlock the door to magic, and I couldn't be more thrilled if I tried. With 1 point left, I'm weighing my options. Slashing attack doesn't seem worth it. My claws are built for clinging to surfaces, not for combat. But since my mandibles got such a solid boost, I'm going all in and grabbing the chomp skill to supercharge my bite attack. Chomp adds piercing power and a solid grip to those bites. With my fresh +2 chompers and the crushing bite skill stacked on top, I might actually hold my own in a scrap now. That familiar warm tingling sensation floods my brain again. Why does learning feel so good while mutating is such a drag? Once everything settles, I take a moment to admire my updated status. Name, Anthony Level, Tricora Might, 15 Toughness, 12 Cunning, 25 Will, 18 HP, 30 MP, 10 Skills, Digging Level 4 Improved Acid Shot Level 1, Grip Level 4 Crushing Bite Level 1 Advanced Stealth Level 2, Tunnel Sense Level 3 Mana Manipulation Level 1 Chomp Level 1, Eye Mutations, Ice +4, Antennae +2, Acid Gland +3, Lex +1, Mandibles +2, Carapace +1 Species, Hatchling Ant Worker Formica, Skill Points, Nula Biomass. Nula, look at this kind of progress. My mutations are spreading out pretty evenly, which feels a bit inevitable, given how this system works. To push my eyes further, I'd need a full 5 biomass. But for that same cost, I could upgrade 2 or 3 other body parts and boost my overall strength way more effectively. I've already plucked the easiest gains available. My legs and carapace are still sitting at +1, but I'm itching to get my eyes to +5. The real goal here is to see what happens when a body part hits that milestone. Could it adapt or evolve in some way, like skills do? Figuring out the quirks of this bizarre game-like system, ruling my life in this world, is my top priority right now. 27 long roads. After that last close call, I'm finally starting to feel a flicker of self-assurance. Maybe I can actually survive out here and track down my colony after all. I mean, I've always been confident, right? Okay, moving on. Time to tackle the next challenge. Picking up mana manipulation came with a crash course on how to use it, all neatly planted in my head. It's a little unsettling to realize that buying a skill literally rewires my brain and memories. Just how deep does this system go? I don't have the luxury to dwell on that, so I shove the doubt aside. From what I now understand, the mana I absorb from the air gets stored in my monster core. To actually use it, I have to pull it out and shape it. That's where mana manipulation comes in. This skill is my ticket to doing something cool with my MP. Time to give it a shot. As I concentrate, I can feel the core inside me, right at the center of my midsection. It's like a tight, warm knot, pulsing faintly with energy. That's my mana. Before I try to draw it out, I need a clear mental picture of what I want. Keep it simple for the first go. How about releasing it as a mist from my mouth? Just a harmless puff of mana, easy enough. I pour all my focus into that core, sinking deep into myself. It's still tiny, roughly the size of a grape. I figure I'll get chances to expand it later. With only 10 max MP right now, I doubt I can do much, but that's fine. My mind locks onto the core and pulls inward. It feels like I've stepped into a crystalline realm, with fractal patterns bouncing light in every direction. In this space, the mana floats lazily, drifting in slow, gentle circles, with no external force to guide it. This is the state it will naturally hold. I can sense the exact instant when the energy inside starts to respond to my presence. Slowly it begins to stir, drifting in the direction my thoughts push it. This is absolutely brutal. Throwing every ounce of my mental strength into it, the mana reluctantly drags itself out of my core and travels through my body. The pressure builds in my throat like water stuck in my esophagus. Opening my mouth wide, a tiny puff of glowing see-through gas escapes and vanishes into the air. Gasp! That was incredibly tough. I'm completely drained from that single act. I understand that my ability to channel mana is about as weak as it gets, but I'm utterly wiped out after one harmless little breath of it. Magic is no joke. Checking my MP usage, I've only burned 2 points. All that struggle for just 2 points is a bit disheartening. Still, the more I repeat this, the quicker my skill level climbs, and the easier each session becomes, which speeds up my training more and more. It's a cycle of exponential growth. The faster I push through these early stages, the quicker my future progress will be. Gathering all my resolve, I focus my mind on my core once more, attempting to duplicate the effect. RNG! Puff! Gandalf, this is insane. How did you ever master these mystical arts? Do I need a beard and a staff to make it work? I managed to push through 3 more attempts, draining every bit of my mana. On the final try, my mental energy gives out, and I can't force the mana out of my body, so it just fades away without effect. I'm so worn down by this that I decide to catch some rest with my eyes open to recharge. I really wish there was a way to track how much time is passing. Being born here with a smartphone would be way too convenient. When I wake up, I figure it hasn't been too long, maybe 3 hours. I'm guessing based on how full my stomach feels. Digesting all that crock meat is going to take a while. I've also recovered 6 out of my 10 MP. I won't bother trying to burn through it all until I'm back at full capacity. If I tried another 3 rounds right now, I'd just be exhausting my mind before heading out, which is way too dangerous. Even after draining all my MP from practice, I still haven't gained a single level in mana manipulation. I can already tell that mastering magic in this world is going to be a long haul. I can only take on that challenge if I manage to stay alive. Time to get moving and scout the area. Crawling out of my hideout, I take a moment to hide the entrance by plugging it with dirt and leaves, which puts my mind at ease. I might not even come back to this spot, but if I can set up a few safe zones as I travel, it'll boost my odds of survival. Once that's done, I take a quick scan of my surroundings. There's no sign of any creatures nearby, and my antennae pick up nothing either. Luckily, as I've been digesting my biomass, the damaged antenna has started to regrow. If I keep securing food, my sensory organs should get back to full strength. Right now, they're only working at about 70% capacity. I can't complain too much, though. That fight gave me so much that the cost was totally worth it. The main goal here is reconnaissance, not fighting. Unless I spot a truly golden opportunity, I'll skip it in favor of gathering intel. I've had enough risky moves for now. Confident that nothing's lurking nearby, I move out, staying low to the ground. This massive cavern is just breathtaking. Such an insane amount of open space underground doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm not sure how large caves were back on Earth, but you could probably fit a whole city in here, as long as you cut the tops off the buildings. It just doesn't seem like something nature could create. Sliding through the underbrush, my eyes are locked in every direction. The last thing I want is a surprise visit from those awful gargoyles soaring overhead. The terrain in here isn't perfectly level. Scattered across the expanse are rolling hills and jagged rock formations that stretch upward toward the distant ceiling. It wouldn't shock me if a host of creatures had carved out homes in these elevated spots, since nesting in a safer, higher location is always a smart move, though it also tends to draw unwanted rivals. For now, let's give them a wide berth. Being inside such a vast space really highlights the limits of my vision. My compound eyes are excellent for tracking movement in every direction at once, which helps guard against surprise attacks, but they fall short when it comes to picking out distant details, the way a human could. Even with the boost from my Plüschtische mutations, the range still isn't enough to take in the whole scene from a high perch, like a tree or an open gap in the canopy. Instead, I have to creep closer and piece together a mental map of the area bit by bit. That's exactly where this skill comes in handy. By keeping a firm grip on my sense of direction, I can roughly track where key landmarks sit relative to one another. About time you finally leveled up tunnel sense. Some skills just take forever to grind out. Wait, something's approaching. And it feels big. The vibrations are pulsing through my feet and antennae. I sweep my gaze across the landscape. Thick, pale mushroom stalks jut straight out of the rocky ground here and there, supporting the vivid, multicolored caps overhead. The odd, twisted trees fill the gaps between them, their gnarled roots spreading across the floor like a knotted carpet, burrowing into the stone itself. I can use those. Rather than bolting and risking being spotted, I'll lean on my stealth to keep me hidden. This creature might have razor-sharp hearing or pick up on the air currents my running would stir up. It could also be lightning fast and chase me down in seconds. I just don't have enough info. Better to play it safe. I slip over to a dense tangle of roots and worm my way through them, tucking myself against the dirt and behind the strange wood. By angling my head just right, I can peek out and glimpse what's happening nearby. Thud. Thud. Those heavy footsteps are getting closer, louder with each beat. This is definitely something massive. When the creature finally comes into view, I nearly faint. What in the world is this thing? 28 true lords of the domain, an enormous, scaled hand slams onto the hard ground. Each scale is a glossy dark green that seems to radiate with the forest's reflected glow. Vicious claws tip every digit, curved blades that taper into deadly points. What really sends my heart racing is that each of those claws is probably the size of my head. Thick, powerful cords of muscle on the arm drag the rest of the beast forward. The long, pointed snout, lined with teeth, leads the way, followed by those deep-set, chilling eyes. Even with its massive mouth clamped shut, rows of teeth are visible, giving it a permanent, menacing grin. There's a cold, calculating intelligence behind that gaze, one that strikes terror into anything unlucky enough to cross its path. Along its back, the overlapping scales are interrupted by bony ridges that end in spikes easily a foot long. Keeping its body surprisingly low to the ground, it moves with a smooth serpentine grace. As it glides past, a second pair of shorter but equally muscular arms, positioned halfway down its torso, help maintain that low profile. The creature lets out a guttural growl and a sharp huff, then releases a sudden burst of red flame. I nearly let out a squeak. Finally, the powerful rear legs come into view. From how they're angled, it's obvious this thing could rear up on its hind legs if it wanted to, but it's evolved to slink close to the earth, like a crocodile when speed matters. From snout to tail, the monster stretches roughly 12 meters long. 12 meters. That's almost 40 feet. Picture 4 basketball hoops, stacked on top of each other. That's nearly the length of a bowling lane. Sure, that measurement includes its long, muscular tail. But isn't that just absurdly huge, Gandalf? That beast is so colossal. I could never dream of taking it on. What in the world is something this massive doing crawling around up here? Based on its look, this is obviously some kind of evolved croaker beast. But I refuse to call that hulking monster a baby. The crocodile traits are unmistakable, yet I never counted on the extra pair of arms, the fire-breathing, or the absurd jump in scale. These creatures dwarf the regular croaker, so much it's almost hard to wrap my head around. Could this titan actually be 2 steps removed from the one I took down? Staring at those massive scales, I doubt my acid could even scratch the surface. This thing is a walking fortress, probably tipping the scales at several tons. If there's anything bigger or scarier lurking around here, I'm heading straight back up to deal with the humans instead. The ground trembles under my tiny legs as the monster's immense weight pounds the earth with every step it takes away from me. Right then, a wild thought crosses my mind, and I slip out of hiding to trail the colossal reptile. For some reason, I remembered pilot fish back on Earth. Those little guys that stick close to a shark or whale, nibbling off parasites and snagging scraps. The big animal gets a free spa treatment to stay in top shape, while the small ones score protection and a steady meal. I'm not about to stroll up to this beast and offer a dental cleaning, but this might just be the safest way to get around for now. Safe, Anthony? You've got to be out of your mind. But hold on. It's a safe bet that just about every predator in this area wants to steer clear of this thing like it's a walking disaster. Anything that doesn't clear out fast enough would have to get through the big guy before they could even think about coming after me. As long as the croc doesn't notice me, I'm sitting pretty. And advanced stealth has proven it can keep me under the radar. If I keep tagging along and staying hidden, I might even level that skill up while I'm checking out the area. There are risks, sure, but they're ones I can handle. I scurry along in the wake of the giant, its sheer speed forcing me to hustle and keep my own noise down. But the bulky creature makes such a racket that my little pattering feet barely register. For the next hour, I creep along, staying out of sight of my unwitting guardian. The strange landscape keeps blowing my mind as we move. At one point, we passed a huge flower with vivid petals spread wide, revealing a gleaming gem at its center about the size of my head. I was totally frozen by the sight, but the croc just stomped on by without a second glance. I didn't get a chance to examine it closely, but something about it felt off. The petals lay thick and overlapping on the ground, with the bloom facing straight up. Those fleshy leaves gave me a creepy vibe, almost like a welcome mat rolled out to lure someone closer to that dazzling, diamond-like core. I got an unexpected bonus, too, when a giant centipede darted out of the bushes right in front of the Titan croc, as I'd started calling it. One of those evolved centipedes would have been a rough fight for me, maybe even a losing one. For my new buddy the Titan croc, barely a blip. Hardly slowing, the croc smashed a claw down on the centipede, flattening it into mush instantly. What shocked me most was that it didn't even stop to eat the precious biomass. It just kept marching without a pause. That's when I remembered what Gandalf had mentioned in the evolution menu. The more advanced a creature gets, the less biomass it gains from lesser ones. The centipede might have been useless to the croc, but to me, it was a golden opportunity. It's probably a sad commentary on my current existence, that I'd happily scurry over to the squashed remains of a giant bug for a meal. The claw's sheer force had flattened the poor thing like a human stomping on a beetle, with its insides splattered everywhere. Ugh, my appetite's taking a hit just thinking about it. But hey, I'm not about to pass up free biomass. Remember the golden rule. When you're on the brink of giving up, you eat to survive. Interestingly, this makes me wonder if the claw centipede has other evolutionary paths it could take. I chew thoughtfully for a moment, pondering that idea. But I've barely scarfed down a quarter of the carcass when I realize my protective shield is drifting too far off. Time to hustle. Just as I'm about to bolt, something catches my eye glinting in the remains. Tucked near the base of the monster's skull is a tiny shimmering orb that looks like a gem. No way, is that what I think it is? I dart closer and grab it with my mandibles. It is! A monster core. I don't have time to dwell on what Gandalf mentioned. My ride is slipping away by the second. Reinforce my core. The sphere dissolves into thin air, and a scorching mist of energy surges through me before spiraling down into my core. The energy whirls faster and faster, sinking deeper while my core heats up like a furnace. When it's all absorbed, I'm still burning inside as I chase after the Titan croc, checking my stats. Name, Anthony level, 3 core might, 15 toughness, 12 cunning, 25 will, 18 HP, 30 MP, 9-12 skills, digging level 4, I, improve acid shot level 1, grip level 4, I, crushing bite level 1, I, advanced stealth level 2, I, mana manipulation level 1, I, chomp level 1, I, tunnel sense level 4, I mutations, Eyes plus 4, antennae plus 2, acid gland plus 3, legs plus 1, mandibles plus 2, carapace plus 1 species, hatchling ant worker, formica. Skill points, Nula biomass, 2 chapter 29 croc landing. What a breakthrough. I can devour monster cores from other creatures to bolster my own, which boosts my max MP. Awesome. That means I get 1 extra round of practice during my mana manipulation sessions. It also reveals another layer of the system that governs my growth here. If I want to expand my MP pool, I'll need to hunt down monster cores. That sounds like a huge hurdle, though. A monster only develops a core after hitting max level and investing in an evolution. By that logic, such creatures are bound to be formidable. Not the kind I can usually tangle with. I got lucky this time, and I can't count on snagging more cores so easily down the road. Enough overthinking. Time to catch up with the Titan croc. Even at a leisurely pace, that beast's massive frame covers ground quickly, and I have to scramble to slip back into my spot behind its enormous tail. Before long we arrive at the destination this unstoppable force has been heading for all along. The forest thins out, revealing a breathtaking open view. It's a lake, a vast expanse of water glowing with an almost unnatural radiance, occupying the heart of a wide clearing. After an hour of travel, we've reached the center of this cavern, but something tells me we're nowhere near its true depths. The lake stretches at least 100 meters across, with little streams and tributaries branching off from its edges. I reckon the water bubbles up from an underground spring beneath the rocky floor, spilling over to carve out these mini waterways. What really captivates me are the twisting strands of blue light that coil around each other in a graceful, almost hypnotic dance inside the water, resembling a double helix. These ropes seem to stretch all the way back to the lake's very origin, drifting and twisting, as if pushed along by some unseen force. Mana! I'd seen this same sight in the rock pool higher up, but it had been far weaker there, the threads nearly invisible to the naked eye. Even so, that water had been thick with mana, pulling monsters from every corner of the cavern to drink deep and soak up the energy, hoping to solidify their cores. This water must be absolutely saturated with mana. Sure enough, a whole crowd of creatures had gathered here for the same reason. A good number of them had probably already formed their cores and were simply topping off their spent MP. I need to test that theory. Over here, a massive tangle of common centipedes writhes together, and somewhere in that mess, there might be a mutant variant. Something off about its coloring or build, but it's buried deep in the squirming mass of the ordinary ones. No way to tell for sure. Maybe it's nothing. There's an evolved wolf-dragon cub here too, bigger and more imposing than before, with what looks almost like a lion's mane wringing its neck, thick and proud fur that practically screams dominance. I could swear its eyes were literally burning. It's tough to see clearly, but the air around its face seems to shimmer with a heat haze. No, that can't be right. There are other beasts here I've never laid eyes on. A gorilla-like thing with enormous, thick arms and a face like a bat, with smaller monkey-like critters swarming and shrieking around its feet. Over there, a few of those gargoyle-type monsters that dropped from the ceiling. Past them, what I think is an evolved thorn lizard. Not much bigger than the standard version, but packed with denser muscle. Its spikes looking far more dangerous. Another creature resembles some kind of armored bison, built low to the ground, with thick plates of rock-like substance, shielding its face and back. The more I looked, the more new species I spotted ringing the lake. The sheer variety was overwhelming. Just how many different kinds of monsters are lurking down here? Keeping track of all this was going to be a genuine headache. Unfortunately, most of them look way too powerful for me to handle. I'll have to keep picking my fights very carefully. As the giant titan croc lumbered toward the water's edge, the other monsters wisely cleared a path. The spot it settled into was a wide, flattened, muddy bank where the beast could stretch out its entire length and lap up the mana-charged water at its leisure. Must be nice being the king of the hill. Even with all these different species gathered around the lake, none of them looked like they could go toe-to-toe with that monster. What kind of creature was Garalosh to produce something this terrifying? Since the water seemed peaceful here too, I edged a little ways around from the croc and crept up to the shoreline for a taste. Zap! Whoa! That familiar tingle, that burning jolt, slammed through me with full force. But this time, after the feeling surged through my whole body, it pulled back, like ocean waves retreating from the sand, drawing deeper and deeper until it settled right into my core. I checked my status. My MP had ticked up by 2 points. Nice. I took another sip to top myself off and sat there a moment, letting the intense sensation fade. Since I'm here at this lake and can basically refill my MP for free, this is the perfect chance to grind my mana manipulation skill. I can train non-stop until hunger finally drives me out to hunt. Pumped, I started scouting around for a spot soft enough to dig out a basic hidey hole. I found a decent location not far from where the Titan croc was lounging. My thinking is that having the dominant predator nearby will keep others from sneaking around looking for an easy meal. With my tiny chamber hollowed out, I dive straight into practicing mana manipulation, pulling the energy from my core and guiding it up to my throat, letting it swell before I release it in a soft burst of magical force. Whew! It's still brutally hard, demanding every ounce of my focus just to get it right. Luckily, after my third try, Gandalf throws in a few words of encouragement. Finally, I've been dying to hear that. I jump back into my routine with fresh energy. There's a slight, almost unnoticeable shift in how easily I can draw the power out and steer it where I need it to go. One extra level was never going to be a game changer, I guess. But with my boosted skills backing me up, I managed to push through 6 full rounds of practice before my mana and my brain are completely tapped out. Totally spent, I haul myself back to the lake and start gulping down water to restore my MP. It takes a while, since absorbing mana from the water hits me like a wave of intensity every single time. The one thing bugging me is that despite all the ground I covered chasing that Titan croc around, I never picked up a single trace of the pheromone trail the colony's scouts left behind. Not even a hint. I mull it over while I keep drinking. Hold on. If monsters from all over this part of the cavern swing by here for a drink, there's a real chance some of my colony's members have stopped by too. There's no way a scout would pass up a mana-rich spot like this without flagging it for the rest of the group. This might be my shot. Once my MP is topped off, I waste no time racing around the lakeshore, tapping my antennae against the ground, hunting for that familiar, welcoming scent of my kin. My severed antenna has been regrowing nicely, now about halfway back to normal. Thank goodness. Other creatures give me wary looks, but I ignore them, even accidentally stepping right over a wolf dragon's tail without noticing. Fortunately, the beast was too stunned to snap at me and too wary of breaking the water truce to make a move. About halfway around the lake, my antennae start buzzing with a response to that scent I know so well. It's here! 30 juniors. Handle the grunt work. The operation had gone off without a hitch so far, which Mirren was deeply thankful for. The Royal Guards and the Legion had worked together to sweep through the upper floors, taking out hundreds of weaker monsters to prep for the incoming wave. For warriors of this caliber, moving through this stretch of the dungeon was usually a breeze. To the elite legionaries, this place was basically a joke. They could probably stroll through with half a dozen monsters clinging to them and barely break a sweat. Still, being thorough meant checking every side tunnel, every hidden passage, and every offshoot, which ate up a ton of time and energy. With 2 forces as sharp as the Guard, who only recruited the cream of the crop, and the Deep Legion, who thrived on this kind of action, the job got done as fast as humanly possible. "Look at them! Just lounging around," Donnellan muttered, nodding toward the senior legionaries, leaning against the tunnel wall, laughing and shooting the breeze. "I wouldn't stare if I were you, and keep it down," Mirren whispered back, her fingers resting on her crossbow and her eyes locked on the tunnel ahead. Word is Aurelia's got insane hearing. If she catches you griping, you'll be digging latrines out of solid rock until the wave hits. It's just not fair that us lower-ranked trainees with the lame assignments have to do all the heavy lifting while the full legionaries stand there looking pretty. I've chucked so many fireballs in the last 10 hours. My fingers are practically charred, Donnellan grumbled. He wasn't usually one to complain on the job, but spending half a day fighting monsters and staying on high alert was enough to sour anyone's mood. To make matters worse, even the trainees were high enough in level that they barely earned any experience for using their skills or taking down monsters this deep in the dungeon. "Just hold on a little longer, you big baby," Mirin chided. "We'll reach the first expanse soon and get the advanced camp set up. Once the fortifications are done, we're scheduled to rest." "Great. More digging." Mirin could only shake her head at Donalan's endless grumbling. She couldn't really blame him, though. Fire-specialized mages like Donalan were often called blast mages because they excelled at clearing out large swaths of lower-level creatures. He'd been pushing himself twice as hard as she had. "How are you two holding up? Still awake over there?" laughed one of their centurions, Alexei, as he strolled over to check on them. The two trainees snapped to attention immediately. "Doing just fine, Centurion," Donalan announced, his voice brimming with energy. "I could easily serve another 10 hours. Alexei let out a snort. "No, you couldn't. In about an hour, you'll be nodding off on your feet." The sturdy officer gave them both an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "Remember, for you and the other trainees, this mission is a rite of passage. Expect to be pushed harder than you've ever been pushed. By the time we're finished, you'll feel like you've died and been reborn all at once." Mirin flinched, and Donalan let out an audible groan, which only made Alexei laugh harder. "Don't worry too much. Once we hit the first expanse, me and the old-timers will start carrying more of the weight." Alexei leaned in and lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. "Here's something you might not know. Us higher-ranked legionaries are built to operate much deeper in the dungeon than this. It's honestly hard to show what we can do up here." Donalan stifled a laugh. "What, because the monsters are too weak?" "No," Alexei drawled. "Because the mana up here is too thin. The ambient level in the expanse is just barely enough to work with. You'll see some impressive stuff then. And keep an eye on the commander. He's a living legend for a reason, you know." "Alexei," a sharp voice cut across the tunnel. The three of them snapped to attention instantly. "Yes, Tribune Aurelia." The older woman was staring at Alexei with an intensity that felt almost physical. "If you're done running your mouth with the trainees, Centurion, then I suggest you take them to the supply cart and grab 3 shovels. We'll need latrines dug once we reach the expanse." Donalan nearly broke down in tears as the 2 trainees trudged off, silently cursing their chatty centurion. Titus was chuckling quietly to himself. "You think I'm being too hard on them?" Aurelia asked, raising an eyebrow. Titus shifted the massive axe resting on his shoulder, and instead of answering her question, he asked one of his own. "Do you remember your promotion expedition?" Aurelia let out a grunt. "How could I forget? You ground us into dust, put us back together, and then ground us down all over again." Her answer drew a fierce grin from the commander. "And now you're one of the finest officers I've ever seen. We don't coddle legionaries, Aurelia. We liquefy them so we can pour them into the mold. If those kids aren't crying themselves to sleep tonight, then we haven't worked them hard enough." "And what about Alexei?" Titus frowned. "I'll have a word with our talkative centurion myself," Aurelia winced. After a chat with Commander Titus, Alexei wouldn't be doing much talking for a while. The healing alone could take weeks. "Is the Royal Guard clear on their duties until the wave, Tribune?" Titus asked. "Yes, Commander. They'll handle protecting the dungeon entrance and the upper tunnels. I'll have to thank the Queen personally when we get back. Her guards really know their business." Titus grunted. It was true the guards were highly skilled, but he still wasn't convinced it was the best move for the Queen to send her most capable defenders into the dungeon to manage the upper tunnels. With all of the tunnels cleared, it was time to push forward into the expanse. Here is the rewritten text. The dungeon's true potential, and its staggering wealth began to surface at this depth. Monster cores were merely one of the many precious resources waiting to be claimed from these shadowed halls. Minerals, rare crystals, and the raw experience points granted by each defeated creature all held significant value in the markets above. As the expedition pressed deeper, Titus found his stride with increasing ease. After years of relentless campaigns, the quiet monotony of surface life, drafting correspondence, balancing ledgers, attending to bureaucratic trifles, had caffed at him relentlessly. He wasn't suited for that world. With his axe gripped firmly and mana surging through his bloodstream, he was exactly where he belonged. Within the hour, the entire company was ready to push onward. Titus positioned himself at the vanguard, his legionaries marching in tight formation behind him as they moved toward the tree line ahead. For 10 minutes they advanced, pausing only occasionally to crush the scattered monsters that dared cross their path, until the tunnel finally yawned open into a breathtaking underground vista, known as the Forest Expanse. A glowing forest stretched before them in a sweeping arc, the blue luminescence casting an eerie, beautiful glow across every face in the column. In disciplined silence, the legionaries fanned out to establish their encampment. Earth mages raised defensive walls with practiced efficiency, shaping the soft cavern floor into formidable barriers. Meanwhile, the trainees found themselves saddled with the less glamorous duties, hauling supplies from the carts, pitching tents, and digging the necessary latrines. Titus surveyed the bustling scene with a discerning eye, watching his people execute their tasks with precision. The expedition numbered 100 legionaries, 20 of whom were trainees undertaking their promotion delve, with the remaining 80 being seasoned veterans. 25 auxiliaries accompanied the force, handling medical support, logistics, and meals. The Deep Legion's plan was straightforward. Construct a forward fortification here, barricade the tunnel leading toward Lyria, and hold the line when the wave struck. From this stronghold, they would also dispatch scouting parties to track down the ant colony's location. A thunderous roar tore through the forest's edge, shattering the calm. Bursting through the underbrush came a mature, lightning fist ape, its colossal gorilla-like fists pounding the stone floor as it barreled toward the Legion with pure, mindless fury. Titus could only shake his head with a weary sigh. At these shallower depths, it was almost laughable how often monsters displayed such abysmal cunning. A lightning fist ape charging headlong into an entire legion was a textbook example of suicidal stupidity. Of all the evolutions available to the Spark chimp, this particular branch was the only one that actually lost intelligence in exchange for raw power. What it gained, however, was formidable might and a potent command of electric mana shaping, typically unleashed through devastating punches. As the beast thundered closer, the legionaries remained eerily calm, their commander stepping forward to meet the charge alone. The monster lunged, its foul breath washing over Titus's face, and then he moved. With a single hand, he hauled back his legendary axe, a blade so massive it resembled a slab of forged steel more than a refined weapon, and brought it down directly in the creature's path. The impact against the rock sent a deep, resonant thud echoing through the cavern before a colossal roar erupted, as if a meteor had slammed into the earth. When the dust finally settled, a 30-meter-long groove had been carved into the cavern floor, and the ape's severed corpse lay split in two, cut cleanly between the eyes on either side of the gash. Chapter 31: Unwelcome Guests. The trail has been detected. Members of my colony have visited this lake after all. This is remarkable. I could simply wait for them to return and follow them straight back to the nest. Staying near the water's edge, I tap my antennae against the ground, tracing the path away from the shore. A solid trail has definitely been established here. The more frequently ants, traverse a particular route, the stronger the pheromone reinforcement becomes, solidifying the path for future travelers. This route hasn't seen particularly heavy traffic, but the colony has certainly passed through here on multiple occasions. I retreat to the safety of the lake and can't resist a little victory jig. Nearby monsters are giving me strange looks from the corners of their eyes. I doubt they often witness an amateur ant breakdancing. My new family is almost within reach. After days of solitude, it'll be such a relief to see another being that doesn't want to devour me. I'll finally meet my mother in this other world, the Queen. I wonder how massive she is. Back on Earth I barely saw her. I was mostly on my own. Hopefully, this time I can pitch in more and we can collaborate. Ugh. I'm way too pumped. I need to chill to rein it in. I mustn't forget where I am. This place is insanely hazardous. If I wander around distracted, I'll end up dead. I scan the area for a few minutes until I spot a decent nesting spot, dig myself my signature L-shaped chamber, and seal the top. In the pitch black, I start the grueling routine of honing my mana manipulation again. Puff. The space briefly lights up each time I release a small cloud of mana from my mouth. Puff. Eventually, I let out my mana, but my final attempt to steer the energy fails because my mind is wiped. There's still a long road ahead. Once that's done, I choose to rest, slipping into torpor, the insect version of sleep. I'm growing more used to this kind of downtime. No eye closing, just staying still and zoning out for a while. When I wake, I feel refreshed and calm. Phew! So many thrilling things have happened. I need to keep taking it slow and assess my situation. My initial plan to stay here and boost mana manipulation is solid. The bonus now is that if I keep an eye on the lake, I might link up with some colony members and trail them back to the nest. The other choice is to strike out on my own and follow the scent trail. But I'm hesitant to take that gamble when it might not be necessary. I'll stay put and keep leveling up a few skills. The other one I want to improve is digging. It's not the flashiest or best for combat, nor particularly handy for much, but I enjoy it. If you asked me what the ants' core skill is, it's their amazing knack for building nests. And digging like a pro is at the heart of that. Plus, it's a breeze to level. All I have to do is dig. With that goal, I start expanding my small chamber, carving out narrow tunnels in several directions just below the surface, weaving around rocks, or halting a tunnel when I strike stone. Oddly enough, the work is calming. I'm practically humming to myself as I haul loads of dirt back and forth with my mandibles. The ground here is pretty damp too, so I have to move away from the lake. It's not long before I hit tree roots and the buried stems of giant mushrooms in my paths. Every so often, I burrow up to the surface to make a small air vent and check out what's happening above. These mini exits also give me a handy spot to dump my soil. I get so wrapped up in digging that I don't even notice when the level up notification pops up. When I stop and try to gauge how much time has passed, I realize I've been at it for nearly 6 hours. Digging level 5. If only I had a skill point. I'd love to see what this skill evolves into. Speaking of which, I'm getting a bit peckish. Maybe it's time to think about hunting for some grub. I should also peek to see if my colony has swung by for a drink. Excited, I hurry back to the lake, hoping to spot my kin grabbing some refreshments. Sadly, no luck. There's a whole mix of creatures, but not a single ant in sight. Oh well, hopefully next time. At this point, my options are pretty much limited to either trying my hand at hunting or sticking around to keep honing my mana. But, hold on, what in the world is that? Off in the distance, I spot silhouettes cresting a small hill that overlooks the lake. From here, my vision isn't perfect, but I can make out enough to get a solid guess at what they are, and they definitely aren't monsters. Without a second thought, I bolt into my tunnel and scramble away from the lake, not stopping until I'm tucked safely beneath the roots of a tree. What are humans doing all the way out here? Those shapes were unmistakably human. Did they somehow track me down already? That seems impossibly fast. I took the most direct route possible, dropping straight down a shaft, while they probably had to navigate a maze of winding tunnels just to reach this spot. Even though I didn't get a clear look, something about these humans felt off compared to the ones I encountered in the tunnels above. Maybe it was their posture, or the way they carried themselves. I can't quite put my finger on it. I'm caught in two minds. One part of me wants to creep closer and investigate, while the other is screaming to get the heck out of here. Ugh! I can't just keep fleeing every single time a human shows up. Sure, they might be dangerous, but my stealth has to count for something, right? I've learned plenty by tailing monsters, but shadowing these humans could open up a whole new world of knowledge. Decision made. Deep breath, Anthony. I crawl back through my tunnel, find a gap, and cautiously poke my head out. My antennae have mostly regrown by now, though I'll need to refuel before the last bit regenerates. At least my senses are still sharp enough. Okay, the coast is clear. I slip above ground, fully cloaked in stealth mode, keeping low and hugging whatever cover I can find. Arsing wide, I circle around to the back of that hill, staying well out of their sightline. There they are. I edge closer, burying myself in thick brush with just my antennae peeking out. 5 humans, all facing away from me, staring down at the lake, or, more specifically, at the monsters gathered around it. Since their attention is locked elsewhere, I take the chance to creep in a bit more. I love you, Gandalf. These feelings come from the heart. Please accept them. I can almost catch fragments of their conversation, though it sounds like no language I've ever heard. They're chatting and pointing down toward the water. Wait, looks like they've reached some kind of agreement. I freeze as the 5 split up and arm themselves. One raises a staff and starts focusing, blazing runes swirling around its tip, spinning faster and faster until a massive fireball forms, blazing brilliantly above the staff. The monsters below catch on and let out shocked roars, as if the idea of an attack here is utterly absurd. Before they can even react, the staff sweeps down and the fireball launches out of view. 30 were seeking but not finding. The fireball streaks off like a meteor, and the aftermath isn't a mystery for long. A massive tremor rocks the ground as an explosion lights up the area with a blinding flash. The monsters below erupt into a chorus of roars and screams. That blast must have wounded a good number of them, and riled up plenty more. The other 4 humans chuckle among themselves, brandishing their weapons, as they start advancing down the hill toward the lake. The spellcaster hangs back, and I'm pretty sure it's a woman, though my eyes are still too weak to tell for certain. She begins conjuring more spells, smaller than the last, whipping flaming lances out of thin air and hurling them into the chaos below. It feels deeply unsettling to watch the calm surface of the lake get shattered like this. Honestly, I shouldn't be taken aback, should I? Picture it. Humans stumble onto a treasure trove of immense value. Would they ever think of sharing it? If they had the power to seize and hoard it, would they simply step aside and let others benefit? Not a chance. They'd set traps and ambush anyone who dared approach. They'd erect barriers and walls to keep everyone else out. They'd clutch every last drop for themselves, building up their might to grab even more. The creatures lurking in this zone are utterly clueless. Glancing at the stats in the system, I'd bet most of the monsters I've encountered have a cunning score under 10. They're easy to fool, bait, and snare. Strangely enough, they never even consider seizing control of the Mana Lake's power. They don't fight over it, letting everyone, friend or foe, tap into its benefits. From a human perspective, that's just foolish. And really, what are monsters to humans anyway? Nothing more than loot and experience points. If I had been born human, I'd be doing the exact same thing, wouldn't I? I'd be slaughtering monsters for XP, ripping out their cores to sell, and partying all night. But I wasn't born human in this world. I came into existence as something else, a monster. And for some reason, watching these humans here, shattering the lake's serenity, it just grinds my gears. I don't overthink it. I spin around, lock my sights, and let loose. Pow! A searing glob of acid tears through the air, aimed straight for the back of the female mage's head. Splash! It smacks into some kind of protective ward, spreading out to reveal a shimmering, dome-shaped shield encasing her. She whips around, startled, scanning for the source of the sudden assault. I've already melted back into the underbrush, completely out of sight. My heart races as I worry she might pull off a detection spell like those crystal-wielding guards in the upper cavern. But after a long, hard stare at the brush, she pivots back to the chaos unfolding below. Pow! Another acid bolt arcs out, splattering against the barrier. It hisses and crackles, trying to eat through the magical defense. The mage spins angrily, hurling a stream of fire from her palm, torching the area behind her and sweeping the flames in a wide arc to incinerate any cover nearby. I'm not that close, thankfully, but the heat still stings my still-healing antennae. Good grief, that's blazing. Honestly, I'm not even sure what I'm hoping to accomplish by meddling here. I just wanted her to stop raining destruction on the monsters below. Well, mission accomplished, I suppose. So, Anthony, what's your brilliant next move? The mage is still glaring at the smoking remnants of the trees, hunting for the pesky culprit behind those acid shots. And I'm certainly not about to reveal my charming face. She's clearly peeved, but her focus snaps back to the fight below. Her crew probably depends on her magical support, and she can't afford distractions. With back turned, I slip out of my hiding spot and dart a bit farther away, nestling among the roots of a nearby tree to reassess. She's back to summoning those blazing lances of fire, hurling them at her targets. Each one starts as a dense orb of flame before shooting forward, accelerating into a spear of pure heat. Just as she winds up for another cast, I take aim and fire. Nice! From this longer distance, my accuracy slips a bit, but most of the acid still splashes against that invisible shield, wearing it down. What happens next catches me completely off guard. With a sharp, cracking sound, the barrier shatters, and the acid clinging to it drops straight through. A chunk of it landing right on the mage. She screams in fury as the acid gnaws into her robes, frantically swatting at the burning substance, while trying to shield herself from more harm. To be honest, I never thought I'd actually land a hit on this mage. Watching my acid chew through a human is far more unsettling than I anticipated. With the magical barrage from above now silenced, I figure the other 4 fighters down by the lake are probably struggling without that support. My main goal is already achieved. The mage has stopped her spellcasting. I decide to slip away and check out the scene near the water. Moving cautiously, I creep out from my hiding spot, circling wide to stay clear of the mage and the path her allies might take when they regroup. As I loop around the hill and edge back toward the lakeside, the sight hits me hard. It's total chaos. Dozens of monsters lie dead along the shore, some clearly having tried to storm the slope, only to be cut down by the mage's 4 companions, without making any progress. The creatures on this side have been scattered. Those brave enough to fight are gone, while the smarter ones bolted at the first chance. The humans are now rummaging through the corpses, pulling long knives from their leg straps to slice open the beasts, hunting for cores. They curse when they come up empty, but chuckle with satisfaction when they pocket the shiny, gem-like treasures. The mage has already descended to join her allies, and they're laughing as she gestures angrily toward the hill, no doubt venting about my sneaky attacks. One of them, a hulking warrior type, yanks a flask from a pouch at his hip and hands it to her. She takes it gratefully and gulps it down. Maybe a healing potion? After they finish harvesting the cores, the 5 of them bunch up and head over the ridge, their silhouettes fading into the distance, until they vanish over the peak. The shoreline and the hillside are littered with dead monsters, and I feel a strange numbness creep in. As someone who used to be human but now roams as a monster, what's the real moral code here? I can't quite wrap my head around it. Still, there's a ton of biomass lying around, and no self-respecting monster would let that go to waste. I'll eat first and sort out the philosophy later. 30. A mutation sensation. Before the bodies dissolved and were absorbed by the dungeon, I managed to scoop up 7 biomass, an incredible haul. Part of that comes from sampling 3 brand new creature types, which netted me 3 bonus points, plus another 4 from filling my stomachs. Combined with the 2 I'd saved earlier, I've got 9 biomass ready to spend. Eager to mutate without interruptions, but still jittery about those hunters circling back, I head to my pre-dug nest, though I have to squeeze and widen the entrance a bit to fit my bloated rear through. Once inside, I take my time sealing the opening before I start spending. My original plan was to push my eyes to +, keeping my edge in vision over the local monsters, but also to see what the system would unlock once I hit level 5. Skills evolve at that milestone, and I have a hunch body parts might too. The thought makes me anxious, and then, instead of that annoying itch, Gandalf's deep, comforting voice echoes in my head. So level 5 is a real turning point after all, just as it should be. I've dumped 15 biomass into my eyesight, so reward me more. The system rattled off a huge list of vision upgrades, and wow, the options are overwhelming. Heat-sensitive vision, motion-sensitive vision, mana vision, see-through vision. Some of these sound absolutely incredible. Sorting through the list takes me forever, and I lean on Gandalf to break down each option before I lock anything in. Sure, some picks are seriously tempting. X-ray vision sounds like a total game-changer, but I settle for something more practical that patches a weakness while sharpening what I already do well. Focused compound vision. When Gandalf spelled out what this mutation actually does, I couldn't hide my excitement, because it's something I'd been craving for a while. Picture an insect's compound eyes. Instead of one big, movable lens, you get hundreds of tiny ones all locked on the same angle, unable to shift. That setup has already given me a killer edge, letting me monitor nearly every direction at once, especially now that my upgraded eyes stick out farther from my head, almost letting me peer behind without twisting around. The catch? My compound vision isn't great at locking onto distant targets like a human eye can. This mutation fixes that. Each of my eyes gets a small patch of lenses that can focus way out, creating a narrow window of sharp, long-range sight. I still can't swivel my eyes, so shifting that focus means turning my whole head, but combining far-off clarity with all-around awareness? That's the best of both worlds. The ultimate eye setup. I eagerly confirm my choice. Oh no, I completely spaced on the itty tach. A brutal, searing tingle erupts from deep in my skull and surges forward. The sharpest, most agonizing itch I've ever felt. 10 times worse than any prior upgrade. It's like needles stabbing right through my head. My eyes, FGAP! I'm thrashing on the ground, legs flailing wildly, scratching at nothing. Nothing dulls it. It drags on and on and on. Finally it stops. No, yep, damn it! The acid mutation isn't as excruciating but still rough. Since hitting +, on an upgrade brings such huge payoffs, I want everything maxed out, ASAP. Acid's already at +3 and serves as my main attack, so I'll bump it next. Wait, until I actually evolve, I can't push any mutation past +5, right? Makes sense. Just 2 more levels, and I'll hit that evolution milestone. And hopefully it won't take too long. With my biomass all spent, I choose to lay low and grind mana manipulation, puffing out tiny bursts of energy from my mouth until my mental reserves hit 0. But the effort pays off. I pull up my status to admire the gains. Name, Anthony level, 3 core, might, 15 toughness, 12 cunning, 25 will, 18 HP, 30, M1 skills, digging level 5 improved acid shot level 2 grip level 4 crushing bite level 1 advanced stealth level 3 chomp level 1 tunnel sense level 4 mana manipulation level 3 eye mutations focused eyes +5 antenne 2 acid gland +4 legs +1 mandibles +2 carapace +1 species hatchling antworker formica skill points nulla biomass nulla. With my mana drained and mutations done, I plan to chill here for a bit before any next move. These new human monster hunters have made the area way more hazardous, so I need to stay sharp. When I wake up, my mana's climbed back to 4 points, and I've digested a solid chunk of my last meal. Peeking out of my hideout, I don't spot any humans, so I crawl out fully and test my fresh eyes. Whoa, this is going to take some adjustment. The middle of my sight has a weird, almost magnified patch compared to the rest, and the long-range zones blend smoothly into the closer ones. No harsh blur, just a seamless shift. There's a clear, unmistakable line between these 2 levels of sight, which makes sense when you think about it. My upgrade only sharpened a small cluster of my compound eyes, and those lenses don't really overlap with the rest. Whenever I move my head, that magnified patch glides across my view, staying locked right in the center. Honestly, juggling 2 different tiers of vision takes some getting used to. Still, I'm genuinely thrilled with how this turned out. I just need to adapt fast. With this boosted perspective, I can sweep across the far shore of the lake and study whatever's lurking there. That titan croc is still lounging around, probably dozing off in the sun. I take a quick look to see if any of my colony's ants have wandered over, but no luck. Still nothing. A heavy sigh escapes me. Since I'm here anyway, I might as well sip from the water to speed up my MP recovery and map out my next move. I'm not exactly eager to stick around, knowing there are human hunters roaming nearby who could torch me at any second. But I need XP, and I need to evolve. With the extra stats and raw power from my next evolution, my odds of surviving, and my ability to gather biomass, should climb significantly. Once that happens, I'll feel a whole lot braver about following that pheromone trail deep into the woods to find my colony. Right now, gathering intel is still the top priority, along with hunting for a decent meal. It might sound crazy, but I think I'll head straight for the humans' camp before anything else. Given how dangerous they are, it seems backwards to rush toward them, but that's exactly why I want to know where they are and what they're up to. With these new upgrades, I can spot them from way farther off, which is the only reason I'd take such a risk. I'm not entirely sure what I'll do once I actually find them, but at minimum, I'll know where the threat is lurking. Alright, decision made. Off to the human camp I go. Camping out, I creep away from the lake with extreme caution, because let's be real. Out here, I'm basically an open buffet, and plenty of monsters would love a bite of this tasty treat. In this fight for survival, stealth remains my sharpest weapon. I've scraped together a decent pile of biomass, probably more than most creatures at my level ever see. I've been playing the scavenger role, swooping in to collect leftovers after someone else did the heavy lifting. Unfortunately, that approach doesn't do much for XP. Aside from that totally insane clash between the wolf dragon pack and the claw centipedes, I've had to be extremely picky about which fights I take just to earn experience points. And that's still the case. It'd be amazing if this trip I could pull off a hunt entirely on my own and take down an opponent one-on-one. I need the confidence boost just as much as the XP. I can't keep relying on stumbling across wounded prey forever. Staying as invisible as possible, I dash from one bit of cover to the next, keeping every sense on high alert. After that last big meal, my HP is back to full. My antennae have fully recovered from the beating they took in my previous fight, and my leg healed up ages ago. This forest is seriously bizarre. Every time I turn a corner, I run into something I've never seen before, like this bright orange fern-looking plant. Each branch tip has a thin, almost web-like tendril that droops all the way to the ground. Definitely not touching those. Out of curiosity, I flip a pebble at the plant with my mandibles, but nothing happens. My suspicion doesn't fully fade, though. It's possible the thing only reacts to organic contact. Rather than standing around staring at a fern, I push forward. On my way in the direction the hunters went, I run into a few other creatures, including a big troop of small ape-like critters gathered around a massive tree. I give them plenty of space. If only I had more of my own kind to back me up out here. Watching those massive packs of lesser monsters prowling around honestly bums me out in a way I can't quite explain. A few wolf dragon cubs were also lurking nearby. Another group I knew better than to tangle with. Feeling boxed in by my own limitations, I decided to try something I'd never dared before. Climbing a tree to get a better lay of the land. Spotting a sturdy one, I dug my claws in and used the raw power of my grip skill to haul myself up fast. Whoa. The view from up here is a total game changer. My upgraded eyesight lets me see for miles now. Off in the distance, there's a hill with some weird shapes on top. Could those be tents? If so, that might just be the camp of those 5 hunters. Time to check it out. With that goal locked in, I crept forward, keeping my senses sharp and my movements quiet as I made my way toward the distant camp. The last thing I needed was to stumble into a fight while those hunters were still around. If they caught wind of me, I'd be dead meat in seconds. Eventually, I reached the base of the hill and slowed way down, slipping from shadow to shadow, making sure not to make a peep or leave any trace of my presence. About halfway up, the hunters came into view at the summit. They were sitting in a loose circle, on chunks of stone and rough-hewn logs they'd turned into makeshift seats. Looked like they were gathered around a fire pit, or maybe a cookpot. 3 tents were pitched in a neat semicircle behind their little hangout, with a few bulky backpacks scattered around alongside some monster remains they'd managed to stash. A line stretched between 2 poles caught my eye. At first, I thought it was for drying clothes, but squinting harder, I realized they were stretching out monster hides to cure. This crew was clearly in the business of hunting monsters and hauling cores and materials back to the surface to sell. Figuring it was smart to observe, I hunkered down in a good spot. Now that I knew exactly where their camp sat, a wild idea started brewing in my head. For a monster, patience is everything. It's the first rule of my creed. After a few hours, the hunters started gearing up, strapping on armor, testing their blade edges, and joking around with each other. Then something caught my attention. They all stepped out of the camp together, and once they were about 30 feet out, they halted while the mage focused on her staff. Runes began to spiral around the head of it as she concentrated hard. Then she tapped the butt of the staff on the ground. A few stones I hadn't even noticed before flared up at the camp's edge, glowing bright for a split second before fading out. With that done, the whole group headed off toward the lake. So that's their play. They're farming the lake, ambushing the monsters that gather there, then coming back to wait for the place to repopulate, before doing it all over again. Efficient, I guess, if you're into mass monster murder. Just to be safe, I trailed them long enough to confirm they were really heading for the lake. Then I looped back toward their camp. You folks must have a nice little stash of monster cores by now, huh? Sure would be a shame if something happened to them. Still, I wasn't about to mess with that barrier spell they'd left behind. I'm pretty sure tripping it would either set off an alarm or turn me into a puddle of goo. Neither sounds appealing. Walking over it? No way. Digging under it, though. Now that's a plan. Time to put my level 5 digging skill to work. I went at it like a machine, my mandibles chomping through the dirt at lightning speed. With my digging boost, each bite moved a shocking amount of earth, and before long I'd carved a tunnel right under the magical boundary and popped up inside the camp. Mwahahaha! Curious as I was, I knew the clock was ticking, so I wasted no time poking my head into the tents to see what they had. The tent they shared was stuffed with supplies, food sacks, gear, and all sorts of odds and ends. But I wasn't after their rations. Since I lack hands, I had to get creative, grabbing each bag with my mandibles and shaking them like a mutt with a chew toy. It took a solid 10 minutes of roughhousing before I struck gold. Tucked deep inside, one pack sat a small leather pouch, cinched shut with a drawstring. That string wasn't fooling these jaws. I bit through it, and the prize spilled out. A stash of monster cores, gleaming and ready. Over 20 of them. Finders keepers, right? I dove in, absorbing one after another, feeling that familiar surge of power. But on my 4th core, the wizard cut my celebration short. Seriously? 17 cores left, and he's pulling the plug? I couldn't help but mourn the fortune sitting right in front of me as the clock ran out. Desperate, I shoved the remaining cores into a pile and tried to scoop them up with my clumsy mandibles, but my jaws are too big and the cores too small, only 4 fit. My heart ached, but it was that or nothing. Time to vanish. I slipped back through my tunnel, dashed down the hill, and disappeared into the tree line, clutching my loot. Once I found a massive tree with exposed roots, I dug a deep hole and stashed my treasure, covering it up with care. I'll swing back for it once I evolve. Too bad I can't grin, or I'd be beaming ear to ear. Thanks for the donation, you clueless humans. Now I've got even more reason to grind for levels. Evolve first, reclaim those cores, and boost my own power. The longer they sit buried, the more I worry. What if those hunters use some magic trick to sniff them out, or another beast stumbles across them? I have to evolve, no excuses. First, I need a target. Plenty of creatures are still out of my league, even with all my progress. My heavy focus on vision and other skills hasn't exactly turned me into a fighter, and my upgraded core, now holding Dvarset MP, burns brighter than ever, pulsing like a warm stone in my gut. It's grown too, which feels oddly comforting. But what's the point if I can't use that MP? My mana manipulation is stuck at level 4, and until it hits 5, I'm stuck with acid and my jaws. I do have one idea, though. They're tough, they never play fair, and they're nearby, centipedes. Back at the lake, I spotted a cluster of those basic claw centipedes. If I can lure a pair, maybe 3, away from the bigger evolved ones, I might stand a chance. Those larger beasts would crush me in a heartbeat. So I circled back wide, avoiding the camp entirely. I'd love to see their faces when they find their stash gone. I crept around to the far side of the lake, where that giant croc still lounges, doing absolutely nothing. What's his deal? Doesn't the guy ever hunt? Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if he'd already made his move while I was gone. Either way, this guy clearly has a talent for doing absolutely nothing. Lucky for me, there's another heap of centipedes waiting at the lake, and I can't stand the way they pile up, twisting and squirming, like they're trying to tie themselves into a knot. I work my way around the massive croc, grab a few quick sips of water to top off my mana, and settle in to wait for the creepy crawlers to make their move. After what feels like an eternity, the tangled mass finally breaks apart, and the centipedes bolt from the shore at full speed, all heading in the same direction. I nearly lose them, caught off guard before I scramble to chase after them. These things are seriously fast. At least I don't have to stick as close as I did before to keep tabs on them, but the pace makes me nervous. At this speed, staying hidden from anything nearby is basically impossible. They're traveling in a big pack, but I'm flying solo, and that thought has my stomach in knots. It doesn't take long before we reach a raised mound in the middle of the forest, about 6 feet high, with several openings scattered around its base. Without even slowing down, the entire caravan dives into the mound and vanishes, leaving behind a silence that feels almost deafening. Okay, so I guess I found their nest. I circle the area from a safe distance, keeping a sharp eye on those holes. None of them look big enough to fit one of those massive, evolved centipedes, but I'm not about to let my guard down in case a giant decides to show up. I keep scanning both the nest and the surrounding forest, half expecting a hunting party to sneak up behind me at any moment. After a full loop, I estimate the mound is about 15 feet across, though the real nest probably stretches deep underground. There are at least 8 of those things in there already, and I'd bet my life there are plenty more hiding below. Just picturing the tangled mess of legs and claws down there makes me queasy. I absolutely hate these creatures, which is exactly why I'm going to hunt them down. My plan is simple. Wait. I'm definitely not diving in and trashing the place, getting myself eaten in the process. I'll bide my time until a smaller group peels off, either heading to the lake or out to hunt. The odds won't be in my favor, but I'm counting on my human smarts and superior mutations to pull me through a 2-on-1 or even a 3-on-1 scrap. I find a perch up in a tree where I can stay perfectly still, boosting my stealth bonus while keeping my eyes locked on the nest. When the right number of centipedes finally leaves, I'll be ready. Yep, any minute now. Come on, you stupid bugs. After hours of staring at this mound, absolutely nothing has happened. What the heck are they even doing in there? Actually, scratch that. I don't want to know. Then 10 minutes later, a sound breaks the silence, and my heart jumps. At least until I spot a group of 6 centipedes coming back from the forest. Great. After that, 5 head toward the lake, 7 head out to hunt, and then nothing. They all come back, and still nothing. Are you seriously messing with me, you idiot centipedes? What are you so scared of? Just as I'm about to lose my mind from sheer frustration, 4 of them crawl out of the mound, their claws clicking, and line up in single file before heading into the trees. This is my chance. I'm way too impatient to sit in this tree for days, waiting for the perfect opportunity. And it's clear they never move in groups smaller than 4. I'll have to take this fight, even if it's a worse deal than I wanted. I climb down carefully and give chase, relieved that the targets aren't moving at full speed. They're creeping along, scanning for prey, and doing their best to stay under the radar, which works out perfectly for me. I'll have to bide my time until they're a safe distance from the nest before striking. Getting overwhelmed by backup is the last thing I need. As I trail behind this parade of creeping nightmares, another dilemma gnaws at me. Should I ambush them before they locate their target, or hold back and hope to catch them weakened on their return trip? The logical play would be to wait. But here's the problem. If I stall too long, these centipedes might get wiped out by something even bigger and meaner, leaving me with nothing to show for my trouble. That's a risk I can't take. So I'm going the hard route, taking all 4 of them on before they run into any other predators. Decision made, time to move. I pick up speed and swing around to their flank, watching the four of them crawl single file on my left. Staying low and out of sight, I hustle ahead to get a slight lead on them. Alright, I'm set. Locking in my aim, boom! A burst of acid rockets through the air, fired straight from my business district. Hitting a moving target at this distance isn't exactly easy, but all that practice pays off, and my first shot lands dead on the lead centipede. The thing screeches to a halt, thrashing and twisting on the ground, while the others scramble around it, snapping their claws wildly at the empty forest. Boom! My second shot, launched from my commercial enterprise, smacks into another one, and it joins its buddy writhing in the dirt, trying to shake off the burning goo. Time to stop hiding. I step into the open, turn to face them, and start clacking my mandibles like I'm inviting them to a fight they can't win. Bring it on! Battle! For Darwin! The two unharmed claw centipedes take the bait almost instantly. Spotting a lone hatchling ant, they don't hesitate. They charge at me with everything those tiny legs have got. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. The second they get close, I spin around and bolt, but I'm not running far. I'm headed straight for a tree I scouted earlier. And when I reach it, I latch on with my claws and scramble up the trunk. The two furious centipedes follow, snapping and hissing at my heels. Back on the ground, I can see their injured buddies starting to recover and limp toward us. I glance back just enough to eyeball the crazed monster climbing right behind me. Getting a good look, are you, buddy? Maybe you should think twice about getting this close to what my enemies call the corporate zone. Boom! Point-blank acid splashes straight into the centipede's face. It shrieks, loses its grip, and tumbles to the dirt, rolling around at the base of the tree. That leaves one healthy centipede on the tree with me. 1-on-1. Ant versus whatever this gross wiggly thing is. Being on the tree actually gives me an edge. The centipede's nastiest weapon, that poison stinger, is nearly useless on a vertical surface. They can't exactly let go with enough legs to swing that spike over their heads without falling off. So this is going to come down to claws against mandibles. The last foe keeps charging upward, its pincers snapping furiously as it closes in. The claws on this one look bigger than normal. It must have mutated them. Great. Still, I brace myself and get ready to meet it head on. We go back and forth for a few tense seconds, trading strikes, one stepping in while the other steps back. I lunge forward, but my footing slips, a tiny stumble at the worst possible moment. I can see the triumph flash in my enemy's eyes, triumph mixed with pure blazing rage. The centipede lunges with fangs and claws, ready to end this. And when it strikes, nothing but empty air. Gotcha! That was all a feint, you dumb centipede! I pull back at the last possible instant, my grip skill and strong legs keeping me perfectly balanced on this vertical battlefield. Once the centipede fully commits to its attack, I surge forward with my mandibles stretched wide. Feel the wrath of my ancestors. My mandibles flare with energy and slam shut with overwhelming force, empowered by the chomp skill. The blow shatters the carapace, pulverizing the monster's head completely. It tumbles lifelessly from the tree. 1 down, 3 left. Yet the wounded prey aren't deterred by my show of insect dominance. They press the assault. In their limited brains, this remains a 3-on-1 fight against a lone ant. They swarm up the tree together, each taking a different side. This is bad. Groping for traction, I edge out onto a branch, distancing myself from the trunk. Above all, I can't let myself be encircled. The branch is too thin for a secure hold. Keeping my grip is nearly a full-time struggle. Fortunately, only one enemy can follow me onto this limb, leaving its allies circling the trunk and hissing in frustration. My new dance partner creeps along the branch, claws poised. It's only now that I start to fret about our combined weight. Crack! Just my luck. The branch lurches violently, rocking both the beast and me off balance, but I recover first. Take this, centipede. My mandibles snap wide and crunch down on another head, yet this time I fail to land a killing blow. Snap! The branch breaks clean off, sending me into freefall, with a massive centipede clamped in my jaws. Twisting midair, I use the momentum to slam the creature into the ground, before hitting the earth myself with a jarring thud. Ugh! Something's broken. I landed hard on my side, but at least my legs stayed intact. Get up, Anthony. No time to lie around. Shaking off the impact, I scramble to my feet and lock onto the centipede that fell with me. It couldn't shield itself during the crash, and seems to have mangled several legs on impact. Seizing the opening, I dart forward and end it with another bite. 2 centipedes remain. The survivors are losing confidence, but they have no choice but to fight. They need to come down the tree to flee anyway. Their movements tell me they plan to attack together, and I'm not sure I can stop that. Fingers and mandibles crossed. This is where it gets rough. The remaining foes descend cautiously, claws raised, ready to strike at the slightest twitch. I track their every move, biding my time for the perfect moment. Both hit the ground simultaneously. I spin and bolt. Run. My sudden retreat seems to baffle them for a heartbeat before their hunting instinct kicks in, and they tear after me at full speed. Idiots! Pow! Another acid blast erupts as they close in, searing and dissolving the nearest pursuer. Ha! Didn't think I'd have another shot ready so soon, did you? Lucky for me, you're foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. While the scorched centipede rides from its second dose of plushtige acid, the other squares up for a fight. I've carved out another one-on-one. I need to finish this before the wounded one recovers and joins in. I opt for a high-risk move. I refuse to drag this out and give them a chance to bring those dreaded stingers into play, the one thing that could take me out in a single hit. My foe advances, feinting and posturing with jaws and claws. I charge straight at it at full speed. Bring it on! The startled centipede reacts fast, lunging forward with its claws. One snags my leg while the other scrapes a gash across my face. But my momentum won't be stopped. With my bigger, stronger mandibles, I dive in and unleash my crushing bite. The centipede claws at me frantically, dealing damage, but it's not enough. Crushing bite! The final centipede, already battered by my 2 acid blasts, could barely put up a fight. A few quick bites did the trick, and Gandalf's triumphant melody echoed in my head once more. Victory! I'd actually pulled it off. 4 against 1, and you pathetic crawlers still couldn't win. Huh. I did my best victory dance, though my injured legs made it more of a clumsy shuffle. My HP had dropped to Dvartset, but I wasn't sweating it. After I chowed down on that biomass, I'd be back to full strength, or close enough. Speaking of which, those nasty grubs weren't going to devour themselves. I worked through the lot, taking a breather halfway, and managed to snag 4 biomass, plus an unexpected bonus. I'd finally consumed enough of those things to unlock the intermediate profile, huh? Well, that was secondary. The real win was hitting level 4. Just one more level and I could evolve at last. It was so close I could practically taste it. Time to strategize. 37 I hunt, therefore I ant. I scrambled back up a tree and tucked myself into the leaves to plot my next moves. My bloated abdomen made the climb a real chore, but after some serious effort, I made it. All right, first order of business. What to do with my skill point? I could boost digging, or I could hold on to it in case something juicy popped up when mana manipulation hit level 5. After mulling it over, I decided to just go ahead and upgrade digging. I mean, what kind of ant doesn't prioritize being able to dig? Cost 1 SP. Enhances the ability to shift large volumes of material in less time. Done! If I need to save a point later, I can always bank the next one. There's no way I'll max out mana manipulation before leveling up again. I'm gonna keep hunting centipedes until I do. Once I evolve, I'll feel way more confident heading back to the colony along that trail. Plus, I can finally grab those hidden monster cores. Now the biomass. 4 is such an annoying number. Just one more and I could push my acid gland to +8. Or I could use it all to bump my mandibles to +4. Ugh. In the end, I went with the mandibles. That last fight wasn't exactly a cakewalk, and I didn't want to walk into the next one without a real edge in combat. Go for it, boss. My face instantly felt like it was on fire. Seriously, why? When the mutation finally settled, my mandibles were noticeably bigger and more intimidating. These chompers just keep getting deadlier. What kind of upgrade awaits at +8? I couldn't wait to find out. With my biomass spent and skill points used up, I was just about ready for action. All I needed was for my digestion to kick in so I wasn't dragging a huge sack behind me. While I waited, I practiced mana manipulation a few more times, leaving myself breathless and nursing a headache. It was getting a bit easier to move the mana around, but only barely. Since I was already well hidden up here, I figured a quick nap would get me back to fighting shape. I woke up hours later, ready for round 2. I crept back to the centipede mound and took up my usual spot high in a tree. Honestly, if I spent any more time up here, I'd turn into a weaver ant. Those clever little builders bend leaves and stitch them together for nests, even using their larvae to spit out a sticky glue. Nah, I'll stick to digging. For now, it was back to the waiting game. There wasn't much action. No sign that the colony was even bothered by 4 of their own going missing. I figured it wasn't unusual for a hunting party to vanish now and then, never to be seen again. After several long hours of waiting, watching some groups head out and others trickle back, another squad of 4 crawls out of the mound and heads toward the lake. Oh! Off for a sip of that tasty mana water, are we? Hope you enjoy it, because it's going to be your last. Once the targets are a safe distance from the nest, I climb down and start trailing them. I'm not too stressed about staying close, since they're heading for the lake, where the odds of them getting picked off by something bigger are pretty low. My plan is to set up a trap and hit them on their way back. Following the path, I spot a massive tree with a clear line of sight down the route the centipedes took. I want to see them coming, so I settle in and get comfortable for the wait. While I'm perched up there, I figure it's a good time to check out the intermediate profile of the claw centipede. Maybe there's something useful in there? Huh, so those are its base stats? Might and toughness are pretty close to mine, but cunning and will are practically bottomed out. I guess I shouldn't be shocked. Not every newborn ant is walking around with a cunning stat like mine at 25. My guess is that high number comes from the system recognizing my human brain. That's my real edge. Without the ability to think ahead and plan, I'd have been dead ages ago. Plus, it makes it way too easy to outsmart these dumb critters. About an hour later, my patience pays off. The 4 centipedes are heading back, and lucky me, they're moving in a neat little single file. Oh, a visitor? Stay a while. Stay forever. Pow! With my solid footing and aim bonus, there's no way I'm missing a long target moving in a straight line. The acid arcs through the air and lands right on the back of one of them, a clean hit. The centipedes lose it immediately, hissing and posturing around their writhing buddy. Pow! Another direct hit. A second centipede is down, twisting on the ground as my acid eats into it. After 2 shots, I've basically announced myself to the ones still standing. I clack my mandibles and wave my antennae like some kind of insect taunt. Basically the bug version of, "Come at me, bro." And just like last time, these idiots take the bait, charging forward to tear into this annoying ant. They hit the base of the tree, latch on with all those legs, and start climbing straight into my next shot. Pow! Another one gets my acidic surprise. The poor thing tumbles out of the tree and lands with a heavy thud. So far, the plan's working out even better than before. Only one target left on the tree with me. I pull the same trick again, a fake slip that looks totally real, and the centipede falls for it hook, line, and sinker, letting me land a solid bite. It's not a killing blow, but the cracked shell and twisted shape of its head tell you just how hard that hit was. The thing hisses in pain and swings its claws, catching me with a glancing blow to the head. But I'm already closing in for the final crushing bite. 1 down, 3 hurt and scrambling. I check my status as the remaining 3 make their way up the trunk. Only 1 point of damage so far. Still good to go. They charge up together this time, but I don't run for a branch. I still don't want to get surrounded, so I pull off another risky move. When the lead centipede gets right in front of me, I just let go of the tree. They can't react fast enough. All they can do is watch as I crash right into one of them. We both tumble out of the tree, locked in a mess of claws and bites, and hit the ground with a heavy thump. I scramble to avoid the stinger, using my momentum to roll away and get back on my feet. My opponent is still trying to flip itself over, so I charge in and slam it with my mandibles. Crushing bite! The mysterious white energy floods my jaws as I clamp down with every ounce of strength my face can summon. And then there were 2. Now for the tricky part. The last 2 centipedes stick close together as they crawl down the tree trunk. I don't think I've got another acid shot ready just yet. This is going to have to be handled up close and personal. The moment they hit the ground, the 2 monsters split apart, flanking me from opposite sides. Lucky for me, keeping an eye on both is a piece of cake. Thanks to my compound eyes. Not about to hand over the momentum, I spin and charge the one on my left. The centipede rears up, claws and jaws flashing in warning. Then I stop dead and bolt the other way. The creature that had been sneaking up behind me froze, caught completely off guard. While I'd lunged at its buddy, it had raised its rear, showing off the nasty poison stinger at the tip of its tail. The sneaky jerk thought it could creep up on me while I was distracted. Not so easy, pal. After a brief hesitation, the centipede lashes out with its tail, the stinger rocketing toward me at insane speed. I was ready for that. Predicting the move, I dig my claws into the dirt and leap sideways, letting the deadly tail whistle past my left side. Before the monster can pull its tail back for another shot, I spin and bite down hard. Carapace cracks and crunches under the pressure, and the centipede hisses in fury. I've latched on about 2/3 down its body, shredding the muscles underneath. That tail is useless now. Spotting the other attacker closing in from behind, I don't hesitate. I leap straight at the wounded foe, soaking up hits from its frantic claws. Ignoring the pain, I land the finishing blow with another bite. And now it's 1-on-1. Refusing to give the last monster a chance to raise its poison sting, I clench my mandibles against my wounds and charge straight at it. A quick status check shows I've still got half my HP left. More than enough to wrap this up. No games. The centipede and I collide, mandibles smashing, claws scraping and tearing at carapace. But my opponent doesn't stand a chance against my superior mutations and skills. Finally, not quite enough to hit level 5, but at least I've secured another 4 biomass. That was a rough fight. I'm down to just 10 HP. Dents, scratches, and cracks cover my poor carapace. Can't waste a second, gotta eat! Om nom nom. Wait, what's that noise? 38. Rudely interrupted. Maybe fighting and eating here wasn't the smartest move. Right, on the trail the entire centipede nest uses to reach the lake. To my utter horror, 5 more centipedes are wriggling toward me in single file through the forest, heading straight for the water. When they spot me, mouth stuffed with dead centipede, they don't even slow down. They just charge. Hey! Let's all just calm down here, guys. Can we maybe talk this out? A peaceful solution is always the best option, right? Sure, I've eaten a few of your kind, that's fair. But can't we also agree that we're all part of the circle of life? That everything is both predator and prey? Didn't think so. Run. I spin and fire off a quick acid shot, splashing the leading centipede's ugly face before darting into the forest. How in the world am I supposed to handle 5 centipedes? I've only recovered about half my HP. This is bad, really bad. Any backup, Gandalf? Yeah, thanks for nothing, you useless wizard, and your fancy pipe. I'll say it, you're late. Way late. I could try making a break for the lake. Maybe they wouldn't attack me there. But, with my injuries, there's no guarantee I'd outrun them. Looks like I'll have to fight this out, and there's no way I can fight fair. As I sprint, I scan desperately for anything I can use. And there it is, a massive tree with a wide trunk. Before my opponents can close the distance, I bolt around to the rear of the trunk, cutting off their sight line and scrambling up the tree, with every ounce of speed I can muster. Move it, Anthony. Get those tiny legs pumping. Hot on my trail, the 5 centipedes reach the base, the one I'd doused with acid trailing slightly behind. Without hesitation, they start their ascent after me. I push myself to climb faster, making my way out onto the sturdiest branch I can find that's still within reach of the ground. Once I've secured this shaky perch, I turn to track my enemy's every move. The moment they spot me, they charge forward along the branch. One, skittering underneath while the other races across the top. Right before they close in, I release my grip and hurl myself downward. I hit the dirt with a hard thud, scramble to my feet, and gauge their reaction. Unwilling to take the leap themselves, they begin their slow retreat back down the trunk. The one nearest the ground, still lagging behind the pack, is the same one I'd injured. The instant its head drops into range, I lunge forward and sink my mandibles in. That's one down. Now I'm out of here. As the remaining centipedes descend, I dart off, weaving through underbrush and ducking behind trees to mask my escape. When I spot a thick cluster of vegetation, I dive in and freeze. My best bet now is to let my advanced stealth carry the weight. The others aren't far off, but they've lost sight of me entirely. Maybe their vision is as poor as mine was when I first emerged. Fingers crossed. The 4 of them shuffle past in a tight group, antennae sweeping the ground and claws snapping in frustration. One centipede comes within 5 meters of my hiding spot, but I refuse to budge. I barely even breathe. If they catch me, I'm torn apart in seconds. Come on, you overgrown bugs. Stay clueless. Finding no trace of me, they split up to scout. One veers left, another goes right, and a third heads back toward the tree. The last one lingers nearby, scraping around for any scent or clue of where I've vanished. In a straight-up fight, I'm not scared of these brutes in the slightest. The oblivious thing keeps poking around, spinning this way and that, hunting for that sneaky ant. Once it turns its back, I creep out of my cover, inching closer, closer still. And then I pounce. I leap forward and clamp down hard on its tail with a vicious bite. I can't risk getting stung by that nasty stinger. The centipede reacts sluggishly, and I hit it again, cracking its shell and leaving that appendage useless. I grip the tail and haul it toward me, staying clear of those snapping claws, then deliver another bite right behind the head to finish the job. Still not level 5? Seriously? Well, at least I've cut the herd from 5 down to 3. Eager to restore my health, I start devouring the carcass as fast as I can. Forget worrying about extra biomass, my dangerously low SP is the real priority. Luckily, I'm not disturbed while I feast. A quick check of my stats shows health back up to 16. Better than nothing, I guess. With the centipedes scattered and their numbers shrinking, my confidence is climbing. If I play this right, I can take them all out. Maybe I'll rack up enough XP to hit level 5 and finally evolve. I've also managed to recharge a couple of acid shots, giving me more options. You thought you were hunting me? You poor misguided fools. You're all prey now. I chuckle to myself and head left from where I was hiding. It doesn't take long to run into the one that went that way, coming back empty-handed. Looking for me, buddy? I've been right here the whole time. As soon as it spots me, it hisses and rattles its claws in fury before charging straight into my line of fire. Bam! Acid right in the face. The creature lets out a horrible screech, but I don't give it a second to recover. I leap straight into its claws and deliver the final crushing bites. Gandalf's words are still echoing in my mind when I suddenly pause. Did I just see Sumeth? Oh crap, in a decidedly unant-like maneuver, I fling myself sideways, tumbling as a vicious tail spike slams into the dirt, where I stood a heartbeat earlier. One of the centipedes had circled back while I was busy with its buddy. But with its ambush blown, this creature has no shot. Scrambling to my feet, I rush straight in, denying it any chance to wind up for another strike. Using my bigger mandibles, I go right for the skull, clamping down twice to end it. Oh yeah! This is the moment I've been waiting for. I bust out the happiest jig an ant can pull off, and with 6 legs, trust me, I've got some serious moves. Settle down, Anthony. Keep your head on straight. You're not safe yet. Save the party for when you're tucked inside a secure nest. That's the ant way. There's no trace of the last centipede. Not about to let good food go to waste, I dig into the carcass. All this brawling has really gotten my digestion going. Now that I've got 4 biomass, I'm itching for one more so I can boost my acid gland to +. I'll have to head back to the tree I leaped from, hoping the centipede I took down there is still lying around. I creep through the woods back to the massive tree. Still no sign of the last survivor, but the remains of the one I finished are right where I left them. Thank goodness! Let me be real here. If I never have to swallow another one of these nasty bugs, I'll die a happy ant. After forcing down these horrible things multiple times, I'm utterly repulsed by them. I don't even bother hunting for the other 2 bodies. I'm completely full anyway. Looks like that last centipede got away clean. Lucky break! I make my way back to the lake, sticking to the Titan Croc side of the water, and scan around to find my old hiding spot. I'm so amped to evolve I can barely hold still. I'm buzzing with anticipation. It's unreal to finally hit this milestone. When I locate my hidey hole, I widen the entrance and carve out the chamber a bit more. I might end up bigger after the evolution, and I don't want to crush myself underground mid-transformation. With the renovations done, I drop in and seal the opening. Time to get serious. 39th evolution, at long last. Finally, I get to evolve. I'm getting choked up here. This road has been brutal. I've had to scrape by on guts and whatever brains I've got, which aren't much. But I pulled it off. Gandalf, I owe you one. Anthony, you absolute legend. All right, let's get a grip and focus. This is a big deal. My first move is to drop all 5 biomass into upgrading my acid. Yes! Sweet! A huge menu of options lights up in my head. So many paths to pick from. Searing acid, concentrated acid, freezing acid. They all sound incredible. I've got one chance at this, so I can't mess it up. Some of these upgrades lean elemental, like shock acid, for instance. I'm not sold on that route. Sure, they sound mighty, but I don't want my acid to be useless against anything with a resistance to a single element. The wolf dragon cubs shrug off heat damage. If I grabbed searing acid, my combat options would shrink fast. There are probably monsters out there that resist acid outright, and I already have one glaring weakness. I'm not keen on stacking a second one. I force myself to set aside those flashy elemental picks and scan the rest. There's an option to make the spray more aerodynamic, boosting my range significantly. I don't see the point. My current range works fine. Another choice keeps the acid burning longer, stretching out the damage over time. Extra damage sounds appealing, but waiting around for it to tick away won't save me in a tight spot. Oh ho, this option catches my eye. It's a solid pick. Not only will the acid cling to my target, stacking up my damage output, but it'll also gunk up the enemy, slowing their movements. Hit a bigger foe 3 times, and I might actually slow them down. Hit a smaller one once, and they become way easier to dodge. That boosts my crowd control game. Confirm restrictive acid. Oh man, that +Biet mutation is something else. It truly takes the concept of an itch to a whole new dimension. I'll tough it out. I hope, eventually, that awful burning sensation deep in my gut starts to fade. Whew. Alright, time for the main event. Evolution. Hell yeah! A fresh option popped up. What's this about? Did maxing out my core unlock something new? So, my path is either to mature into a full-grown version of my current form, sticking with the Formica species, or to become some kind of monstrous ant, without any specific species. I'm not entirely sure what the upside is to losing my species during evolution. That's a path I'm not keen on exploring. If I gave up my species, I doubt my colony would take me back. I'd be stuck surviving solo in this dungeon, and even my own kin would treat me like prey. That's brutal. A life like that would be freezing cold, literally and figuratively. I'm already exhausted from the constant vigilance, and fighting off every creature that crosses me. It'd be a relief to find something that doesn't see me as a snack. I'm sticking with my species and heading back to my people. Choose mature worker ant, Formica. Aha. So, forming and upgrading my core means I can push my stats even higher when I evolve? Looks like condensing that core was the right move after all. Okay? My head floods with info, and a massive window shows up with evolution steps and stat allocation screens. Why are there so many choices? I was actually hoping to coast through this without picking anything. Gandalf, you tricky wizard. Fine then. Being able to manually allocate everything does give me more control over how this evolution goes. That should be a plus. Let's dig in. There's a fixed pool of evolutionary energy, boosted by my core, and I need to spend it to reshape myself during the process. If I'd skipped manual evolution, the system would just make every call for me, I guess. As part of this upgrade, I'm getting a new organ, the pheromone gland. Sweet! Now I can lay down my own trails. That'll be clutch when I get back to the colony. I can mark fresh paths to guide my fellow workers to food and such. Plus, I get to pick one more new organ. It's a bit odd shopping for body parts, honestly. Let's check out the list. You've got to be joking. A huge menu opens up with everything from extra legs, a second set of mandibles, wings, more eyes, camouflage skin, stink glands, even that coral slug mucus skin is on there. Or I could add a tail. What would an ant even do with a tail? If you kept mixing and matching over multiple evolutions, you'd end up as a seriously twisted-looking monster. There's also a ton of internal organs and glands to browse, and some of them I can't even guess at their function. The adrenal hyperstimulator supposedly triggers some kind of frenzy, a berserker state. That sounds dicey. It takes me about 10 minutes to scroll through everything before I land on one I genuinely love. With this little gem, I can trade blows with tougher monsters and still walk away on top. It's also a lifesaver for emergencies. If I'd had this gland when those 5 centipedes found me wounded, I could have regenerated a few HP points and avoided that deadly spot. Cranking this gland up to +Biet might let me heal a ton of HP fast and unlock some other neat perks. I lock in that pick and shift my focus to my stats. Alright, let's break down those stats. Might 18, toughness 12, cunning 25, will 18. First up, might. I've got two paths: bulk up my overall muscle mass, which would make me physically bigger, or go for denser muscle tissue. That second option costs more energy, but keeps my profile lean, which is a huge plus for a scout. Next, toughness. I can either harden my outer shell or boost my internal resilience. For cunning, whoa, that's pricey. My high cunning stat makes upgrading it a real investment. But the options are wild. I can boost my processing speed, or even increase my actual brain matter. That's freaky. I can literally add another brain. Apparently, I can create smaller, self-contained brain sections to handle specific tasks. Like an octopus, which has a separate brain for each leg, or how humans have a ton of nerves in their gut. I could attach one to my acid gland to handle aiming automatically, giving me a built-in targeting system. But that costs way too much. I'll pass for now. Will is out too, since it's already pretty high. So, I'm dumping everything into might and toughness, splitting it badesart pardesart. If I went all in on size, I'd be a bigger target and lose my sneaking ability. This balanced approach sacrifices raw power for flexibility, which I think is the smarter play. I hope. Once I'm done, the manual process is over. I think I'm ready. The world fades to black. *40, check out my new ride! Do monsters dream when they evolve? I can't even close my eyes, let alone sleep. Evolution itself is a total void. No time, no sensation. I just confirmed my choices and then nothing. All my thoughts vanished, like my brain was switched off and rebooted. Whoa, what the heck? I feel different. My core is gradually cooling, like it was on fire a moment ago. It's really strange. It's not like you could go to sleep as a human and wake up in a new body. I can already tell I'm significantly larger than I was before. Forget this, time to check the status. Name, level, 1, might, 31, toughness, 22, cunning, 25, will, 18, HP, 50, MP, 020. Skills, excavation level 1. Improved acid shot level 3. Grip level 4. Eye crushing bite level 2. Advanced stealth level 3. Chomp level 3. Tunnel sense level 4. E. Mana manipulation level 3. E. Mutations. Focused ice +5, antennae +2, restrictive acid gland +5, lex +1, mandibles +4, carapace +1, regenerative healing gland, pheromone gland. Species, mature antworker, formica. Skill points, 1, biomass, 0. Behold, witness my power. My strength has grown by leaps and bounds. I more than doubled my might and got a solid boost to toughness. Evolution is clearly a game changer for monster growth. Just one evolution and my stats are through the roof. That's also thanks to my brilliant decision to condense my core and max it out before evolving. That core bonus was no joke. My evolution wouldn't have been nearly this powerful without it. I have to make sure I max it out before the next evolution too. Ha! I haven't even seen my new body, and I'm already planning the next upgrade. Time to get out of this chamber. Chuckling with glee, I dig myself out of my now cramped chamber and burst into the forest. The evolution did a lot. I'm significantly larger, probably twice as tall, and maybe the same for length. That would put me at roughly 2.5 feet tall and about 6 feet long. Good grief! If you spotted an ant that size back on Earth, you'd probably have a full-blown panic attack. The transformation has done more than just change my dimensions, though. My mandibles are noticeably bigger now, with a sharper edge to them, which should make slicing through enemy armor a whole lot easier. I can also sense that my acid gland has grown right along with the rest of me, maybe enough to pack 5 or 6 blasts before needing a refill. My stomach's likely gotten roomier too, meaning I can shovel in more biomass in a single go. Man, this is a rush! I do a little hop and spin in place, just trying to get a feel for this upgraded shell. I genuinely feel way more powerful than before, and I'm itching to put it to the test. But hey, excitement's fine. I just need to rein it in for a second. When I pull up my status screen, I see my mana's completely drained, so I head over to the lake with the other monsters for a quick sip. The Titan Croc seems to have wandered off while I was busy evolving. I'll need to stay sharp though, since I don't want to bump into him outside this safe zone. I spend about 30 minutes drinking up 5 times, taking it slow and getting used to my new frame. So, what's the game plan? Since boosting my monster core is crucial during an evolution, grabbing more cores should be my top priority. First order of business, dig up the stash I buried. It doesn't take long to circle the lake and make my way back toward the camp. I keep to the shadows, avoiding the exact trail those hunters use between their camp and the water. Eventually, I reach the tree where I hid the cores without any trouble. Good news. Gandalf doesn't object when I absorb all 4 and my max MP jumps to 28. Last time it took 5 cores to hit the cap. For this evolution stage, am I looking at 10 or maybe 20? Whatever it takes, I need to collect them all before I level up. That bonus is way too sweet to pass up. With that done, the obvious next move is to try out my new combat skills. I'm not thrilled about it, but hitting the centipede nest seems like the smartest call. I took those guys down before I even evolved, so the danger level is pretty manageable. Time to see what I'm really capable of. The trek back to the centipede mound takes about an hour, and I climb up into my usual scout tree. I'm a lot heavier these days, so scaling trees is a bit trickier. Though not by much, since my extra weight comes with extra strength. Honestly, I'm not sure how many centipedes I should tackle at once. Before the upgrade, 3 was comfortable, 4 was a stretch, and 5 ended with me running for cover. Let's go with 4. Even though I've been picking off these centipedes left and right, their numbers barely seem to drop. If anything, the place is buzzing with more activity than ever. Swarms of up to 10 are coming and going at a faster clip. What's going on with these guys? Did they have a population boom? I end up waiting a solid while before a group of 4 finally heads out to hunt. The second I see my opening, I don't hesitate and climb down to trail them. I'm moving a lot quicker now with my longer legs and beefier build, easily catching up to the line. Oddly enough, I don't feel that same knot of tension I used to. I tower over these centipedes now. Back in the day, they were almost eye level with me. Now I'm looking down at them, like they're nothing. It almost feels like I'm picking on a bunch of little bugs. Pff, no sympathy for centipedes. Once I get ahead of them, I plant myself right in their path. Say hello to your end, pow! My first shot of restrictive acid flies out dead on, splashing across the lead centipede's back and down its side. Without waiting to check the damage, I line up and fire again. Pow! How do you like that? The second centipede lunges forward to check on its wounded buddy, and I smash straight into it mid-stride. Come get me, you glorified worms! But the others don't rush in like before. They hang back, sizing up this bigger, evolved ant, claws clicking in warning while they stay close to their injured pals. Fine. If they won't bring the fight to me, I'll bring it to them. I've got maybe 3 acid blasts left in reserve, but honestly, it's time to get messy. Sitting back and sniping from a distance won't teach me a thing about my real limits. The 2 I've already hit are flopping around, the sticky, hardening goo fusing their legs together and searing into their segments. They're out of commission for a while. I charge, building up a head of steam, and the terror in those tiny red eyes is practically thick in the air as I barrel in like a tank on legs. No tricks, no finesse. Just raw momentum straight into the nearest one before it can brace itself. Its claws scrape against my shell but barely leave a mark. I lunge, my glowing mandibles snapping shut. Crushing bite. 1 hit, clean through. I didn't even aim for the head, just shattered its armor and tore it in two. Whoa! The last untouched centipede creeps in, tail arched high, ready to strike. Instead of backing off, I leap and snatch that tail mid-swing, chomping it clean off with a savage bite, then finish the beast with another. The two acid victims are still squirming, stuck, and helpless. My restrictive acid is a nightmare for these multi-legged freaks. Imagine half your body glued together, and you can't move. I put them out of their misery with one bite each. That was a total demolition. They couldn't touch me. A group of 5, maybe even 6, would be a cakewalk now. That's what one evolution does for you. And that massive adult centipede might actually be within reach. I swore I'd never eat another one of these things. But I'm not about to let good biomass rot. I figure my gains from them are probably cut in half now. The price of being an evolved predator, picking on the little guys. I'll hoard the points until I hit 5 and upgrade my mandibles again. Feeling bolder now, confident enough to follow that pheromone trail. Time to find my family. 41. Follow the yellow brick. Pheromones, I head back toward the lake, practically buzzing with excitement. The combat test was a runaway success. My upgraded acid outperformed every expectation, and my bite power has gone through the roof. If I can push my mandibles to +, who knows what I'll be capable of? Careful, Anthony. Don't let your ego run off without you. Your new family isn't going to find itself. When I reach the lake, I skirt around to the pheromone trail, antennae skimming the water's edge. The usual crowd of monsters is gathered, drinking up that sweet mana juice while keeping wary eyes on each other. The lake itself looks more stirred up than before. Those weird underwater formations are churning faster, and I swear the whole place is glowing brighter. Everything in this world just keeps getting more luminous. Maybe it's a seasonal shift? Like we're coming out of some underground winter and heading into summer? No way to know except to wait and watch. I pick up the scent trail and follow it away from the shore. The pheromones have faded a bit over the past day. No ants have come through to refresh them. That means I'm on my own out here, and I need to move fast before the trail disappears entirely. Honestly, I'm a little relieved about that. It means none of them wandered in while I was distracted, which would have been a real downer. The chemical trail might be fainter than it used to be, but it's still clear enough to follow straight into the tree line. A spark of excitement hits me as I push into uncharted territory. The plant life here keeps throwing me for a loop, though. The trees in this stretch are shorter, maybe just a few yards tall, but they're shaped like upside-down Christmas trees. Broad at the top, tapering to a skinny base. The branches at each level seem to sway in the breeze, except every tier moves in a totally different direction. Strange. Then it hits me. There's no breeze at all. Just to test it, I chuck a rock at one of them, and I swear the limbs twitch and bat it away. Okay, noted. I'm giving those trees a wide berth from now on. Dealing with regular monsters is already a headache. I don't need to start fighting foliage. Using my stealth, I slip past a few monster packs and stick to the winding path. The scent doesn't run straight. It meanders and loops, following whatever random route the first scout took when they blazed this trail. A thunderous roar erupts nearby, followed by the heavy thud of monsters clashing. Yikes. Something big is going down over there. I creep closer, keeping a safe distance. I don't want to get caught in the middle of a heavyweight brawl. But I'm not above a little peek. When I get close enough to see the action, two creatures I'm still not ready to fight are tearing into each other. One's a titan croc, maybe the same one from the lake, and the other is that massive bat-faced gorilla I spotted earlier, except this one is way bigger. He's enormous. The bat gorilla king, maybe? The croc has reared up on its hind legs, its stubby arms flailing uselessly in the air, looking almost comical. But standing semi-upright, It's still a beast, easily 15 feet tall, matching the ape in height. This is a clash of the freaking titans. There's no way these things only evolved once, like I did. This size has to come from 2, maybe 3 evolutions. How else would it be fair? Right, Gandalf? The croc moves slower on 2 legs, but swings those massive claws in huge, deadly arcs, slicing the air like swords. The bat gorilla is quicker, darting in and out to dodge, but it doesn't seem as tough. The croc's thick hide just shrugs off its hits. Boom! The ape slams both fists into the ground, roaring with all its might, veins bulging. Electricity starts crackling around its shoulders, then races down its arms, faster and faster. Those fists glow with pent-up energy until the air around them hums with raw power. That looks awesome. The legendary lightning fist. The light show is blinding. What's next? The ape bellows, charges forward, and slams its fists into the earth before launching into the air, both hands raised for a massive overhead smash. The titan croc holds its ground, watching with cold reptilian focus, then crouches and gathers energy in its chest, unleashing a searing fireball from its jaws. With a shattering explosion, the ape tanks the blast right in its leathery face, but the momentum carries it through, and it brings both fists down with colossal force, sending rippling lightning surging through the croc's body. Both fighters reel backward after that jaw-dropping clash, and I finally remember to breathe again. That was seriously next level. When do I get to pull off moves that cool? Torching enemies with fireballs from my mouth? Frying them with lightning crackling through my fists? Maybe after my next evolution? Please, let it be after my next evolution. The 2 titans lock eyes, radiating pure hatred. These 2 clearly have a long, bitter history between them. Given how the damage stacks up evenly after that last blow, they settle back into a tense standoff, chests rising and falling heavily. Some might think this is my golden chance to sneak in, blast them with acid while they're drained, and scoop up a mountain of experience and biomass. To those folks, I'd say, are you completely insane? I'm not touching those monsters with a 10-foot pole. Have you seen what they can do? I'd end up flattened like a pancake. Or well, a bug, I guess. Hold on a second. What's that? A quick flicker of motion on the far side of the battle catches my eye. I whip my head around, desperate to catch another glimpse. I could swear I just saw antennae. There it is again. What I spot next makes my heart soar. First one, then another, then a dozen more ants pour out from the tree line, their antennae waving wildly as they scurry around each other. My kin! My tribe! My colony! Their coloring tells me everything. These are Formica ants, just like me. I've finally tracked down my family. They're roughly my size, though most are a touch smaller. A few young ones, like I used to be, are mixed in with the group. Must be a squad from the colony heading to the lake to soak up mana and work on condensing their cores. Good for you guys. Give it everything for the colony. But what I see next sends my soaring heart crashing into despair. The ants dart back and forth, then, as if on cue, raise their abdomens high and unleash a torrent of acid at the 2 massive fighters. You did? What? 40. Well, my family needs more education. I can't believe what my countless tiny eyes are showing me. What on earth are you all doing? Sure, there's a dozen or more of you, but those 2 are absolutely enormous. The Titan Croc alone could chomp through all of you in a couple of minutes. Before I can even process it, my legs are already moving. I don't fully understand why, but I absolutely cannot let these ants get wiped out. Not now. Not after searching for them for so long. Maybe it's some ancient instinct buried deep in my insect DNA, screaming at me to protect my own kind. Maybe I'm just desperate to connect with something that doesn't see me as a snack. Either way, I'm driven to act. They will not die today. Before the 2 giants even register the new threat, I've burst from cover and charged into the open. Planting my feet, I spin around and point my rear at the monsters. Let me introduce you to what I like to call my business district. Bow! 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 I fire off 3 quick blasts without bothering to aim. I just want their attention locked on me. Hopefully that keeps my colony teammates from getting squashed instantly. The 3 sizzling streams of acid tear through the air, slamming into the massive beasts and clinging to their flesh, burning deep. Honestly, with targets that big, I don't need precision, though it would have been smarter to land my restrictive acid on their joints. That might have slowed them down, even a bit. My gamble works. The 2 enormous creatures turn away from the approaching ants and fix their blazing ancient fury on me instead. Hey there! Any chance you 2 are into peace and harmony? These monsters are clearly the top predators around here. I still vividly recall how the Titan Croc shredded an adult centipede with one casual swipe of its claws. Why on Pangera did my ant relatives decide to pick a fight with these beasts? I seriously hope my ant brothers and sisters aren't cursed with the same rock-bottom cunnings I'm dealing with, because I'm starting to seriously question the logic of this whole plan. Pow! Pow! Before they can even think about rushing me, I let off 2 more quick shots, both aimed square at the ape. My hope is that the extra acid will slow it down a bit, since it's clearly the quicker of the 2 by a long shot. At this point, I've just about burned through every bit of ranged ammo I've got. Only 1 shot left in the tank. Since acid works as a damage-it-over-time kind of deal, I'm praying we can all hold out long enough for the effects to actually kick in. My fellow ants are still up there, hosing the monsters down with their own acid sprays, volley after volley. I really don't want them stealing the aggro, so I'm about to do something I'm going to regret almost immediately. I charge. Witness me. With these 2 hulking nightmares looming overhead, I sprint straight at them. The giants are absolutely furious now, dripping with stinging acid, some of it already hardening and clinging to their hides, and they're clearly itching to turn us into paste. The moment they spot me barreling toward them, both react on instinct. The ape moves first, its lightning-fast reflexes on full display as it thunders forward to meet me head-on. The ground shakes under the sheer weight of the beast, its fists slamming into the rock with every stride. That leathery, bat-like face looms larger and larger in my vision, and I can make out the massive, curved fangs jutting from its jaw in far more detail than I'd ever want. Then the ape coils up and launches itself high into the air. I've seen this move before. I throw every ounce of strength into hurling myself sideways just as those colossal fists crash down, shattering the earth with the sheer kinetic force of the impact. My entire body is trembling after witnessing that destruction up close. Even the spray of rock and dirt kicked up by the hit is enough to nearly shred me. Just how strong are you, you overgrown ape? Right as I start patting myself on the back for dodging that, something flashes in my peripheral vision. Is that... jump! I spring away with every bit of energy I can pump into my legs, but a searing heat claws into me before a massive explosion rips through the ground right where I'd been standing. That idiot croc lobbed a fireball at me while I was busy dodging the ape. Since when did you 2 become the new Colossal Brothers? Duo with teamwork that good? That one nearly turned me into a roasted snack. If I'd been even a single second slower, I'd be a charred corpse right now. I managed to get out of the way, but I still took some damage, and one of my legs is completely wrecked. It was closest to the blast when the explosion went off. I curse my rotten luck. I can't afford to lose my mobility. I don't have any other option. I trigger my regenerative healing gland. Instantly, an icy sensation explodes deep inside me, creeping through my veins and flooding my entire body. Youch! That feels unbelievably weird, like my guts got shoved into a deep freeze. This must be the healing fluid I'd read about. Within a few seconds, the numbing cold has swept through every part of me, and as it fades, I feel better than I did before. The dings in my carapace are sealing up, and my leg is nearly back to full function after being a crispy entree just a minute ago. I check my status. I've gained 5 HP back from where I was. It stings to have to burn it this early in the fight, but the regenerative power of this new organ is seriously impressive. I'm pretty happy with this purchase. All told, I've only bought myself about 30 seconds so far. I really hope that acid is doing some work, because otherwise we're all dead meat. The giant monsters almost seem stunned to see their much smaller opponent still standing after that combined assault. I guess these guys don't usually have any trouble hunting around here. Nothing else in this forest even comes close to their strength. My fellow ants are still spraying acid from above, but a few of them are starting to descend, ready to jump into melee range. Are you guys seriously kidding me right now? You're going to get torn apart. As a handful of ants scurry closer, the towering beasts spin to face them. No way am I letting that happen. My leg's as healed as it'll ever be. Move, move, move! With the enemies locked on my allies and their backs turned, I surge forward at full speed. Man, I really should have grabbed that dash skill when I had the chance. I've got to be quicker. Charging up behind the ape, I leap high, my mandibles flaring with a brilliant white glow. Crushing bite! My jaws clamp down on the ape's wrist with a sickening crack. If I can wreck that hand, its fighting power drops big time. The creature reacts fast, way too fast, whipping its arm around and hurling me skyward. Lucky for me, I've gotten used to this routine lately. Tuck the legs and roll. I hit the ground on my back, my tough shell soaking up the blow as I tumble end over end, bleeding off the momentum and shielding my fragile limbs. Once I skid to a stop, I scramble back to my feet and dive right back into the fray. There's zero room to slack off. A few of my comrades have joined the battle now, charging in recklessly to sink their jaws into the giants, ignoring the danger entirely. Are you kidding me? The Titan Croc pulls back one massive hand, claws ready to slice down hard. Not a chance. For 43 blood is thicker than Ikor. No. Panic hits me as I spin around, desperate to shield my friends, hoping I've still got something left in reserve. Pow! Another scorching glob of acid rips through the air. By some stroke of luck, my wild shot lands dead on, splashing across the croc's face, where it instantly turns thick and gooey, hardening into a sticky mess. The beast roars in fury, swinging its claw blindly. Thanks to its blocked vision, the strike goes off course. But one ant still gets caught square in the middle and is obliterated on the spot, shredded by those deadly blades. The rest swarm in, gnawing at the croc's legs, a few even scrambling up its bulk to hit other spots. Now why didn't I ever try that? These monsters are still going strong, and I can't be in two places at once. I've given the ants on the croc everything I can offer. Fingers crossed they hold their own for a bit. Time to take this ape down for good. My bite clearly left a mark. Its twisted bat-like face is a mess of rage and agony. Its dark fur, soaked through with burning acid, is peeling away bit by bit, and it's cradling that right wrist, refusing to put any weight on it. This is my opening. I sprint at the ape, snapping my mandibles and puffing myself up, trying to bait its attention straight at me. The creature lets out a scream, different this time, a piercing shriek that rattles my core and stabs into my brain, leaving me and everyone nearby reeling. It's like some insane sonic assault. The vibrations are so intense my entire body shakes. After unleashing that dizzying blast, the monster leaps high, aiming to flatten me while I'm still recovering. But that's not enough. Before it lands, I jump again, this time in a move it never sees coming, straight onto its body. The grip skill works for this too, you oversized idiot. As the ape crashes down with a thunderous slam, I latch onto its upper leg, my tiny claws straining with everything they've got. With my boosted might, I just barely hold on through the impact. Good thing I beefed up my mental defenses when I raised my willpower, or I'd have been helpless against that stunt. If I hadn't shaken off the stun, I'd be ant-paced right now. Hopefully the others made it through. I can't spare a second to check. No hesitation bite. Energy surges into my mandibles, glowing brighter and brighter until I snap them shut with all my force. Crushing bite. The ape lets out a thunderous roar, thrashing and pounding at its own body like a frantic human swatting a pesky mosquito, desperate to crush or fling me off its hide. But I'm way ahead of the game, already skittering around its other leg, lining up another devastating chomp. I sink my mandibles in deep. How's that feel, you oversized furball? Clearly not great, judging by the way the monster goes berserk, shaking and slapping wildly to dislodge me. But I'm locked in, gripping with every ounce of strength I've got. Perfect. Enhanced grip cost jedna SP. Your feet become more resistant to effects that will limit their ability to grip, such as water, momentum. I'll take that in a heartbeat. My claws dig even harder into the ape's thick, furry skin as I dart around its body, narrowly dodging the bone-crushing smacks of its meaty paws. I scramble up toward its neck, and before it can even react, I chomp down hard for a massive bite. The levels are pouring in. Guess that's the perk of tangling with a monster this beefy. The beast shrieks in agony, hunching its shoulders against my mandibles. But then, something weird starts building up inside it. My feet are practically buzzing. Wait a second, jump! Zap! A blinding surge of electricity erupts across the creature's entire body, crackling so loud it nearly deafens me and lights up the whole area. Holy hell! The thing just turned itself into a living bug zapper. A sharp, searing pain shoots through me. 2 of my legs are fried, and it stings like nothing else. But I'm not backing down. This bat-faced gorilla is going down no matter what. My peripheral vision catches a glimpse of the croc in the distance. Looks like he's been dragged to the ground, and maybe some reinforcements showed up, judging by all the shifting shapes. Stay focused. If these 2 teams ever teamed up, we'd all be crispy critters. The bat-faced monster is clearly on its last legs now, soaked in burning acid with visible wounds that must be pure torture. Without a tough shell, or even leathery skin for protection, the acid ate straight through its fur and is gnawing at the soft tissue underneath. And with no real defense to stop me, my bites have been tearing it up too. It's got to be on the brink. It has to be. These ants around me are my kin, born from the same queen, my brothers and sisters. Back on Earth, I never had much of a family. My parents were barely around, and I didn't have any siblings to lean on. Maybe that's why I feel so driven to shield these little critters. Call me a fool, but I refuse to let my clueless ant siblings get wiped out. So it's just you and me, ape. Only one of us is walking away from this fight. Red foam drips from the beast's gaping maw, its eyes blazing with pure, unhinged fury. You've got zero chill, ape, and that's your fatal flaw. My legs are still shaky from that electric blast, and my regenerative gland is running on fumes. If I make it out of this alive, I'm upgrading the heck out of that thing. No acid left in the tank either, so it's down to my mandibles to finish this. I steady myself, circling around to the side of its injured hand. The next move decides everything. I lock eyes with the monster as it glares back, practically mad with pain and rage. Come on, you big, dumb, bat-faced chunk of biomass. You've got a mug only a mother could tolerate. So get over here and let me take a chunk out of you. My damaged legs buckle and I stumble, face planting hard into the dirt. The ape howls with glee and charges forward like a maniac. You really are a sucker. Just as it towers over me, both arms raised for the killing blow, I launch myself forward and roll right underneath it, dodging by a hair's breadth. Now, I spring up beside its leg, mandibles crackling with power, and unleash a massive strike. Chomp! Right below the knee, my crushing bite rips through muscle and bone. The passive chomp letting my jaws punch through everything in their path. The ape howls in torment and swats at me blindly, catching my abdomen with a glancing blow, but I'm not letting go. Bite! 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 Slowly my jaws sink deeper and deeper until snap. I've bitten clean through its leg. My enemy stumbles, its balance completely shattered before it crashes down with a thunderous impact. Even as it falls, it swings its wounded arm, driving a fist straight into my stomach. My vision swims and blurs as the shockwave travels through every nerve in my body. Despite being off balance and hurt, this thing is still impossibly powerful. My shell fractures in several spots from the sheer force of the blow. I cling to consciousness with everything I have. There's no way I'm dying here. My sight is shot, but I lunge forward, aiming blindly for its head. Just bite, Anthony. Nothing else matters. Just bite! Chomp! Chomp! More hits slam into me, and the world keeps getting darker, but I don't let go. Chomp! Chomp! I've lost all sense of where I am, or what I'm doing. Some primal part of me just knows I need to keep my jaw clamped on. Chomp. Darkness.